loving you harder. Loving her makes loving you harder now. Baby, I thought you could give me wings. Baby, I thought falling felt like flying. 'Cause loving her makes loving you harder. 'Cause loving her makes loving you harder now. Loving her makes loving you harder. And far away, I'm loving you stronger now. Cause loving her makes loving you harder now. Cause loving her makes loving you harder now.
Do you hear what I hear? Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do you know what we share? Do you hear what I hear? Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do you know what we share?
Do you don't you? Don't you?
Do you hear what I hear? Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do we know what we share? Do you don't you? 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 Ooh, you don't you? Don't you? Ooh, you don't you? Don't you? Still keeping it real, keeping it real, keep it still, keeping it real, keep it still, keeping it real, keeping it real.
Well, after 2 months of sitting around doing nothing, we are back with the LPL, baby. And what a day have we got planned for you. We're going to be starting with OMG versus LNG for our first series of the night. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the unofficial English broadcast for the LPL. I'm James Quaker, and joining me for his first debut of his cast is going to be Glenn Reinhardt Rogers. Reinhardt, how are you doing? Are you nervous?
Well, let's just say if there was like a hardcore level comparing to games when it comes to playing them, I would probably have hit nightmare mode. That's how nervous I am about this. But I'm also very keen because of like the research that we've had to do of like before we actually went live. It's like everything that we've looked up to this point has been based on like, you know, week one only. And we've had like at least 2 patches of differences coming out. So I'm interested in seeing how they're going to play out today on the actual pro circuit.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to see how well these teams have adapted with the longish extended break that we've had since the Chinese New Year. See whether teams have fixed up their differences, whether we see better and improved teams, or we see teams where previously they were on top, maybe they've stagnated a bit. Who knows?
From what I've seen, like these 2 teams are sort of like, you know, round the mid tier when you know you compare them to the remaining LPL teams, you know, in the current roster. And so, you know, it's going to be very interesting how they go off against one another in today's series. Like I've got a few players that I'm sort of keen to look out for, but as well to see how they're going to play off in this because like they don't exactly like when you compare them to teams like TMG, sorry, not TMG, JDG, as I finally correct myself, and like a couple of those that are sort of like, you know, near the top, they don't really have a consistent champion pool. Like they've got a couple favorites, but they also sort of like fan themselves out a little bit more and sort of create a bit more variety. And so I'm curious whether we're going to see like, you know, them continue this trend or are they actually going to start being a little bit more focused towards like, you know, a select few champions to sort of work a little bit better into these rosters.
get to see that. In the see whether Jingdong, because we do get to see him up next against the current world champions FPX. So going to be interesting as we do see the rankings now going to be coming up. So we do have JDG Gaming, Jindong Gaming up the top there, along with eStar, Invictus, and Top Esports as well, and Bilibili Gaming. And sort of towards that middle pack, we do have Edward Gaming, Vici, Rogue, and then LNG. And down the bottom, we have the rest coming in, especially FPX and RNG. But maybe is Uzi back? I don't know. I have to check the rosters for that. But this is our upcoming schedule for today. So first up, we are going to be having LNG versus OMG. And then for our second series here, it's going to be FPX versus Jindong Gaming. A matchup I want to say is going to be the matchup of the day for you guys. And then we're going to have RNG, Royal Never Give Up versus Top Esports. That's also going to be a banger of a match for sure.
I'm actually really keen about this, Quirky. See, like, I did my research for JDG when they were supposed to go up against, I believe it was eStar, and I was just like, the difference between the two, like, JDG are on a roll. Like, I looked at the stats, and it was amazing. I could not have seen a near perfect, like, I guess everything coming out from them. And the fact they're also going up against, like, the last year's world champions, FPX. That is definitely going to be a highlight match to watch. But, you know, we're coming into game number 1 or series number 1 today, which is going to be OMG versus LNG. I think it was LNG that's going to be on screen.
Yeah.
So far, I believe LNG are sitting above them, but this could also turn the tides around a little bit because, as we all know, the LPL runs on a different system. And, you know, one game can sort of help determine, you know, who's going to be sitting above and below certain players and certain teams and whatnot.
Yeah. It's mostly because of that break. We hopefully have seen the teams improve. And of course, going back to, we've only had the 1 week before we had that extended break coming in. So you are now starting to see the lineups here. So for LNG, you are going to have Flandre up on the top lane, XX in the jungle, Maple in the mid lane, Asura in the bot with Duan supporting, and on OMG, of course, you will have Curtis up on the top lane, Hacker in the jungle, Icon in the mid lane, SMLZ in the bot as your AD carry, and Cold as support. So the Russ is looking the same as the first week as we have transformed into a pair of beautiful Chinese men as we come back to our actual selves, but is looking to be...
I'm sorry, I just have to have like a spontaneous entrance. It's nice.
But looking at that first week, OMG only did play the 1 series, and I think it was against Jingdong Gaming. So they didn't actually have the full 2 series, as we now are getting into Champion Select for this first series back of the LPL. And looking at these bands, a Yumi Ola from LNG and a Pantheon coming in from OMG.
You know what, Kawaki? I'm very happy I'm seeing Yumi sitting on that ban roster for the first phase, simply because she is annoying once you hit the mid game. Like, she's that type of support that she only plays in lane just to get to the mid game because she doesn't stay with her ADC afterwards. She usually stays with whoever's going to be their primary engage, like we saw from G2 last year, where it's like it was the Garen Yumi combo, whether he would be sitting in the ADC role or, you know, back in his normal role, just like you always see them together. And just looking at like the rest of these bands, it's actually very interesting. This time I'm not seeing a Kali band. I'm seeing Olaf and Pantheon, which are very strong in current patch, but it's interesting. Akali is actually might make it through this time.
Yeah, I was also seeing the Varus getting taken away from SMLZ as well. The set, of course, going to be banned as well. Starting to be a bit of a having a sort of presence in the competitive scene at this moment. So taking him away from the top lane, and is looking to be a center first pick. That is going to be the center first pick here for LNG.
I'm curious whether that's actually still going to be, you know, picked up as the ADC role. Because, like, you know, after a couple of patches, they finally decided, you know what, we need to bring her back to what we had her originally intended. She's not going to be able to accumulate her stacks as easily. And, like, it sort of, like, pushes her back as an ADC in a sense. Like, you know, if she comes online at 15 to 20 minutes before. Now it's going to be like 25 to 30. Like she took a huge hit, but it's interesting. We're still seeing her play just as much as we see Aphelios picked up in response to this, and Lee Sin, a very generic sort of jungle champion you commonly see in these circuits. So it's nice to see we're seeing some more comfortable picks coming out for OMG.
Yeah, it's like Caster's Bane Aphelios is getting picked up, but the Tom Kent as well going to be selected here. So looking like it is going to be Azura on that center ADC as the Nasus hover here, and of course the one pick, that one power pick being left open. Ornn going to be hovered here and selected here by LNG.
I'm going to be really frightened if they let Ornn hit level 13 really quickly. Like, as soon as he gets those upgrades, there's going to be a problem. And it's just, if you have an all AD team as well, that just makes things 10 times more horrifying. I played one in a solo queue today, and I was just like, I can't hurt this person.
Yeah, it's definitely right. He's so tanky, and plus with his items, he's such a beast. But a Bard gonna be the support pick coming in full cold on OMG. So looking like we're gonna have some music being played on the Rift.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, we get to see something interesting, something unique. But at the same time, this feels a little bit like the League of Memes. You've got Bard picked up as support, and Aphelios as his partner coming in for ADC from OMG. I'm actually keen whether they're going to be very perky or they're going to sort of be a little bit, having to play a bit more defensive, because that Bard is known for roaming around. And if Aphelios gets caught out when he decides to leave lane, it can essentially spell disaster and set them back a couple of minutes.
Yeah, but with this second ban phase coming in, it is looking like OMG is going to start pinching the jungle pool of XX. So, taking away the power picks of the jungles so far in this meta. Meanwhile, it's Mordekaiser ban going to be coming in from LNG. Looking what their final ban may be. I'm expecting to be pit towards the mid lane here, and yeah, it is going to be the Silas.
Interesting. You've got two power jungles taken away. A top laner, as well as a mid laner that has made a striking recovery ever since they decided to fix up Silas's passive a little bit with the extra, the chains essentially where they just whirl around after you use a basic attack. After using an ability, I can't remember the name of it, but it definitely has been one of the most annoying things to deal with.
Yeah, but it's 10.4. You know what that means? Cinderhulk is going to be coming in, and the hover for Sejuani there from Azura there maybe suspect, because pick the Camille with that Sejuani, using that passive with using the Q with the Sejuani Frost passive as well, definitely can work out in the favor of LNG there.
If that's going to be a Camille jungle, it's going to be interesting to see how it's played out, because we all know Camille does have a condition to meet, and that is roughly around the mid game.
Oh. Yeah, it is looking to be the Camille jungle with the Lissandra getting picked up here.
Oh, we got one more person to pick. I believe it looks like it's going to be the top laner, as Cole's hovering over the Aatrox at this point.
Yeah, looks like it is going to be the Aatrox hover, but it still has 10 seconds to swap it out. And nope, it will be the Aatrox selected. So, what do we think of these lineups, right?
It's looking very interesting. Aatrox versus off against Ornn. That is a matchup I think we'll definitely be looking out for. But mid lane is also something just as interesting, because we've seen LeBlanc Brit make a striking recovery. We have not seen Lissandra almost near enough as of late. And I feel like, it's going to be something that, is this going to work or is it going to flop? It's a real hard coin toss between these two laners. And it could really come down to whether the junglers are going to be able to help them out, because look at the two lineups. Hacker on Lee Sin, XX on Camille. Just right there, they're both really good at being able to, roam around the map, jump through, skip terrain and stuff like that. That it could really come down to, how effective they can make this work for their team comp. Because once they hit the mid game, Lee Sin's going to begin to fall off. And we all know, post level 6, Lee Sin does become a little bit more reliant on two things: his team working together and the choice of items he decided to go with.
Yeah, it seems to be like it happening right now. So, Hakusan.
You look a little frozen. Are you having a little bit of stage fright? It looks like you're on lunch. It's like you've got a plate full of food there, and it's just like, I just want you.
I've got some KFC
Oh.
coming in. You know, got to support the LPL. Go get your KFC today. Mecha Kettle is actually sponsoring me today. You know, if I could get the analytical stats up for the Mecha Kernel, I think that's how the arrangement works out. But you know, is looking to be like that way.
I'm actually beginning to get a little bit peckish since we're talking about food. Thank you.
I know. I haven't had lunch yet.
Oh.
So after this cast, I'm immediately going to be going. But we are on to the Rift for the second week of the LPL after a month-long hiatus. And boy, are we ready to go. It's going to be LNG versus OMG. We are starting to get into it.
Hey, look, there was the Mercedes-Benz logo.
Yeah, they do support the LPL. Yeah.
I would love to have Mercedes-Benz. They have amazing cars. Too bad they're really
Oh.
expensive to deal with, though.
Dude, a Mercedes-Benz SLS. Oh.
Okay,
That
now we're
was my
getting a
dream
little bit
car.
ahead of ourselves. Let's not start.
I mean, that was my
daydreaming
dream
on
car right then. But, you know,
stream.
thanks to Jeremy Clarkson. But anyway, we are just going to be having the standard line of scrimmage coming in from both teams. No cheeky level 1 invades, which you started to see towards the start of this season. But it looks like both teams are just going to be playing standard at this moment. I have to see where these junglers start, and it looks like they're both going to be starting at their red. So may start to see whether both these teams are actually deciding to, you know, go towards, you know, where they want to go for that first gank.
It's what I found really interesting is that we see 3 conquerors coming out from OMG, and like, you know,
Yeah.
Felios is the only champion so far that has quite a bit of like variety when it comes to, you know, picking that rune set. And I'm curious whether it's going to work well for him. Like, he will get the stacking damage bonus, which is great. And if he decides to go for a prolonged fight, that healing is just going to do absolute wonders for him. But looking at the start off, both sides are looking pretty passive, and this is pretty good, as we could definitely see Bard going with a bit of an interesting rune set actually at this point. Like, he's going for the itemization cooldown.
Yeah.
Oh, cold. Looking a little bit more aggressive there, getting those 3 basic attacks off.
I mean, imagine if he went electrocute. We'll never know how much damage that would have actually done. But you know,
I believe there's like there's a caster in Oceania that is well known for playing Bard ridiculously, and I gotta say, electrocute on Bard I would have been interested in seeing that, because he could do so much damage, just as much as Curse, really getting those stacks out, hitting the critical zones on his Q, as Flandre really trying to be just as aggressive at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre is going to try and shove up that lane a bit, but you know, it's just looking like Curse, he's just going to have a really like passive laning phase.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Camille. He's sitting like he's cleared. Sorry, Lee Sin has cleared his top half of the jungle. Camille's done the same, but Camille's sitting up there in like, you know, in an area where his top laner has, you know, pushed past midpoint. Mid lane is being pushed in, but I don't feel like there's going to be a lot he can really do, as LeBlanc's now heading towards him.
Oh, Icon has found double X in the jungle, very down the board, but will not interrupt the Scuttle Crab as Hacker is taking down LNG's Raptor camp. So being a sneaky little bugger there, and, you know, taking away a few camps. There's nothing for XX to take here in the top half, but may look to go for that. Okay, it's just gonna go. He's just gonna go back. That's cool.
I wonder if he's feeling a little bit tilted after that. He went through his entire top half of the jungle and essentially found nothing, and he decided to retreat to his Scudder, where he immediately met Gaikon, and that's, you know, that's really going to sort of give the enemy opposition an opportunity to try and, like, you know, be proactive with information that has just been given, that has just been, like, you know, provided towards them. I'm really interested in seeing Cold whether he's going to be aggressive onto LNG, because he's just sitting in that bush. They know he's there, but he's not going to do anything. I was hoping to see something else.
Nah, he's just going to, you know, poke him out. But he has gone for the Relic Shield, so he is going to, like, heal up SMLZ on that Aphelios when he gets the procs of that Relic Shield. I don't think they've changed it. No, that was the other items, the AP items for that. But it is just going to be pretty passive right now. Both junglers, you know, just trying to get a farm advantage across both their lanes, but it's just looking to be like, pretty standard. Not might have a pretty late first blood here in the LPL.
Well, we like historically in the LPL, we do see kills on an average of like once every 2 minutes or so. So both teams do like to be a little bit more passive as they try and hit their power spike conditions because power spike conditions mean a much more interesting gameplay for both yourself and your team, and also essentially try and tilt the enemy team. And you've got a LeBlanc that she's an early game type of champion, and I would hope to see some more proactive gameplay coming out from her because she's doing well in CS at the moment. She's trying to keep the lane push as much as she can, and she's roaming as well at the same time. So she's doing we could definitely see Gaikon doing amazing with a champion, working it to almost perfection, as he knows he's essentially a ticking time bomb. Once he gets past a certain point, he's going to start slacking off just as much we're going to see out from Hacker post level 6, as he's looking to try and sneak in this first dragon, and it's going to be an Ocean by the looks of it.
Yeah, but LNG do see the rotation of the bot laners there, but it looks like they will have to give this up especially with the bot lane of OMG there. Meanwhile, Chains of Feral gonna land on to Maple, gonna stop him from going in. Double X is in the pit, has got flash, but is just gonna, time jump rope over, and looks like we're not gonna have any fights there. But Dragon was secured by OMG with that Ocean Drake right there. So more healing for them.
Oh, that's going to be real. That's going to be nice, actually, because, extra mana regen, extra health regen can work wonders for the team, especially when you've got, Aatrox, who does more, based on his extras, as we can see damage coming out.
Yeah. Oh, Icon. Oh, sorry, XX is going to be trapped by Hack here. The claw comes forward from Maple. He's trying to go back onto Icon, and Hacker actually, and will get the kill onto it. Now Maple and Flandre are here to try and trap Curse and Icon. Double X is there as well to get the rope swing back, but it doesn't look like it. Curse going to take it. The stun is there. The knock up as well, and Curse is going to go down. Double X going to claim that kill, and LNG off to a good start.
2 kills for LNG straight off the bat. You can definitely see that they're going to be picking that off quite well, because that not only was that 2 kills, that was spread across 3 members of their team, and that's going to work wonders. Like, Lissandra's going to be able to catch up to LeBlanc. Camille is now flying ahead of Lee Sin just a tad. And you've got Ornn, who's also going to sort of have a bit more comfortable time right now getting back to lane, because he's got the Balmy Cinder. And since it's buff, I'm pretty sure it's available in 10.4. He's going to come online a little bit more strong than he's already overpowered as it is. As we can see in the replay, you can see XX tries to get away. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we can definitely see Lee Sin gets taken down quite easily, like Curse, on the wrong side with Gaikon. He doesn't have an escape. XX does well to keep him slow. And look at this. They're going to go right on top of him. A flash over the wall with a knock up, and just instantly claims himself an easy kill, which is really going to help him and sort of help him recover a little bit from the early game tilt where he couldn't find a single camp in Hacker's red jungle. And I think that's going to work well, as now we can see they're going to try and make a recovery play going after this Herald quirky.
Yeah, so trying to get some bit of a map pressure back here. And it looks like they're going to rotate the bot lane as well up into that top lane, because I feel like Curse isn't really going to have a good time, especially with Flandre having that Balmy Cinder. But, Flandre actually going to get pulled back with the chains here. Maple may have gotten caught out here.
I was actually hoping they would follow up on that, because soon as those chains would have put him on a snare, that would have been a real good opener for them to try and get a nice little shot down. He doesn't have a bounty on him yet, but it's it can work well for them if they decide to shut this down. As we can see some more action as XX does hookshot himself right into the mix, but doesn't find any enemies. Even though OMG did miss out on a couple kills, they did claim Herald. And that's going to be sitting in Lee Sin's infantry until he decides to poke it. And if he decides, it's interesting where they're going to poke it. Bottom has now traded with top, which means we could see a sort of major point of action coming out in the top half of the map instead of bottom, because Dragon's not going to spawn for at least another couple of minutes.
Mm.
And it's nice to see that your ADC and support are going to pick up really quickly, especially since, like, looking at these two lineups, it could work well for them.
Yeah. So the Australian lanes are in effect right now. So, but it looks like Asuna and Duan. Oh, Temper Fate actually going to land here. And there's a rotation up top. TP going to be coming in. Swallow coming in from Duan. But it looks like Asuna is going to get away with the Wraith Walk. Maybe Great Health is going to be popped. The Hulk going to be coming in. Azura going to take down Curse right now. Flandre is going to try and get it. Hacker going to kick him back. And this may be a 1-for-1 trade. And it will be as Azura and Duan going to walk away. But that means mid pressure now in favor of OMG.
And you could definitely tell that didn't only just get away with a kill on that, they also got a huge top lane pushing advantage. They still have the Herald available. They're going to save it for another opportunity, but for the time being, I think they're going to walk away patting each other on the back. A job well done, as they managed to get a nice kill on top of Ornn, and it sort of set him back because he popped his teleport. He got taken down in that fight. And meanwhile, Aatrox, sort of a similar scenario, but I feel as though he has the ability to sort of make a recovery a little bit better because he's got 20% cooldown sitting in his backpack now. He's got health and damage bonus. He's going to be able to hold well against Ornn, as Ornn still does need quite a bit more time to be able to sort of pick himself up a bit. Because like I said before, he needs to hit level 13 in order to get his first item upgrade.
Yeah. So he is looking to get that Abyssal Mask, I think, right?
It's looking like it. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to go for a Rod of Ages on Ornn unless you want to be the meme of the the LPL at this stage.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Well, Rift Herald is pumped up top, and it will claim first brick here for OMG. So opening up the map for Hacker to potentially do some more plays here, but LNG firmly in the driver's seat at the moment as they are going to take that Cloud Drake. So quicker ultimates here for LNG will actually be pretty decent. You have Asura with the global ultimate as well. Maple can save himself, locked out a teammate. It's actually looking pretty decent, and we are going to have the Earth Soul as well going to be coming into effect. So we have a team claims that it's going to be very, very tanky.
Oh, I feel like it's going to work really well for LNG. You've got Ornn, a very tanky champion, one that prides himself incredibly on trying to get the, those nice tanky stats going, not just health, but armor and magic resist. And with the Mountain Dragon as the soul on this map, you could definitely tell LNG are going to try and figure this a little bit more promptly because it's going to benefit them much more greatly than what it would for OMG because you've got a lot of like catch champions for the most, looking on their roster, like you've got LeBlanc, Lee Sin, two champions that do well at catching out enemies. Bard, I mean, come on, his ulti is essentially a mobile or like a long range Zhonya's essentially. Whoever gets caught in the circle gets blocked out for a couple seconds. But if you're the enemy and you're caught out, it's essentially like being Mordekaiser and you don't know where the enemy is. And as soon as you get pulled out of the Shadow Realm, it's like, okay, I see what's going on here. I'm just going to go and respawn.
But anyway, it does seem to be, going back into the passive stage of this match. Both teams, just trying to fight for control of the map. Maple may try to come around, but no. Just going to be clearing out some vision here. Maybe okay, they were trying to dive down, but try and put some pressure there. But looks like SMLZ and Cold just backed off. Going to give up that tier 1 tower to LNG.
Well, if we painted the mini map, two different colors. Actually, if we painted the whole map, two different colors, I am seeing a little bit more red taking over the top half of the map. Just because of how much Aatrox is pushing that top lane into that tier 2 turret. You've also got an amazing set of vision in the enemy side of things. Like you've got it all over their blue jungle. Whereas on the other side, LNG don't exactly have a lot of like presence everywhere. They're trying to really force themselves on this bottom turret. They still it's not 14, it's just about to hit 14 minutes. And turret plates go down, but they didn't claim nowhere near as much as what we did see coming out from OMG. And, the gold accumulation is very similar between the two, but I feel like it's going to begin to accumulate a little bit more because they managed to take down one turret, work towards a second, and essentially they're trying to, grasp as much XP as possible, really, and try and hit those level bonuses. Lee Sin is lagging a little bit behind comparingly. SMLZ, I'm wondering whether he's actually going to pick up once he hits, that second item power spike because he's got the completed Essence Reaver. Now it's a matter of seeing whether he's going to be able to finish. I believe it's going to be a Ruined's Hurricane. coming out for him as well. As we can see, the Blanc has yet to also finish her first item, Luden's Echo. A very interesting item, actually, to say, coming out for an assassin-based champion too. As it looks like we might see action coming out here just above the mid lane.
Yeah. Well, Riftail did get pulled, but it's going to scar. I mean, Kara is just going to walk her way back to that place. We'll take a look at that gold, and Mabel is leading the gold at the moment, but SMLZ and Icon are just trailing behind by a couple of hundred of gold. So, do you see, it's not really a duration of gold coming through, and look at Azura. Must be doing that, whatchamacallit, the new strat with, Senna, where it's...
The breakdown of gold is essentially really helping, like, understand the difference between, this 200 gold difference. Like, yeah, that may not seem like much from first inspection, but when you look at, like, the breakdown of it, it's like you really begin to see who was, trying to make the most effort for the team and who was essentially lagging behind. And considering Lissandra is still sitting at 100, a perfect KDA, Map was doing very well to try and keep his team alive in this. And he's post level 6. He's actually hitting level 11, which means he's also going to do quite a considerable amount of damage for the team. Like, it's really good to try and catch somebody out, as well as do an amazing amount of AoE damage and the slow, actually, which could really open up the game for, essentially everybody from his team, like Asura. And I got to say Flandre specifically, because they do need them all within close vicinity to be able to sort of pop off a little bit more promptly.
We may get ourselves a team fight here, as mid priority is going to be forced over this tier 1 mid tower of LNGs. But with the Bard, they're able to back off. Riftail did get claimed by Double X, and possibly, there, it's going to be used straight away in the mid lane to claim that tier 1 tower. And now it's looking like this is going to be an open map here for LNG.
Oh, this is going to work well. They don't have top lane.
Big brave plays! The Tepid Fate onto the tower stops the charge. That's why you pick Bard. I forgot that was a thing.
I completely forgot about it too. Like, that's one of those hidden, hidden passives about the champion that really makes it work. I gotta give huge round of applause for Cold for being so proactive and innovative about that. Like, I would not have expected something so serious coming out.
I saw it in the OPL and I completely forgot.
That is going to really help them with the saving grace.
But the tower does go down. But no, and does give Dragon priority. So, not really. No, didn't save the towers they expected, but they may just, force a fight over this Drake. But that top lane getting pushed in by Flandre, having to be answered by Archon, means OMG can't contest this Drake. And that's going to be First Mountain going over to LNG.
Oh, and that's one step closer to LNG really hitting to, the end game, essentially. That's going to be extra armor and magic resistance for every single member. I feel like it's going to work specifically well for Ornn, actually, as he's already, building both sides of the coin. He's got a nice bit of health. He's also got a really good or considerable amount of magic resistance and armor, which can really help him as he gets closer to level 13 and unlocking his first 2 item bonuses. And that could, his first 2 item upgrades. I feel like my brain is sort of lagging a little bit behind today with Ornn specifically. Just he's had a few changes, and it can go a little bit unnoticed when you're a little bit unsure of were these actually in play, or was there a bit of a jet lag between it? It's a sort of a toss-up, as we could definitely see Ornn sort of getting caught out by Curse now.
Yeah, all 3 hits of the Darkened Blade hitting onto Flandre. Icons here, the change will connect. Going to distort in. Dash away there by Flandre, but it's going to be enough. Dive underneath the tower. TP going to be coming in, but Curse helping Icon to secure the kill. Maple going to TP in. Going to come in from behind, and now Asura with the Dawning Shadow able to claim the kill onto Curse. The Hex, the Proto Belt, able to keep the kill in. Now, the Abyssal Voyage as well being used. Hacker's in trouble now. Has to use his W onto a ward. Coming in. Oh, the Hex deck all made him underneath, and that's going to be an easy kill there for Double X. Can he get away from the tower? Yes, he can, and that's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. But with mid lane pressure as well for LNG.
I think it's not exactly going to hinder them too much if they lose the mid turret at this point. Turret plating is down, which means they're not going to get anything extra besides taking down that turret and opening up the map a little bit more in their favor. But LNG, they did so well in that last play down bottom that they essentially worked together. They pretty much all got mentions and part of those kill participations. 3 members on their team Like we're seeing XX, Maple, and
Oh,
Asura with a bonus at the moment as they're looking for
Icon.
Lysandra.
Icon trying to find Maple, does find it, still has the claw and able to get away. Now underneath tower, throws up the thumbs up. Oh my god, we have emotes. Oh, yes.
And so begins the League of Memes. These are
Yes.
really, I feel like they're trying to silently communicate to one another through these emotes. You know, just like the laugh, ha ha, you couldn't catch me. That was
Yeah.
really, that was an amazing play coming out from Maple. Lets himself be known and then just completely disappears. And it's just like question mark pings everywhere down at the bottom. Like going through that archive really actually helped him. Is I was actually surprised that they weren't thinking about going in there immediately because he didn't, no side had vision in the alcove, but they still went in and face checked it looking for an opportunity. And since it's Maple up against LB, I feel like Garcon should have been a little bit more, I guess, reserved about approaching the matter instead of just blindly face checking because it's Lysandra.
Oh, Icon does find out double X will land the chains. Cold flashing over the wall. Hextech element going to be used. TP going to be coming in from Curse right now. Gonna hook shot back in, but Cold's gonna claim the kill onto double X. Now Curse is here, trying to find Maple. The Call of Forge Guard will knock up Icon in the backlines. That Curse will go down to Azure. And meanwhile, Flandre in the backlines will take down Colt again. And now Hacker going again. And OMG, these are not the team fights you're looking for. Bissell Forge coming back in to try and fight SMLZ. Icon trying to distort back the Dawning Shadow, trying to do damage on to Icon, but looks like he'll distort away. Flandre getting a delayed double kill. And a zero as well. And that's a clean ace, except for double X going down and Baron for LNG.
That was an absolute uproar. That is really going to set OMG back even further. They've not only given over possibly like an entire ace for their team, but that's also going to send everybody from LNG so far ahead. They're now going for a nice Baron buff. They've already got all three tier 1 turrets already sitting on a gravestone. It's going to work really well in their favor.
They are taking it very slow, and Hacker is back up. Can they get in time? No, I don't think so. Oh, Cole, if he can get the steal, does have Tempered Fate, but no. Double X is there for the secure. Gonna pop up the Scrying Bloom, and LNG are gonna get out with 5-member Baron. Just take a look at that team fight again.
Yeah, just looking at this like nice little replay. Just Camille, what was XX thinking? He already had the Ignite on him. He wasn't going to do himself any favors, but the rest of his team make a nice recovery in, on with the Call of the Forge God. Does help. They managed to pop Guardian as well. A nice clean kill, helping them come online a little bit sooner. The ulti coming out from Dwan, an amazing play to catch off Aphelios, because Aphelios was doing really well. I think we saw before. He was just poking from beyond the bush into the fog of war. But then he gets caught out by, Ornn's ability, Tahm Kench's ability to essentially just appear out of nowhere. And it really just, put things in like a nice little bow tie, a nice little present to LNG claiming a nice ace. And it looks like they're going to be going for the second Mountain Dragon too. This is absolutely one-sided, like a one-sided map at the moment. There is so much action going on, and I'm seeing more blue than red that LNG almost have this game completely in their pocket as we are just over 4,000 gold in difference.
Yeah, and plus 12% extra armor and magic resist as well. It's going to be very hard for OMG to try and engage onto these fights, but Icon tried to go in, but Cole trying to find a Temper Fate onto himself with the Hextech Ultimate, able to get out. Cole of the Forge God going to be used to knock him up, and Flandre snipes him with it, and that's going to be Inhib bottom tier. Bottom Inhib tower going to be going down as well as that bottom Inhib. And now it's just the march of LNG trying to find what they can with that. Flandre has found Icon, but Icon could possibly distort away maybe. Icon, okay, is just going to back off a foot. Icon may have got, dove on upon there. But it does look like
it's definitely looking to be the beginning of the game. And is essentially we're essentially hitting the apocalypse for OMG because they're able to actually chip away at everything OMG are trying to throw at them now. They've got Baron and Crossed Minions. They actually waited for the waves to come and clash right underneath that tier 2 turret in mid lane and sort of completely secure it away. They've got bottom lane already completely out of the way. They've got super minions now just marching towards that base that they're going to be able to sort of work around what is remaining. Like it looks like they might be they're resetting themselves now, but we can definitely see they're going to try and make another proactive play somewhere because so far we've seen 2 major team fights happen on this Summoner's Rift. and we've seen 2 major outcomes. And they are both in favor of LNG. And that's really going to work well for them. As Ornn's now post level 13, he's got his 2 upgrades. He's also given 2 other members on his team upgrades, as we can see, call the Forge God. I gotta say, they are doing so well to be proactive. They've got the vision advantage. They've got everything essentially. If we had a task list, they're ticking every single box, and they're gonna try and take this away from Garcon with that tier 2 top turret now.
一个带着银焰的一波
清辉夜宁。我觉得现在有一个问题点，就是刚刚几波团战，我们回到有一个时间点，猫皇提出一个问题，就是说，其实老贼的装备不差，经济也不差，但有个问题，他现在不只要打一个奥恩，他还要打一个异常肉的塔姆。
对，
而且这塔姆带了虚弱。
这把输出环境实在太差了，因为你仔细看一下他们这个阵容，对吧？最大的优势是灵活，没有人能给马哥提供一个很好的一个输出环境。
你看马哥现在已经被迫第3件没有机会去顶一个无尽出来，就必须要先把物理穿透给拿到。
这种劣势局已经没有机会去输水银了，现在因为已经打不动人了。
哎，又是一身羊，
大招把对面逼退，先去拆这个中路塔，好一个顶，但是没有顶到。马哥还是交冷静，没有交冷静。
下路的高地也是无情的被 ONG 给摧毁。 ONG 这波下路应该是只能放掉了，
很稳，没有选择继续尝试一波，选择转一波中路。
是，而且正面 Fernando 还在粘 icon 一个1技能，这个1技能应该没有想要留人，应该是只是拉自己。
但是 icon 现在这装备打不动人了呀，已经。面对这个已经有一个新性头盔的奥恩是完全打不动。
这个中期 ONG 的攻势是一波接一波 ，icon 右边偷一波，偷到的是谁？偷到 Maple， 但这个伤害量确实不太够，他现在连自己 第2件的一个虚空都没有办法憋出来，因为我们说妖姬当前版本最强势的打法应该就是卢登直接接帽子，
对，这个是最暴力的。然后如果你有一个比较好的埋伏位置的话，是能阴到那边直接秒。
应该是只能放掉了，
很稳，没有选择。 没有这么做，他们可能基本上是不可能的，对吧？这如果你都能开到的话，那肯定是出大问题。
就现在，我觉得 ONG 你真要我说看观点，我觉得巴德大到多人的情况下，我反而觉得不是妖姬的 AOE， 是剑魔的，因为剑魔这个2件套是他的一个强势。当然，但对比于奥恩，对，但是他怎么进场？所以巴德大到多人，他才有一波进去打 AOE 的一个机会。 只能看小五的一个投球技术了，
看后续了。但这波 LNG 有点想开啊 ，OMG 这个位置开了一个门，赶紧3个人都点门过去。
还是要在峡谷里面来一段快乐的旅程。
而且就这种局势，就作为一个巴德玩家，对吧？你连被动都不太好解。
Otherwise, there is no turning back now. Extra shielding for LNG, but looks like OMG are giving the soul up. And LNG will take even further control of this game.
Oh, there we see.
Oh, Cold.
No, they're going for it.
Cold decided to go for it. The snap jump over with the blast cone from Juan going in, and that's going to be a dead mystical figure coming down. But it does seem to be LNG just fully in control right now. And it looks like they will start up this Baron now, as Flandre and Maple are going to be clearing out this vision.
That's going to be a completely uncontested Baron buff. Like, we can already see this game is completely in favor of LNG. All they need to do is finish it off. They've got middle lane super minions already marching down, looking to try and catch up to the... try and clash up with the Nexus turrets. You've also got the bottom inhibitor. It has respawned, but it is still exposed, which means they have a good opportunities. We can definitely see on the minimap, they're looking to try and catch up with Maple, push away this top turret, and possibly even make a Flame Horizon happen out of the current situation. Like 29 minutes, they have Mountain Soul, they've got Baron. Now it's a matter of how they're going to be able to finish this off.
Yeah, it sees whether OMG, whether they can fight this. They are getting some good Darkened Blades onto Double X. The Temper Fate will land onto Camille. That's going to be it. Flydre is going to knock up. Got Cold at the moment, but that's going to be it. Hacker trying to go in, trying to find it, but Double X is there with the Hextech Ultimate. Will stopwatch his way out, but the Dawning Shadow will finish him off. Curse and Icon trying to dive and do as much damage as they can, but it's not going to be enough. Do it will take down the Darken. Maple got to get the other kill. The knockup from the Call of the Forge God, and Double X going to get the kill. It's all up onto Icon now. The LeBlanc, can he do it? I don't think he can, and I think this is going to be game right now.
You could definitely tell it's game over. I mean, there's no way that Aphelios will be able to sort of like, win this game on his own. He can't 1v5.
It's not Aphelios, it's LB. It's LeBlanc.
Oh, my screen's sort of blurring out a little bit. It's just like, which one is it? I can't tell.
Well, we can tell. One thing for sure, LNG will claim this victory 30 minutes in.
That was an amazing gameplay, though. Like, you got to hand it to LNG. They had the game in control from start to finish in majority sense. They won every single team fight they had. They had the opportunity of going in for. They took every single objective except for one dragon. That one dragon was the only thing that sort of, set them back a couple of minutes. But it didn't really, like, as we saw, it didn't exactly stop them from being able to close that game away. Like, they took every single herald. No, sorry, they took a couple heralds. They took both Baron buffs. They took all 4 dragons and claimed themselves a nice Mountain Soul, which works really well, especially for someone like Ornn, because of the armor and magic resistance that he sort of accumulates over time with his items, especially when they're upgraded quirky.
Yeah, I know. Jeez. Oh my god. Just looking at the team damage right now, I mean, it was all up on the AD carries. Azure and SLZ both had the highest damage on their teams, followed by the mid laners and then the top laners. But, oh boy, it just felt like the coordination there from LNG was absolutely perfect for them. They were able to, get the fights that they wanted. Meanwhile, OMG, they were just going in pretty much one by one. They weren't coordinating their abilities together. Like you saw in that last team fight, the Temp of Fate going on to Double X right there, but not really having the follow-up.
Well, that's the big problem. We saw in their lineup, they had a catch-out comp. Like Bard, Lee Sin, and LeBlanc specifically. All of them are really good at catching out somebody. Aatrox can do well to sort of like, go into the fray and dish out a lot of damage, as well as sort of like, heal a little bit from how much he's taken out. As we can see in this replay, like this is essentially what really showed that LNG do have a strong advantage, because Curse gets caught out by the Call of the Forge. They're both sitting on the wrong side of the map. They're on the bottom half. Icon can get away freely, but Aatrox, he's a sitting duck essentially as XX come in with a complete one-more combo and helps Ornn set themselves up with a nice kill. And then down bottom, he manages to get away again as well, but it's this time Ornn meets a fatal end, and OMG actually walk away the big victors. And this is, I believe, when they claimed their first dragon, but also in speaking, they also managed to turn this around quite cleanly.
Yeah.
Like, this really goes to show that they had their moments, but those moments were only moments. They didn't add up to anything else, as you can definitely see that, Hacker still gets caught out underneath his own turret, as you see 4 members from LNG finally collide, emerge victorious at that point.
Yeah, and
these fights are just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and this is pretty much where the game was sealed for OMG here. This team fight that they tried to take here, but with just LNG absolutely just knocking up everybody, getting the damage across. It just felt like LNG were firmly in the driver's seat right here.
Oh, just even if they got caught out, they still managed to make the most of a bad situation. That's real. That really shows how well LNG played their lineup this time around. Like, they essentially won the game through champion select. Like, you got Ornn as well mid to late game. You've also got like other champions that don't exactly need to catch out somebody. It's nice to have one champion that's a catch out, but to have like, 2 to 3 and no good frontline engage champions on your team in your lineup, you have to end it within like, the first 15 minutes. Otherwise, you're going to end up like this and essentially just get completely aced off and essentially forfeit the first game over. And since this is a best of 3 series, you can't afford to accumulate this type of stress.
No, especially not. But with looking at both these teams, it is seeing like, that OMG was sort of like all around the place. Like, they were trying to, get in, like, trying to find like the pickouts, like especially we saw the team fight before with Icon catching out Double X, but the responses from LNG were actually pretty decent, were pretty amazing. The immediate TP coming in from Flandre, Azure, backing up, Duan coming in for the support as well, and Megald coming in as well. It just felt like they were able to collapse on any attempt by OMG to try and catch out somebody.
Well, like what we saw in those highlight replays, even if they do, get caught out, they made the best of a bad situation. They were able to make a recovery, regardless what type of situation OMG put them under, and that that really goes to show that even in the early game, they still managed to recover. And since they have champions that scale really well as the game time ticks on, that if they're doing well early, it's only going to make things worse for OMG later. And OMG did not play well to their condition. Having 3 catch champions was possibly the worst idea they could come into with this matchup. And the fact that On made it through ban phase, he was going to get picked up. But it was very interesting that, OMG let this happen. And I'm curious coming into game number 2 whether they're going to, work on these mistakes and try and prepare to sort of, put LNG in their place and bring us to a nice tie-breaking match. Because otherwise, this is going to be a 2-0 sweep. And at the moment, OMG are sitting on a 0-2 circuit at the moment, and that's not exactly going to work well for them if they decide to continue this up. I mean, we are technically 2 weeks in, but they still the times do count. And, the games are not decided in seconds, they're in milliseconds.
As do see, Azure was the MVP here for this game, doing 35% of the team damage, a 5-0-10 KDA, 88.2 kill participation. I mean, that's what you get for having a global ult, I guess. But looking back at that, very well done to Azure, and very well done to LNG to claim the first game of this series. And with that, we are going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with game 2 of this best of 3 series. It is LNG versus OMG. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
现场的选手的画面啊，对吧？然后可能王阿米老师还会调侃一下，谁又换了一个新发型啊？但是没有，我们已经进到了
Welcome back, everybody, to LPL Week 2, Day 1. As we are getting into the second game of our first series of the day, LNG up 1-0 against OMG. And we are getting into Champion Select right now, where we have Pantheon and Ornn banned on the side of OMG. Meanwhile, Yuumi and Aphelios getting banned by LNG.
I gotta say, we're a little bit curious why they decided to ban Aphelios. I mean, he didn't exactly, like, SMLZ did not do, you know, spontaneously well last time with it. That, you know, having it banned away, it's just like, is it really worth it at this point? But it's interesting. We're seeing some nice rinse and repeat bans. Like, you know, Pantheon. I'm loving that we're seeing Ornn taken away this time. So obviously they're being proactive. They've learned from their mistake, and they're going to try, and they're going to tuck him away so they don't have to worry about him coming into game number 2.
Yeah, also, hi, it's Quirky and Reinhard back. I forgot to introduce us once we got back in. We got kind of surprised by Champ Select starting very, very soon. But yeah, that's Senna getting banned, and Sat getting picked up here by Curse. And oh boy, do you feel it? Do you feel the king of fighting coming to help in?
All I'm feeling is a whole bunch of, you know, tree grit and fists flying everywhere. I wonder if we're going to see Lee Sin make another appearance so we can sort of have, like, you know, a revenge boxing match. You know, Lee Sin didn't play well last time, but we might see Set, you know, make a nice recovery this time. As we can see, Ezreal is being hovered. And I got to say, I'm liking these animations coming out for the LPL. Just look at the champions, like, as that box sort of circles around. It's enchanting, Quirky.
Yeah, I love it. Man, I wish I got that for our stuff. But anyway, yeah, Ezreal getting picked up here. Now we have seen Ezreal sort of like moved up the tier a bit, especially now that lethal tempo Ezreal is a thing now.
Hey, it was proved through experimentation earlier on. It does amazingly well since they got rid of Kleptomancy. It makes a lot of sense because, you know, once Ezreal finishes that Manamune and, you know, evolves it into Muramana, imagine the damage output he will get with those extra basic attacks. His passive gives him a good amount of attack speed. Now we'll also see lethal tempo if he plays it out in perfect succession, because it does come under a similar sort of like condition like you see Jax. You know, you got to get the basic attacks off, you got to get the stacks going. As you can see, Lee Sin being picked up again for Hacker, and it looks like Icon's gone for a different trend this time. Once again, we're seeing 3 champions that are all, you know, catch champions, and that's looking a little bit, you know, fierce for me. Like, I'm not exactly liking what OMG are working with at this point.
Yeah, starting to get the catch out again, but looking like LNG want to get their own catch out potential, starting with the LeBlanc pick here. So I don't know. It's both these teams looking like they just either want to pick somebody out. As we are getting into that second ban phase, Kalista getting banned here by LNG. Not going to see that Kalista top, unfortunately.
No, Kalista top lane. Okay, now you're telling me that we want to see a funnel comp coming out. I mean, when you see something unconventional in top lane or even mid lane, whether it's a support or something like that, you know they're going to go with a funnel comp. And it's sort of a huge hit and miss, honestly. But Maple picking up LeBlanc for game number 2. You've got Ezreal as a backline champion. Olaf, that is really good on catching up to a fight if someone else starts it. We could see some very interesting gameplay coming out from LNG in game 2. I mean, they had a very huge, clean sweep in the last 5 minutes. No, sorry, the last 10 minutes of game 1 that we could see something similar coming out in game number 2.
Yeah, as now the ADC pool starting to get pinched here by LNG, taking away the Caitlyn as well. So have to see what OMG decide to ban away here, whether they want to ban away another top laner, like maybe Aatrox, whether they want to, take away the support pool even further by maybe taking out the Tahm Kench. We have to see. Yeah, it is going to be the Tahm Kench ban here from OMG.
Interesting. Very interesting. It would make a better sense, because last time we saw Dwan do amazingly well, being able to catch out Aphelios specifically in a couple of team fights, just being able to sort of just jump right into that backline when someone's getting away. It's just like, surprise, you're not going away. It's just, you're not going anywhere. I'm taking you down, and we're going to completely ace this game away for LNG.
Ooh, Janna going to be coming in here from LNG, and I like it. To be honest, in my solo queue games, I've been playing Janna Swain bot lane, me as the Swain and my duo as Janna. It is a very oppressive lane, I will tell you that right now. But the Misfortune hover here from OMG for SMLZ, going to play that Misfortune. So looking to poke away at that bottom lane, it looks like, especially with the Make It Rain and the bouncing bullets as well. And the Leona getting hovered as well. This is actually looking like to be an impressive bot lane here from OMG once they hit that level 3.
I'm a little bit worried for Dwan, because if that's a Leona support with a Misfortune ADC, an interesting comp. Honestly, I would probably, when you're taking Leona, you would probably want to go with something that can sort of catch up to the fight a little bit more, because she does well to, jump into the fight, but she has no capability for someone to catch up. So, having Misfortune would be great if she has Strut available and active. Otherwise, it could be a bit of mismatch between the two. Whereas, we can see Dwan and...
Is that a Janna top? It is.
I think
it's a Janna top. Oh my god, LNG.
This is going to be a game. This is what I'm looking forward to. I am loving this lineup. Sorry, I got a little bit too excited. This is going to be an interesting match. Just Janna as a top lane for Flandry, going up against Curse as Set. Now, we definitely know Set has a problem going against ranged champions, because they can poke him out like crazy, and he won't be able to get out his true grid in perfect Super Saiyan form as what you normally would go up against a melee champion. But this is really going to be a game for the day.
Oh my god, I'm looking forward to this Janna top. That Set is going to be able to do absolutely nothing. I feel for Curse now. I feel so sorry for him.
I feel for everyone, honestly, because this is amazing.
You thought Soraka top was a thing. Oh boy, you haven't seen Janna top yet. Just max Zephyr all the way. The movement speed as well. I can't talk. It's so good.
I'm curious to see whether it's going to work, because ever since they decided to nerf Soraka and Cerner from going in top lane as like a funnel comp, it's interesting that now we're seeing Janna play there instead. They're always trying to find a new way to invent having a funnel comp. Looking at these lineups, we're seeing a better composition coming out from OMG compared to last game, because they've got catch champions. They've also got some good follow-ups, and they've got a nice burst of damage. Like, if LeBlanc doesn't do well against Zoe, they should be very fearful of that Paddle Star combo, because essentially it's just like, LeBlanc has the Drake. I'm going to make their life bar disappear. Well, it looks like Zoe can physically do that, within a couple seconds, just doing it from Fog of War. as we could definitely see loading out onto the map really quickly, Quirky.
Yeah, I mean, that's tournament client for you. But we are getting ready for our second game of this series. There's OMG on the blue side, LNG on the red, Ajana top. And boy, this is going to be fun as we are starting out with line of scrimmage from both teams. Not looking to, do any cheeky shenanigans. I mean, I was hopefully looking forward to a tornado start.
Hey, if we had to look at where the players are positioned from, like, a football, point of view, it's like they're playing the Great Wall of Human Wards. They're looking at every single entrance to their own jungle from River and making sure that, their opposition doesn't do anything, a little bit sinister. Because like we saw last time, First Blood came out by everybody from OMG just going straight down bottom and, catch out somebody for almost managed to catch out for First Blood, I'm pretty sure. I might be thinking of a different game, actually.
No, that was the second highlight. The first one was with Curse and Hacker getting caught out near the Rift Herald, in between the tier 1 and the wall there, remember?
I'm having trouble remembering at the moment because there's so much happening so quickly that it's like you don't have time to read through your notes. It's just like, when did this happen last time? And looking at these keystones, it's very interesting, like what we've got happening. Like we see some very generic stuff, and we're seeing something different. Like look at Set. He's gone with Fleet Footwork, something you don't commonly take on the champion.
Hey, usually it's the Conqueror. So, and he is giving up the CS to Flandre because he is scared of that range damage coming in from
he's
the
also
Janna
only level
with
1.
Arcane. Yeah,
he's also only level 1, so he can't exactly gap close on a champion like Janna yet, because Janna has that movement speed where it's like, you can try and catch up to me with your Q, but that's not exactly going to do any favors because I have movement speed just to run away from you.
Yeah, and especially if like XX decides to gank, if you can come from behind Flandre, you do get that extra movement speed from the passive, so that will help as Hacker tries to find Maple there, but Maple able to distort out.
I feel like going in against LeBlanc pre-level 6, as Lee said. Hacker had the ambition, but not exactly the ability to follow up. Like, if the Sleepy Trouble did drop, that would have worked. That would have actually worked wonders for them, but it didn't. So obviously, it was fruitless for him to go in on that engage. And not only did he also miss out on getting a free kill, he also exposed himself. Like now they know exactly how to work against it. Olaf completely clearing his side of the map. He's at least 8 CS up. That's a nice solid camp.
Now he's
going towards top.
Yeah, we'll throw out the Undertow to catch up Curse right now. We'll throw down the E as well. The stun there. Curse throwing out the W, trying to go Super Saiyan, but it's not enough. Hacker is here to try and counter. That Sonic Wave does connect, and that's going to be First Blood going over to OMG.
Lee Sin with the delayed entrance claims a nice easy kill. Well done, Hacker. You're able to make that nice recovery. They didn't exactly get the show off in mid lane. And that's going to set Curse forward actually a little bit now. He's actually winning in CS.
Yeah, especially with Hacker there as well to help push Flandre back as well. This will help Curse, try and get further on the set. But that's another thing about LNG's lineup. They don't have as many tanky bruiser champions as OMG. So once they get to that late game and Olaf starts falling off with damage, LeBlanc starts falling off with damage, we may see OMG take us to a game 3 as Redemption, the Redemption W from Zoe, from Icon, able to help clear out that wave and gain some CS up against Maple.
Well, Zoe is that type of champion that, she doesn't exactly fall off anywhere. She just sort of just gets stronger and stronger as the game progresses. Whereas, on the other side of the spectrum, LeBlanc just sort of, she just straight off fall off. So Maple does have a condition, a time restraint he needs to meet in order for things to work. But, looking at the team composition, Flandre on Janna, I feel like, we will see a game 3 coming out because I'm looking at, OMG. They've got a better team composition this time. They've got less catch-out champions, which means they have a bit more, their time restraint is not as restricted as what we saw in game 1, which means we could see them try and flank away game number 2. Like Olaf is a really good jungler, especially with this final comp that strat they're trying to work with. But I just feel as though Lee Sin and Set specifically will help sort of turn the tides around with Leona as their support. you can't go wrong with a composition like this, Quirky. I mean, it's just absolute bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we get to these late game team fights, I'm really looking forward to see how Curse is going to play that set. But Hacker is going to start up that Cloud Drake, games his team some nice ultimate cooldowns for themselves. Maple's going to be coming over to check. Oh, okay, does throw down the wall. Can he steal? Nope, the smite there from Hacker is able to. But Hacker is going to chase down the Ignite there as well as the Distort. And Maple going to claim that solo kill onto Hacker.
I think that'll give a nice little cheeky smile on Maple's face, claiming an easy one like that. Doesn't have to fully commit all the way through. Just gets a few, bursts of damage, pops the electrocute, gets an Ignite already at executable health, and just walks away. It's just like a ticking time bomb, waiting for an easy kill, and that's going to help him verse off against Zoe, because like they now have this nice little Cloud Drake available on the kits, and both mid laners don't profit greatly from this dragon buff. But it will help, mainly LeBlanc a little bit with the, ability clone cooldown.
Yeah, just see Curse playing some good damage. Oh no, Double X may get caught out here by Cold and Hacker. Curse is there to help as well, but Hacker will claim the kill. And Double X, tried to go for some invades, but unfortunately, just Cold and Hacker found him out there.
You can definitely know Cold's having a better time roaming around the map, versing Dwan, because Dwan's essentially just, looking for wards, looking for an opportunity to sort of like, reset this vision score against OMG. Whereas Leona, like Cold has now got an assist under his belt. He's able to sort of help his team get in line a little bit better, and Misfortune is doing amazing versus against Ezreal in the solo lane condition. Like Ezreal has a delayed startup because of the Tira Goddess. He doesn't have a lot of damage in his kit, whereas Misfortune, she's got a BF sword. She has a passive that is effectively acts like a Draven axe, and you pop off like, 2 basic attacks and a single shot. And it just gets worse from there, honestly, Quirky.
Yeah. Now Hacker and Icon trying to get some vision down, trying to see if they can steal this blue buff, but Double X is here, and Maple is not too far away, but it's a 4-man invade. And unless Maple can steal the blue buff here, Icon nice with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Gonna be finding themselves, but Maple is just going to back away, Icon and Hacker into trying to find what they can, but nice invade there from OMG, and they're looking better this game, I will say.
I'm beginning to get even more frightful of Icon's Battlestar. Like, even though the animation can be very deceptive, I feel like it's only going to get worse as the game progresses, because we all know that once you combine the Sleepy Trouble with a Battlestar, it's essentially lights out, and I don't know how to feel, honestly. Like, this champion is absolutely busted when you get the perfect combo out, as Hacker's looking to steal away that red buff.
Yeah, Curse is just, then keeping, like, Double X very, very down on farm. He's already down 2 deaths. He's, like, behind in just this jungle pressure from Hacker.
And hey, we all know 20 CS does equate to a kill, so, in a matter of speaking, he is down 2 deaths, but when you look at the gold accumulation, it's actually a lot closer than what we would suspect. And it looks like they're going to try and claim away an easy Herald. XX does know where they are, but it looks like they're also going to be met in mid lane too.
Yeah. Cold is there to try and help as well. That's what we're cutting out. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will flash out from in the clips as well, catching Duan, but it's not enough. He just survives with the sliver of health there.
It's going to be a very interesting setup from here. Like, Lee Sin has the Herald in his pocket once again. I wonder if Hacker's going to make better use of it this time. They did manage to work it well in their favor last time. They managed to claim away top turret in game 1. And I'm curious whether he's going to lay it out this time in game 2. Because so him and Curse play in almost perfect harmony with one another. Like what we saw when, Set was essentially just, punching off one-on-one against that red buff. And Exis was just down at his, with his Raptors, completely unaware of the fact that his red buff was being taken just seconds away from his position.
Yeah. But Cold is there to help. I mean, he tried to go for Hacker's red buff, but Cold was there to try and help. And also giving that solo XP as well to SMLZ to try and, oppress this bottom lane even further with the damage from Misfortune. Seems to be working out very well Because now SMLZ has got that CS lead. He is getting, fed. He is getting those levels, already hitting level 8 now. Just having a level difference against Azura there.
What I'm curious about from here, quickly, I'm just looking at this menu. I'm looking at the map. I'm looking at the state of, the current snapshot of this game. I'm very curious how they're going to try to work with this Janna in top lane. Because so far, I have not seen any, aggressive position coming out from him. He's been actually more defensive / passive, farming top lane freely instead of helping his team. He hasn't been a part of anything.
Duan getting caught out here with the lance. But is it going to be enough? Azura is there. The knockback onto Hacker. Is it going to be enough? XX will claim the kill, but the bullet time will help Icon kill the cow. And now Maple trying to find something else. Oh, but Curse did use the showstopper onto Flandre. Also going to use the Haymaker, but it's not going to be enough.
The damage output from that Haymaker. Oh my god. The fact that it is true damage is completely lethal. That should be an illegal ability, Quirky. That's just wrong.
Hey, win by any means. That's my motto.
I worry about your motto. Looking at the current state, looking at the fact that he's actually managed to catch up in CS. He's now sitting on 1 assist in top lane. He's also trying to get that first turret plating down. A nice 120 gold bonus for him. He has teleport available, and those for a team are fighting for this mountain dragon. Now, I know it's not exactly going to mean much, and in the kind words of Frostgiren, the first 2 dragon buffs don't really matter too much. It's what comes afterwards that really makes a big difference. But it looks like they're really fighting for it.
Well, XX does secure the dragon. Hacker did try to go in for the steal. Icon did catch out Maple, but Maple was able to get away here. Shelly does get popped up bot lane. But was fighting minions, so won't have that much of effect. But just looking to get that gold over. Curse trying to find Flandre into the diving underneath the tower, but will not find the forecaster there. But Duan trying to find it. The headbutt pulverize not landing there from Duan, but XX will find him thanks to the combined forces of Duan, Maple, and XX. But Icon is going to push in and get those tower platings for himself. And OMG, just slowly suffocating out LNG here, even though LNG are finding a decent amount of picks here.
They are really looking to chip away at whatever gold accumulation they can find, Quirky. OMG did really well using the Herald down bottom, claiming a couple turret plates. Like, it's now sitting just above 1. I don't think they managed to claim that final strike of gold from it. And they almost managed to get away lickety split. Like, XX and Dwan did so well to prevent Lee Sin.
Curse finds the face breaker with the showstopper, but Flandre does dodge the Haymaker as well. And Curse has to dive underneath the tower. Zeph is there, but Maple is following up. Can he get the kill? Will get Curse down. So Maple starting to be that damage dealer here for LNG, but as an assassin, it's not exactly what you need here.
I'm impressed by Flandre's CSing. You're playing on a champion that doesn't exactly have, an exceptional amount of effort. And I think we're beginning to see, the Janna final comp come to light a little bit more fluently. Like, we didn't see any action from her earlier. She didn't help Lisa. She didn't exactly, help Olaf when they were trying to, sort of turn the tides and claim a kill into Curse way earlier into the game. I think it was like 5 minutes in. But being able to sort of hold out as much damage as possible.
Look at that tower play difference.
It's absolutely staggering. Not a single plate coming up from LNG. This game is completely 360'd. It's like a table flip in favor of OMG.
Yeah. I mean, 1,200 gold to none? Whew.
We could definitely tell who the rich people are in this game.
Yeah, the 1%ers, coming in.
The 1%ers. I love it. Absolutely love it. And the gold accumulation between both sides. I'm seeing a nice even stalemate between both sides this time.
I mean, the gold's in favor of OMG at the moment, so... But Rift Herald is back up now. And LNG are starting it up. And LNG, they have been doing very well, focusing on these neutral objectives coming in after, OMG, did get the first Rift Herald, got the first Drake as well, but we may have a fight around this. Cold and SMLZ do get the water pistol to death. Duan's there just in the middle, soaking up all the CC coming in. Hacker will land a Sonic Wave onto him right now, but that is going to be some beef on the menu for OMG, and LNG are backing off right now.
I think Icon won that Paddle Star tournament. Just you see the little ball just bounce back and forth like a rubber band and just ricochet right onto Dwan, and that's going to give him an easy kill. I believe the Herald also got claimed, but no one managed to pop it. I think I'm not catching it out anywhere on the scoreboard at the moment. Oh no, wait! Oh, there it is. It's in top lane.
Yeah, it's in top lane. XX was able to get it and just pop it up top, which did allow them to even up, get their first tower for the game. But already 2 towers down. Oh my god, the damage on the two-head right now. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Can they get it? No, the minions being the saviors for Duan there. But Ragnarok is going to get popped here by XX, but the movement speed is going to be enough for Icon to get away.
See, this is what I'm talking about. That Paddle Star is absolutely lethal. It's really deceptive, and it can do so much damage without you even suspecting. And like what we saw from Dwan, he almost completely made his health bar disappear, and that's not going to bode well considering you're playing a very tanky support champion.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you're like, oh crap, now I have to build tanky.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to actually see a Gargoyle Stoneplate come out from him, because it looks like he's building towards a Righteous Glory, just based on those items. I mean, you do historically see something a little bit different coming out from an Alistair, but he has yet to actually finish a solid item. Like, yeah, he's got Boots of Mobility to roam around, but aside from that, he's just building components and not completing a single item at this point that it's really going to, sort of like, give his team a bit more of a handicap versus Leona that's ineffectively completed that Gargoyle Stoneplate as they claim the second dragon and the first ocean dragon of the map. OMG have this.
Yeah, they were trying to, LNG were trying to go for the steal with the True Shot Barrage, but unfortunately just a bit too late there, and Smite from Hacker does secure it. And it looks like LNG, they were sort of prepared to fight, but they weren't going to be the ones to engage there. They were like, what? If you fight us first, that would be decent. But Curse may have just found it. That damage on the Haymaker right there. Has he found the right one? The Showstopper, the flashing from Maple, but it's not going to be enough. Curse showing us why Set is so OP at the moment.
Why did she decide to go in on that is a question I will never be able to answer.
Both the solo laners here from OMG just doing absolute damage.
I feel like my family jewels just retreated back up into me, and I have to re-go through puberty. Just seeing that damage with the shield as well. Like, I think Flantree used his shield a little bit too late, and just like that was just a huge upset, and that's going to force him back even more. Aside from that single moment, we did see Flantree make perfect use of Janna, like with this funnel comp. I've yet to actually see it again, because we're seeing at least a 4,000 gold difference between the two, and we're at 18 minutes. It's really considerable. Like we saw with the turret plating, that's at least 1,200 gold difference as a startup. And now we're seeing even more with all these objectives being taken away by OMG. And it's almost like, we're seeing a 360. Whoever's on the blue side will essentially achieve a very easy victory for their team.
I mean, is it a correlation maybe? I don't know. Is it both teams drafting very, very poorly? Maybe not. As True Shot Barrage is going to connect with Icon. I think it was trying to connect with Cold and SMLZ as they were in that River Brush, but yeah, still worth it. Do you know where Icon is, I guess?
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory. Whoever's on the blue side will have an easier time being able to achieve a victory. I mean, it does make a bit of a difference which side, you're on for Summoner's Rift, because whoever's on the blue side will be able to sort of get a sneaky shot at Dragon with the help of the explosive seed. And then it's vice versa for Red Team if they want to sneak in a Baron or a Herald. These small hidden factors do begin to accumulate over time, and they can make the big difference. And looking at the current state, I gotta say, LNG don't exactly have a strong leg to stand on. It's like you've got one champion that's good as a catch, then you've got two champions that are good at catching out somebody. Alistair, looking to try and complete that Righteous Glory, could really help sort of bring themselves back into the game a little bit. Ezreal, even though he's gone with this new meta strat with the lethal tempo, I've yet to see it come to light in this current match, but Flandre is going to get caught out by the looks of it.
It does. Maybe they were trying to go for a dive, but XX and Duan are here. Oh, nice knock up from the Tornado. The True Shot Barrage will clear out the minions. And looks like Jana will be safe for now, as OMG are just going to retreat back for now and start setting up that vision around the Baron, which is up. Drake up in a minute 40.
We could definitely, even though they're setting up for this nice little Baron steal, you can definitely see LNG are looking to be just as just as proactive. You've got all 5 members actually sitting in the top half of the map. Set is all the way down bottom. His TP is just about to come off cooldown. But my question is that TP really going to make a difference when it comes off cooldown? Or are they sort of going to set themselves up for an immediate setback if they get caught out by, I guess, Maple or even Dwan with the help of XX to sort of follow up in that team fight?
I mean, I guess so, but imagine if a team fight broke out, Kurtz could immediately join in. That'd be the other thing. I think you got to save it. You got to start setting up that 1-3-1, getting those side lanes into priority, getting them pushed up, and then trying to go for that Baron, As we've seen him every single game of League of Legends that I've casted so far. This year, actually. But anyway, just taking a quick step back and looking at the state of this game. OMG are up 4k gold at the moment, up 1 kill, up 2 turrets. They have got vision around that Baron node, does get clear out, but Curse is coming around here. They may look for the team fight here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will land on Duran. Curse, where is he coming from? But Make It Rain will land on the Azure. Icon tried to poke out as much as he can, and Flandre already down to about a third of his health. No, OMG, they could just get this mid lane priority and, just push it up. But Drake is up. Ultimate being used by Flandre to heal up. And this is going to be the second Ocean Drake going over to LNG, but mid lane priority going over to OMG.
It's interesting they're deciding to give up this dragon buff, all to push down mid lane and get that tier 2 turret. I guess they do. They do have the the feasibility to let it go. They both have 2 dragons now. One side has defensive stats. The other has an ultimate cooldown reduction on top of their current CDs.
Yeah.
But now we're beginning to see the men get separated from the boys. OMG still have a massive positional advantage. They're just under 5,000 in front. They're steadily increasing this gap between one another, and the gold does actually make a big difference at this point because we're seeing more and more items coming out from OMG.
Oh, cold.
Oh, cold.
Okay, cold. Having to burn the flash there to get away. And cold, having to be. Oh my god, that power star damage onto the Ezreal here. Cold. It's Maple just toying with him and not going down, but the Sleepy Trouble Bubble is there. Duan's there to protect from any paddle star, maybe. The knock up, the headbutt is there to make it rain. Duran will go down to the Zoe, and this may be the opening that OMG were looking for, but Icon's finding the clone there, not finding Maple, unfortunately.
Seeing Alistar go down when he's already popped ulti form as well, it really goes to show that that OMG have this damage and positional advantage. LeBlanc did so well catching out Leo, but at the end of the day, that Cold had his team to sort of defend him. And Icon with the paddle star damage, because what is that?
Oh, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but the cleanse is there, but it's also able to just get away, able to.
She's looking to collect the dark stars.
Wake up. Wake up. Yeah. He's able to wake up. Go ahead and put on a little makeup.
I feel like you're trying to create a song out of this.
Yeah. There is a song.
Yeah, it's called Chop Suey.
Yeah.
The old classic song. I love that song. It's still good even today. And I feel like you're sort of heading down that direction. But looking at these team stats, I gotta say, Icon is doing phenomenal for his team. Dwan not doing his team any favors. He's 3-2. And Hacker really being aggressive, taking down Blue Buff, helping his team gain even more of a map pressure based advantage. I'm seeing more blue on this map than I am red when we color both sides as a territorial advantage. And the conversions coming out from OMG staggeringly much better than what we're seeing out from LNG. And LNG need to sort of be a little bit more, I guess, we need to see more vision coming up from them, as well as better decision making, because so far it looks like they're just playing in response.
Well, this may be the decision making here. XX taking the pass out to the face, Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Going to be landing onto Thing as well as the Eclipse. Maple trying to get away, desperately will distort out. But Azure will take down the Leona. This may be a team fight, but Element Z on the back lane right there. And there's Curse! Showing that he's the king of the boxing ring. Going to be coming in. Hacker will take down the cow. And SMLZ getting a double kill onto Double X. Azure trying to jump away as best as he can. Curse getting all the mystic shots there. Just bolting away. Flandre still alive. Nice flash there by Icon to try and get it. Sleepy Palstar will not connect onto Flandre. Does get the shield up onto him. But this might look to be the ace here. Haymaker will land. And that is going to be the 1-for-5 trade. And Baron for OMG.
It's a conspiracy theory, I'll tell you. Whoever's on blue team will always have this magnificent advantage.
I gotta say, just Asura and Maple, what were they thinking? They were really gritty, looking to try and, you know, clean up a couple kills here and there, just throwing out abilities and chipping away at, you know, whatever OMG's health bars were remaining. That did not work well for them because everybody from OMG just boxed them in and converged like no tomorrow. Like this was that bread that they were looking to try and steal away from them. As we could definitely look at, as we have this replay, we could definitely see Olaf takes quite a bit of damage. The Paddle Star is on such a short cooldown. Helps clean away First Blood. Alistair completely disconnected from the group, and you can just see everybody sort of like converge. Curse takes so much damage, but that true grit shield is proving to be too much for them. As we can see, Hacker helping claim down another kill for the team. And this, like, at this point, like, you can definitely see Asura's just looking to try and chip away at whatever he can. And it proved fatal for himself and Maple because they got clean sweeped underneath that bush, just on top of the tier 2 turret in top lane.
Well, now it's looking to be a fight for that third Ocean Drake. Curse maybe getting caught out here. Azure along with Maple. Curse trying to find as much as he can. Has got that true grit. Will land onto Azure, but doesn't do as much damage. Curse is actually going to go down. Azure using the True Shot Barrage. Sleepy Trouble Bubble going onto Maple. Will the sword to try and get out. Durand there for the shield as well, but Hacker does find Double X. Has to use the Ragnarok to get away. Drake still up and available. And it's attacking Durand in the bush. Durand, you know, trying to keep it more aggroed here. Has to use the Hack Splash to get out. Ooh, Sleepy Trouble Bubble just missing. Hacker, can you go in for the steal right now? Drake down to about half. But he does his cure it. Azure does right now, but here comes the team fight. Ultimately coming out from Flandre to keep his team nice and healed up. Cold going in. Icon will take down Double X. Durand disconnected from the fight. Will go down. SMLZ will clean up that fight. Icon, SMLZ and Hacker up for OMG right now. Flandre throwing out the 7 to try and find as much damage as he can. Azure will step forward. Icon trying to find the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Will let her onto his other True Shot Barrage. Finds on the Hacker. Azure so low, but he cleans up SMLG. He gets the double kill onto Lee Sin right there. Icon, what can he do? Curse is back up now. That's how long this team fight has been going and how long I need to take a breath. Azure trying to find it, but the showstopper there from Curse, and Icon will be greedy and kill steal that. Oh boy, what a team fight.
LNG completely turned that around. Not only that, mid lane actually had supers clashing underneath those Nexus turrets. That was an absolute haymaker of a fight. Like, Dwan once again gets caught out. That is definitely undenied. Using the Hex Flash to get over the bush, get out of Dragon Pit, over the bush, was not exactly the smartest thing he could have done because he had Dragon attention from start to finish. The rest of his team were sitting outside the pit looking for an opportunity. We definitely know that OMG did not have any divisional advantage in that fight, but it still worked well in their favor. And like what we could see from the damage charts, just Icon and Hacker really doing well, like 1583% kill participation, and the damage output is just staggering. This is what makes a big difference. Yeah, the replay. You can definitely tell that the bullet time does help. They don't clean the kill up. LeBlanc looking to try and help catch them out. Icon iconically just taking everything he can from them with that paddle star. He does miss out. He does actually catch up with this second, I believe it was the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Doesn't help clean up a kill. I believe like just after this, they do help clean up a kill onto at least one member of their team. But this LeBlanc tries going deep, and then she completely disappears and goes back towards mid lane. Like, that was absolutely amazing. Both sides performed amazingly well, but OMG, you gotta admit, they didn't claim the dragon, but they did claim this positional advantage on the map.
Yeah. I mean, they're already looking to take down this tier 2 top tower. They're trying to push their pressure as well, as much as they can. Baron is up in about minute 53. The Ocean, most importantly, can be up for LNG in about 2 minutes 20. And this is looking to be like we might have a very, very long game on our hands here. And with the amount of damage Azure is putting out at the moment, if he can play positioning very, very well, he may actually just carry this game for LNG.
It's looking like it. We're beginning to see the Janna funnel comp really come to light in this. It's only annoying that LNG had to wait 31 minutes in order for this to sort of, begin to occur. Like, it was a very risky strategy trying to prolong this game as long as possible and sort of, hit their win condition that they're now striving for. But one person they definitely got to look out for is Icon, because that Sleepy Trouble Bottle Paddle Star combo is just absolutely devastating. And Curse, he can take as much damage as possible and they just gain like a nice shield to sort of like, act as a free Steric Gauge. And I could definitely see on his item set, he hasn't built it yet. I'm curious whether he actually will build it, because it could sort of like, help him in another state of mind, instead of just like, relying on that true grit coming out from his Haymaker when he decides to pop it. And, just looking at Ezreal's build comp, because we're seeing Ezreal come to light a lot more now. He's not gone with the lethal tempo comp this time around, which is, interesting in its own respect. Yeah, he's gone Conqueror. So it does take a little bit to build up to get, to achieve that healing portion. But he's got his 3 historical item power spikes, like the Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruined King, that really helps going up against, like, at least Set and Lee Sin, respectively. But then he's also got the completed Muramana, which is really helping his damage portion. And I feel, we're beginning to see the end game begin to appear. And if LNG decide to, play the game out well from here with Dwan connected with their team this time around, instead of being caught out in their backline, they could actually take this away, as we can see OMG sneaking another Baron.
Yeah, they are. And they're trying to do it. You have Icon and Cold, zoning away LNG here. Curse as well. But Curse, he's going to get disconnected from his team. And Azura might get a free kill here, maybe. Where's the two-shot barrage? Oh, it's just going to miss Curse. Able to get away. Baron down to 3.3k. Icon able to take down Azure on the backline. The bullet time and Eclipse is there. Hacker going to take down Flandre. That's going to be second death of the game. TP going to be coming in from Curse. Behind, he's trying to find what he can see. But Maple, you may have just backed in the wrong place there. And Maple will distort back. Throws out the chance to try and slow down Curse. But Cold is there as well. The showstopper as well. But Maple able to get away from the Haymaker. And is he able to get away? Cue the Benny Hill music. But the thing is, LG did stop the Baron. But they're not going to stop the base getting taken right now.
They're going for it. I mean, you've got Double X sitting out there.
Oh,
look at that.
Came up.
The inhibitor respawned, forcing them to sort of retreat, take it down, and reset their positioning. You've still got one more dragon that has respawned, and it looks like we might go to full-on dragons at this point. Like, we see 5 taken down. We're going to see the 6th one. Everybody from OMG is converging on it. This is going to turn the tides. Like, we're seeing LNG make a nice recovery, but is it going to be enough? Because we still got one more dragon to go before we hit Sol. We've also got Baron available as well, and it looks like LNG are going to try and trade off this dragon for this Baron buff.
Yeah, we're going to see the replay here of Icon killing Azure.
Oh, they almost killed him.
Yeah, they almost killed him. True shot barrage, maybe if it had hit, but look at that damage from Icon. And then we saw the follow-up team fight. Flandre getting absolutely deleted with the ultimate combos there. And something about Flandre as well, he did go for the Magi's for his 3rd item.
He does, which is very interesting. Like, he's gone with a very, like, defensive-based strategy. Oh.
Icon. Oh, a nice headbutt away there. And Baron is going to get started up here by Curse. Now, LNG, are they going to respond in kind? What is the play here? Do LNG want to turn and fight here? Well, do they want to risk the 50-50 Baron smite? Baron down. Looks like they're backing off for now. Maybe SMSLZ still has a Curse now, taking over the aggro duties.
They're playing a game of tango. They're just like, you know, they're doing the tango against one another, fighting over this Baron
Maple
buff.
backed. Maple backed. But Baron does get slightly reset, but the ultimate's there. Oh, that's right. The Winions coming in. They have to send somebody back. It's all up to XX now. Baron down to 3.5k. The Tornado there will give vision of how long that Baron is going to be taking, as well as the Axe, 16.8k. Oh, a nice block there from Hacker. And Icon will take down the Baron for OMG. The ensuing fights there. The J will get popped from Hacker, but they may trade out his life there. The Tornado will knock him up. Azure claims the kill. Duran, can he do anything? The headbutt pulverize onto SMLZ. Cole is right there. Can he get the stuns off? It's not going to be able to do it. And Icon, he's just doing so much damage right now. Azure trying to kite back as much as he can. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble will get cleansed off. XX going into golden form right now, but it's not going to be enough. Maple coming onto the backlines right now. It's just him and Azure. The Azure and LeBlanc, can they do anything? But it looks like they're just going to back off and have to concede to OMG, who are now taking over this game.
Well, they've got Baron buff available. They got super minions marching down mid lane. All it comes down to now is just ending it off. Like, you've still got Dragon on respawn for another 2.5 minutes. Everybody is resetting themselves nicely to sort of get ahead even further. It is really unfortunate that Hacker did have to give over his life for them to claim that that Baron buff. But, you know, at the end of the day, he's acting very selfless, and it's working well for OMG. They're making a nice recovery in game number 2 that we might actually see a third game coming out in today's series between these two teams. And, you know, I, for one, am very ecstatic to actually see if they do make it to game 3, because so far we saw LNG sweep away game 1 with, like, you know, a nice flame horizon towards the last 10 minutes. And this time it's sort of working differently, as OMG are actually claiming this around. But we are seeing a 11,000 gold difference between both sides. But it looks like we're beginning to see the Janna funnel comp beginning to come to life. Like, it didn't work well last time because they got caught out a little bit in places, but it is still working. They are still trying to make it work. And Quirky, I like what I'm seeing coming out from LNG. They didn't have an early game strat, but they're more or less working towards this late game. And I'm beginning to feel that they're working towards, you know, this condition that they sort of, you know, had prepped up before they came into game number 2 today.
Yeah, it's definitely working for them at this moment. The Icon on that zone doing so much work for them. But it looks like the siege is here, and it's actually OG. They don't really have that good of a siege comp. Actually, they don't really have a quick way of taking down towers. It should be the same for LNG, but that's a nice 2-man headbutt. Pulverize coming in from Duran, but it's not going to be enough. The bullet time and Cold combining will take down the bot lane of LNG, and this is going to feel like the beginning of the end here. Maple going to be taken down as well, but Icon, importantly, does get shut down, but I think it may be too far too late. It's just Flandre and XX here, and it looks like we are going to be going to the ace match curse, trying to zone out as much as he can, and in 38.5 minutes, OMG will be taking us to game 3.
OMG, where was game number 1? Where were you game number 1? Game number 2 was amazing, but game 1, where were you? It's like they've just had their coffee and they're beginning to feel the caffeine here. Like, you got to give it to OMG for being able to sort of make a nice, amazing recovery. This is beginning to feel like a reverse sweep. Like, LMG had game 1 in their favor, but this time we're seeing, you know, in game 2 that OMG actually decided to turn around instead. And I wonder what we're going to see coming out in game number 3 between these two teams, mainly because both teams are sort of behaving like, you know, the opposites to one another. Like, you know, they have a really good game plan for game 1, and then they fall off in game 2, whereas we're seeing a different story for, you know, the other side of the spectrum, really. So it's really conflictive.
Yeah, wait, I can tell you what's going to happen. LG are going to ban Zoe. They're going to ban Set. I think that's a given now. But LG, they looked as disconcerted there, and they didn't really have the best early game as well. They only, you know, XX got, you know, out jungled by Hacker there because Hacker was taking all his camps, you know, he was trying to, you know, do something, he was able to get the first blood onto double X right there. And just, let's take a look at this graph right now and look at that damage from Icon. 34.7k. Oh my god.
That's what you get for playing Zoe. The paddle star just proves fatal once it begins to build up. And we saw it a couple times. He essentially made health bars disappear. And it got even worse when they had a sleepy trouble bubble on top of them. Like, because I believe we saw a few missed trouble bubbles, but then it sort of like, turned on its face a little bit. And just looking at Set with these, highlight replays, LeBlanc does not stand a chance against him. Just the showstopper really helps, turn the tides of a match. And that wasn't the only time we saw him actually, catch LeBlanc off guard. And just this fight right here, this is where Icon completely just went on top of him. And Set, with his ability to sort of, absorb damage, get that shield, just trying to take on Flandre, force a flash out. Dwan, why are you so deep without your team there helping you? Like, it was hugely questionable. And then just in a fight like this, like the fact that Lee Sin did so well to defend, but Asura, it was essentially Sora versus the rest of OMG. He did well. It's just his rest of his team didn't catch up.
I saw that last one. The two LNG did have like the the engage there, but the ultimates coming in from OMG were absolutely perfectly synced up there. So, I mean, I guess we could see, what LNG were trying to go. They were trying to force the fights, but unfortunately, OMG were way too far forward.
Absolutely, and I think their battle strategy worked out way more strongly in their favor compared to this Jana funnel comp that they decided to go with. It's the first we've seen it since they've decided to nerf Soraka and Sona. It was interesting to see. At times it did work, but overall, going up against Set, how he managed to make it through ban phase this time, it was definitely, something they didn't exactly prepare well for, and I'm hoping that we do see them make a better preparation for it coming into game number 3.
Yeah, well, with that, we'll have to see for that whether LNG can make the adjustments for that, because we are going to be going into an ace map for you, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody in between. And for that, we are going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with Game 3 between OMG and LNG. Don't go anywhere.
Mind's numb outside myself, pulling me down, falling deeper. Mind's numb outside myself. I don't belong, pulling me down. Stand still, tides fading into the darkness. Leave me
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL Week 2, Day 1, as we are getting ready for our ace map of the series between LNG and OMG. I am Quirky, and joining me once again for the final game tonight, for his final game tonight, I should say, is Reinhardt. And boy, I am looking forward to this game 3.
I feel as though I should be looking forward to game 3 as much as you're making eyes at the camera a little bit too much. It's like you're essentially trying to romance the camera a little bit, like, hey, how you doing? As we could definitely see, so far, to catch everybody up, a nice recap. We've got both teams now sitting on 1 win apiece. This is the game for all the marbles. The final barbecue, the final shrimp in the barbecue needed and pretty much contested to sort of solve our hunger. As we see straight off the bat, Yumi and Olaf taken away by LMG in game 3. I don't know how to feel about this. This feels like an Oceania Iron to Platinum based series because they banned away what was overpowered in the previous game or was just something that they don't want to deal with. Ornn made it through game 1. Then we saw Set made it through game 2. This time, I feel as though we're going to see one of them being picked up immediately coming in as we have one more ban on either side. And it's just, I'm just absolutely ecstatic at this, Quirky.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this as well. No Zoe bans, no Set bans yet. So I'm expecting either Zoe to get banned out here, so LG don't have to deal with that again. But it's going to be the Varus again. So taking away that power ADC pick. I have to see what OMG banned, and they're going to ban the center, so kind of have to be going down the ADC tier list here and expecting. Do we see Flandre on Set getting picked up here?
Oh, it'll be very interesting to see if he does pick up Set, or even actually one of the other ADCs, because that was 3 ADCs taken away in this first ban roster. That is abnormal. Normally you would see a lot of top laners as well, actually looking specifically. we haven't seen Akali actually banned away ever since they decided to rework her ulti, the first jump at least. And it looks like we do see they made it through ban phase. Now they've managed to appear on both rosters. Game 3 is going to be a very interesting one, and I am just absolutely jumping out of my chair for this.
I mean, hopefully not, because Ryder Opalcast is not liable for any lawsuits between whether you jump out of your chair and hurt yourself. Just remember that for all you legal folks out there. But the set game picked up here for OMG once again, so it's going to be Curse, and it looks like SMLZ on that misfortune as well. Are we going to see the Ezreal again here for Azura?
Well, I believe we did see we did see Misfortune picked up first last time. And so this time, it would make sense to actually see him picked up in Game 3. And like we saw, Asura was essentially a one-man army going up against everybody that OMG had to offer. And he did considerably. I believe he did the most damage for his team. But he did nothing compared to, Icon playing as Zoe last game. But it looks like LNG have decided to sort of take him away this time and put him on their roster. Like, so far, 2 overpowered picks picked up for LNG, as we could definitely see Kalista being picked up. What the heck is that all about?
I love it.
We're going to see a tanky support. That's all I can say. We're going to see a tanky support, because when Kalista's picked up, we're going to see one of the 3 S tier base supports coming out from this quirk here. It's only our guess as to which one they're going to go for.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to me. I mean, Alistar, Leona, even Braum, just looking at it, if you're not necessarily picking up in that first pick phase, you're going to be, having those kind of supports banned away from you. Like, I'm going to expect the Braum, Alistar are going to be banned away here, Tahm Kench as well, maybe. It is looking to be like, quite a draft coming in from LNG.
Yes, definitely. Java 4 was taken away, so we definitely know they're looking towards these junglers now. I gotta say, Hacker is looking to have a bit more comfortable Game 3, because so far, he has now, officially he has picked Lee Sin 3 times in a row. So it's good that he's playing a one-trick pony all the way through. And I gotta say, we're seeing LeBlanc actually banned away this time around. I would have expected to see Zoe actually put on that ban roster more than anything, because Icon essentially just deleted health bars as we got to the 30-minute mark of the game. That it's just essentially both of us were just absolutely astonished, stunned in our chairs with how much damage a Zoe Paddlestar can do without that trouble bubble.
Yeah, it does seem to be what they are, but it's going to be the J4 and the Camille banned away from OMG, and the Azir being banned away from Icon. So pinching that mid lane pool for Icon definitely seems to be playing here for LNG. I have to see what they pick up here for their support. Well,
we definitely can see that they have yet to pick their support and mid laner for their roster, whereas LNG, they have yet to also... Actually, we're seeing a sort of a similar situation. Both sides have yet to pick up their supports, but instead, we're seeing the jungler have yet to pick up for double X's. Yes, this is a game I'm happy about. I love Diana as a champion, and I'm loving the fact that Icon's picking him up for game number 3. OMG, you're now my favorite.
Man, I'd love new Diana as well. It's just going to be such a great pick, especially possibly into that Zoe maybe, or when we get into those later team fights as well, disrupting the flow of the team here. But it's going to be the Braum picked up here for Duan. So it is looking to be Azure going to be playing that Kalista down bottom lane with the Braum as well. I'm totally not looking up Kalista's abilities to remember the names right now, because it's been that long. But the Rek'Sai being picked up here, definitely I like it for XX. It's kind of that bruisery champion here. He is going to be dealing damage. He's going to be slightly tanky as well. And it's also going to be the Leona for Cold on OMG. So they're going slightly back to that bottom lane that they had in Game 2.
I'm just liking this Diana pick. She's gone from a strong assassin to a very durable, skirmisher, essentially. She does well to survive in prolonged fights, especially once she gets, at least, I believe, the Nash's Tooth. Because that really helps when you proc that Conqueror's build on her. And picking up the teleport, I can expect we're going to see OMG be a little bit more aggressive towards map presence, instead of just, going for those kills, essentially. And going up against someone like a Zoe, I hope to see a nice, like, wombo combo coming out from her all the time, essentially. Like, you get the Crescent Moonblade as well as the dash. I hope to see that in good succession quite a bit, especially after he manages to dodge that Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Because the shield's really going to soak up quite a bit of the paddle start damage. And I, for one, I'm going to be a very proud individual today if I see this Diana played out as effectively well as what we have commonly seen ever since they decided to do her rework. And I would love to wear like my Diana shirt if I wasn't wearing my TSM shirt right now, but I don't have a Diana shirt. So I'm going to go with my second option. As we can see, the champions all lined up and ready to go. As we've got LNG versus OMG 1-for-1. As we're going to be heading into the next, it's the final game actually of this series. And I believe at the moment, LNG do have the slight advantage, but that was because both teams had to go on a hiatus, after this, sudden outbreak with this major virus that's been hitting globally, essentially. And I, for one, am glad to see that LPL has finally managed to make it a re-debut. Both teams are more proactive with this nice little, I guess it was like a nice little extra. Oh my God. Fiddlesticks. Whoa. Fiddlesticks is everywhere. Run for your lives.
Oh boy. Actually, man, I saw that run. Holy crap. That's a cursed image. That's a cursed video right there.
I don't want to go into the woods late at night anymore.
No, neither do I. But we are getting into this final game of this series. Both teams opening up with lines of scrimmage. No little bits of, whatchamacallit, cheese. No, that's a StarCraft term. Level 1 invades. That's what I was looking for. No invades coming in.
They're doing a rinse and repeat. We're seeing the Great Wall of Human Wards again coming from both sides. But Diana's a little bit Icon is a little bit lagged behind. I'm not sure whether he got it from his chair or whether he alt-tabbed or something.
Maybe he did. Maybe it was like, I got to get my playlist right, guys. Got to get that music. I got to get that T-Swift in my life, yo.
I'm loving the setups at the moment. We're seeing 3 Conquerors coming out from OMG. So we're going to see a good amount of prolonged team fights. And I have to highlight this. We're seeing Set with Conqueror this time.
Yay.
I'm loving the fact that we're seeing a different strategy coming out from him. You can understand when you take Fleet Footwork, it's because you're going to be sitting there taking pokes and surviving lane for as long as possible. And as a resourceless champion, works well in his favor. But now we're seeing Conqueror. And I am curious to see, Ornn firstly off against Set in top lane. But mainly, this is just my personal interest, I want to see Diana pop off this game. I am a proud Diana player, and this is something I'm looking for.
I mean, I want to see Kalista pop off because I love Kalista. I think that she's still under-nerfed for this, even though now she's getting competitive play, and that's a lot of damage going on to Azura right now. But the exhaust, as well as the stacks of rain coming across onto Cold, does sort of balance out that health pool a bit. But that's going to be the health pot already consumed onto Azura. So not really what they were looking for there.
It's going to get even more interesting by the looks of how these two bottom laners are going to go out. Like, you've got Braum versus Leona. If Leona gets caught up by Braum's passive, all Kalista needs to do is just kite it. And that's all she wrote, really. And it's just the rest is essentially going to be self-explanatory. And just looking at Diana's, rune set, it looks like she's preparing herself for a bit more of a, she's going to be dropped down to half health throughout a prolonged fight, really. She does well as a skirmisher, and having, the extra last stand passive can bode really well for her in team fights. I'm curious what she's going to pick up as her first item, because there are a few choices she can go with. Taking those paddle star damages as well, just looking at how many paddle stars she's taking to the face is really disrupting. And it looks like Maple might be forced a bit more defensively because she's throwing his abilities out without a care in the world, and he's already sitting at half health, having to pop that corrupting pod. And what the heck is Curse doing?
He's pushing in that lane very fiercely. Maybe he just really wants some gold, man. Pops a haymaker there, but XX will get that bottom skull crab. No, he's going straight for the gank here. Icon has to be careful. Has got the flash up and available, but Icon is playing towards the lane that Hacker is there. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will land. The dive is coming in. The Ignite is going to be enough. And Maple will claim first blood there. Nice gank there by XX.
Why, Icon? You're making me cry. I wanted to see him turn it around. Now he's having to force a teleport just to get back to lane and defend his position. Just XX, well done. but now I'm hating you. I like Diana. I don't want to see her fall.
Bet you're one of those people who cries during Diana's theme when it's played.
Maybe just a little. I'm not gonna deny it, and I'm not gonna acknowledge it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh well, XX is being very, very busy here. He can go for the tunnel here. Can he get the knock up? The Zenith Blade is there to knock up, but Cold is there. XX will claim the kill there, and this is the start LNG were looking for.
100% kill participation coming out from Double X. Well done. Well proactive about him. I think LNG are looking to try and make this a nice reverse game. Like they did amazing in game 1. They clean sweeped it pro 30 minutes. They had a very unfortunate game number 2, and it looks like game number 3, they're looking to try and steal this away completely, as a matter of fact. Like, XX did really well going mid and bottom. We might see him probably try and continue this advantage, or we could see him getting a little bit on the cocky side of things, with having such successful invades.
Yeah. But it does seem to be now. We have quieted down a bit. Hacker hasn't really done too much on this Lee Sin just as yet. Maybe he feels like he needs to get to his level 6 first, especially if he wants to try and gank that mid lane, especially against the Zoe as well. But
he's going to let himself quite a bit if he does, because he's missing out on a lot of ganking potential.
But this might be his first opportunity here. He's going to hide in the bush. Have no vision on him just yet from LNG. The pull back in from Diana there. Maple will get away. XX is there for support. And OMG, that's the best they could do, was force the flash.
Oh, just talk about denying him a kill. Just essentially dangling the meat in front of them and denying him the possibility of getting a nice kill. Like, I think Icon is looking for a revenge suite, but he's not exactly finding it because Double X is really effective at trying to make himself known.
Yeah, he is. Let's take a look at this bottom lane. He is,
actually, we got a nice little. I think we're having a bit of a producer problem. Maybe his cat is walking across the keyboard.
XD. Opal.
Oh. Just look at the damage coming out from Curse. That was just really That is just real tasteful. That is just really distasteful seeing that haymaker come out. And like whoever's caught in the line, they can't defend against it. It's just too much damage.
Yeah, no. I remember when first playing Set. God, that was a thing. But LNG looking for the 2-man, the 3-man invade here, trying to get that blue buff. They're like, you know what? You did this to us in game 2. We're going to do it to you in this game. You're right. Revenge is a dish. Best safe call. Maple will take this from OMG. And LNG, they're looking to be the start of what OMG were looking at last game as well, as they start up this Cloud Drake.
Not only that, Maple is coming online for his team as well. Like, he's playing as Zoe. He's post level 6. He's just going to get even more disastrous. We might see him actually get caught out.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble there. Hacker as well joins in. Maple, nice dodge of the Sonic Wave there. But the attack speed from Icon will be enough to take down Maple. Now Hacker's XXX is in trouble. The kick from Hacker not going to be enough. XX will trade out the kill. But Flandre may have just found Curse. Call the Forge going to be used. Going to be using there to knock up Curse, but the showstopper there, but it's not going to be enough, and Flandre turned that lane around.
Oh, what a clap. Just as soon as you see him pop the ult here, it's just like, all he needs is one clap on the face. And Curse goes down to respawn, and that was just disastrous.
But we're having more action here. Clan's going to be used onto SMLZ. XXX is here as well. Bullet type being used on Azura. Can they get the trade? No, but it is going to be TP, going to be used by Curse here. Azura trying to get away from the leaks as he can. Can he get the kill onto Cole before he dies? Yes, he can. But it's going to be a trade for 2 in this. The Haymaker will connect him to Duan, but it looks like he's going to be able to get away. And boy, what a bloody set of the last 2 minutes.
You got to give huge credit to Curse for popping on the teleport the minute he came off respawn and just jumped down bottom immediately. Just like, I feel like he just like face breaks 2 people into instant kills and give him his fortune the ability to actually make a striking recovery, because she's now sitting on 1-for-1. She's up in CS. She's also sitting on a perfect KDA, versing off against, what you could see essentially on Kalista's side of things. Like, the difference is beginning to show mainly because Miss Fortune has the early game advantage facing up against Kalista. And, you know, if Leona decides to continue up the trait with the help of, like, you know, Hacker and Curse as the game progresses, things could go well in their favor. I mean, we might see a very bewitching game number 3.
Yeah. Wait, is any of them using the bewitching skin? Because that would have been...
Yes, Miss Fortune is.
Nice.
I wanted to be a little bit putty. It's just like, I gotta go a little bit the extra mile.
Well, Maple has found Icon. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is there. The fight around the Swift Tail is kicking off. Who is going to claim it? Diana going too far forward. The Hacker will claim the kill onto XX. But LNG have got the Rift Herald claimed right there. SMLZ now getting caught by the Forge God. Nice flash there by Joanne to try and get the passive. And Azure will claim that kill. So 1-for-1 trade. But Rift Herald going over into the favor of LNG.
You know, just seeing Miss Fortune get taken out by 3 people, disconnected from the entire team, really grinded my gear a little bit. It just stung a little too hard. And that's going to throw Kalista ahead now because she's got 150 gold bounty. She's skyrocketing ahead in CS.
But look at
and
Curse.
She's also got a kill under her belt too.
Yeah, but look at Curse. He is just pushing in that bot lane turret. It's almost down to 1 blade. And he is going to face against Flandre, who has got that Rift Herald. So, you know, it's not going to be the best thing for him. He's trying to get that tower down as far as he can. But taking a look at this replay right here. Oh, taking a look at Curse, you know, just absolutely
That's one clap.
Flandre. One clap.
I want to count the claps coming out from this Ornn. Like, he does well. He's got
2.
a single knock up. Yeah, looking for the 3rd. We're going to see the 3rd. Is he going to go for the hat trick?
Yeah, that's the hat trick right there.
Oh.
And now this is the team fight. Man, Icon did very well to survive there. The Hacker and Cole doing such a good job, you know, zoning away. But unfortunately, that left SMLZ away from his team.
You know, I feel looking at that, like while we were watching that replay, I looked on the minimap and I saw that Curse was just split pushing that entire time. He didn't have teleport available. What was his team thinking going in on that? Like, Diana did well to actually survive that prolonged fight. This is what really makes Diana an effective team player. And go with Proto Belt, you've got the damage output. You've also got the health as well to sustain a little bit of extra damage, especially coming out from someone like Zoe. Like, Maple does a lot of damage with that paddle star. And I believe he worked it in perfect succession with the trouble bubble that I think Diana had a little bit of a nightmare at some point.
You know, I'm pretty sure they're all called nightmares if you get connected by it. Because, you know, you're either going to die or have to force a summon a spell. So, you know.
Either way, you're going to be jumping in your chair.
Yeah, either way, you're going to be jumping out of bed going, and, like, you know, wondering why. But XXX looking for the dive here onto Curse. Are they able to get a knock-up being there from Flandre, but does take a tower shot. Maple is there to assist, but here comes all 4 members of OMG. We may get the elongated team fight here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will land on the ground to make the Mine of Sleep. Blue buff does get claimed by Icon. And do LG want to force a fight here? They do have Maple. Call the Force card being used. Does knock up Cold, but it is the support. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will land on Leona. A nice stopwatch there. But here comes SMLG and Curse. Gonna use the Face Breaker to go onto Dwan. The Fate's Call will keep him safe. And boy, I forgot how much Kalista is much of a team killer. You know,
she's a team player. She did well to pull Braum back into herself and sort of like, you know, avoid any extra bullet time damage. Like, that was really good reactive base timing. But will it work for the rest of this? Because now they're down 1 ulti throughout the... No, actually, they're down 2 ultis for this fight.
Call the Full Squad was used, but this does open up LNG to take this Infernal Drake here. That's going to be it.
Drum roll.
Ocean. It's going to be Ocean for our next Drake.
I was hoping to actually see a fight happen just then.
Icon almost found Flandre, but Flandre having to burn the flash to get away. And that T1 mid tower for OMG is still up and available right now.
Hey, we're sitting at 13 minutes 40 effectively, and no turrets have gone down yet. I am seeing 2, 1, and 4 turret plates remaining from OMG. So LMG have done amazing work this time around to try and, you know, get those extra gold platings, you know, try and build their way towards, you know, game 3 victory and winning this series 2-1. But on the other side of the spectrum, OMG are sort of having the opposite side, you know, of this, you know, table flip this time, because last game they had 1,200 gold from just like taking down turret platings. But this game here, it's sort of like a reverse situation again. It's like, game one side, game two the other, and it's sort of bouncing back and forth between one another, Quirky.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 240 gold difference between those tower platings, and most of them for OMG went onto Curse, so it wasn't evenly spread out for the team there. So might look for Set to try and help use that gold advantage to try and help his team as much as he can. He's already got the Black Cleaver, already got the Merc Treads as well, and might be looking to go towards that Trinity Force soon. Oh, actually, no.
I don't think we'll see it come out from a Trinity Force because he's not that type of champion. We do see it.
Yeah, we do see it. I mean, it's called my solo games, and looks like Curse will get that first tower. So good work for him. Does get the extra gold for his team as well. And now it's only 200 gold. SMLC using the bullet time there. Actually does save the tower just by a tiny bit. Sorry.
Oh, it's still surviving just on the skin of its hair, though. Like, all it needs to do is just push it in and claim an easy one. But, talking about this gold, like we saw, a lot of that gold accumulation has gone over to Set. So the rest of his team is lagging behind versus, a more evenly spread, gold sheet coming out from LNG. And, as we can see, Kalista is still winning the charts. Set is over 1,000 to the nearest team member. Like, Diana is just over 1,000 behind and growing, essentially.
Well, LNG setting up the Death Bush here. But it looks like they'll have no avail. OMG, not going to fall for that.
Oh, at least they'll be able to sleep well tonight instead of incur another nightmare. Like, I can imagine while they're, sleeping in the trouble bubble, they're probably envisioning a giant paddle star slapping them in the face as the rest of the team sort of just watching horror. And, that's like coming to the realization that, hey, we're now stuck in a 4.5 versus 5-man team fight. LNG will have this major advantages. And this is going to be the second Herald they're actually going to clean up this time. It's interesting. They claimed the first Herald, but they didn't clean up the first turret. And now they're going to claim the second. It looks like they might pop a topside just based on, these pings happening around the place.
Yeah, but XX isn't anywhere near here. So, it's just reinforcing Maple in this mid lane, trying to help clear out the wave and get that mid lane priority. But drag it up in about minute 30, so may start to see some activity around there soon. Hacker, trying to clear all the wards there. And Azure looks like just going to take down this tower all by themselves here. And we'll do Icon here to try and clean up, but it's going to be too late, and that's 2 towers over to LNG now.
I'm liking Icon's build set. He's going more defensively. He's making me proud right now. Like I feel like the regular Aussie boy, just proudful of his his local team or whatever.
Yeah.
But seeing Diana play it in this suite, he's doing really well. Like, he's able to survive a lot of damage. He's doing just as much damage, but it looks like XX is catching him out.
Yeah, it does seem to be. But Icon throws up the thumbs up and is like, yeah, no, you can't catch me.
I feel I don't know how to feel about these emotes. Like, they're taunting each other.
I think it's only the basic emotes are allowed.
It would make sense. I mean, if they had the extra emotes, oh man, the amount of flame coming between both sides, I wouldn't be surprised if a fist fight broke out somewhere.
Yeah, they both go to each other's facilities and just have a boxing match. That's how we'll decide any tiebreakers. It's going to be a boxing match. Personally, I'm looking forward to seeing Doingby versus Uzi. Boxing match.
2 iconic Chinese pro players. Now that would be the day. Oh, look at Diana giving, just Hacker giving over a selfless blue buff to him, helping him catch up a bit. And what's going to be even more interesting is we're going to see more proactive action coming up from this Diana, like Protobot as well as on his Hourglass. He's planning to be the engaged player.
Yeah, and it looks like both these teams are looking to get the priority around the Ocean Drake for this first one for the Soul. And Sleepy Trouble Bubble does land onto Curse, but has got that regen to help himself, and plus a plant as well. Of course, the Forge God does land on the Curse, but Icon is going to land straight in Belly Breath to try and stop the Unstoppable right now. Make it rain. It's going to be used. Flandre has to flash over the wall. Azure does get the kill onto Cole. Maple trying to do as much damage as he can. Sleepy Trouble Bubble on to Hacker to try and get away. But Azure's there to kill off the Lee Sin, and SMZ has to run away. And it looks like LNG give up Flandre, but they gain the Drake and 2 kills.
I gotta say, that was really amazing. LNG, we could definitely tell, have this advantage. 2 dragons, going for a third. They've had both heralds. What about this team haven't they done yet in game number 3, Quirky? Because I can't think of anything.
Int is probably the other one. Int is probably that it. But you know, probably like, you know, going for like, yeah, I don't know. What's the other term?
I'm feeling a brain freeze. I'm feeling a brain freeze.
Base
Did you race? Have a Slurpee?
base race, you know, that can be a thing as well. This Riverdale did get popped mid. Does do a lot of damage to that.
That was a lot of damage the Herald took just from a single turret blast. I don't know how to feel. Like Icon, you can definitely tell he's going to begin split pushing now. Like it looks like they're going to do a 1-3-1 as we're looking at this replay. Set taking quite a bit of damage, has a battle start. Sorry, has the sleep trouble bubble, managed to survive quite a bit. We have to watch Lee Sin here because he does get caught out a little bit. Like he catches Zoe off guard with the Q, but Sleepy Trouble catches him off guard in tow. And then you see Kalista claiming an easy kill and tries to goes up against Miss Fortune, but the flash was a little bit redundant at the end of it because he knows he wasn't going to be able to catch him.
Yeah, because he already used the Ren there to try and slow him down, but you try and get all the kills.
In a perfect world, maybe.
In a perfect world, my Panthers wouldn't get stolen, but you know, stuff happens. But taking a step back from this game, LNG taking the driver's seat at the moment, up 3 towers, up 3 kills, up 2k gold. If it was 3k gold, it would be so perfect right now, but you know, one thing they have to mess up with. Okay, now it's about 3k gold. But they are going to be starting.
Kills.
Oh, they may have found Hacker here. XSX or Icon Flandre going to get the dash in. Follow up with the pillar. Not going to get the knock-up already being used.
Get out of there!
Redemption. Icon going to get trapped here. And Flandre will take the kill.
No!
Icon getting caught out there. This may be a sneaky Baron, but there is a ward in that pit. SMLZ is there. Hacker as well. Getting about to his full health. Curse can TP into the pit maybe and cause a bit of a ruckus. I would actually love to see that. But he is walking up. Baron down to about 6.5k right now. Maple zoning out Cold right now. Call the Force God being used. Cold and Curse getting knocked up. Bullet time being used by SMLZ. Flandre taking it all for damage. The showstopper going in. That is amazing damage from Curse. The Haymaker. Curse, what is that damage right now? And OMG, they've turned this game around. Oh my god, and Set, what are you?
He's cursed the enemy team. That's what he's done. He had a really bad early game. He managed to actually play the split push condition. He got the gold accumulation he needed. Look at his item set. He's building to counterplay. He's got the Black Cleaver to try and, reduce the armor from whoever he can. He's also got the Adaptive Helm to sort of diminish extra damage coming out from Maple. He's the perfect champion at this point. And he needs to be banned altogether. The fact that he made it through ban phase is beyond my understanding. I don't know what they were thinking. They should have let Aphelios go through and ban away Set instead. That was just, it was like an opposite-sided situation.
Now, we've got to take a look again and keep your eyes on Curse for this. Call the Forge God. Flandre being too far forward and that let himself up. And look at that damage right there. Oh my god.
WWE League of Legends edition much?
Yeah. From the top rope.
From the top corner, we see Set flying in at 500 kilos and so many weights extra to his pounds. I don't know. I completely lost the plot, but you can definitely tell he's a very strong individual. Just the Vestaya in him helped him pick up a really big goat and just essentially fly them into his own team. The damage output was catastrophic.
Oh, but here we go. May have another team fight here. Cole getting caught out. Oh, sorry, Hacker. No, sorry, Dawn actually getting caught out here. And this, OMG, they overtaking these team fights right now. Double X going down. Zero going down. Dawn may go down, but Maple is there to try and help Hacker go for the blast cone away. And that is 3 for none trade. Curse diving underneath this tier 2 tower to try and get Flandre and LNG. They don't know what to do right now.
What is the set? He's beyond human. No, actually, I have the perfect analogy for him. He is John Wick out for revenge. I kid you not. He has done so much for his team since he finally, converged with them. They're able to take an inhibitor, and they're going to try and take their first dragon of the game and deny the Dragon Soul quirky.
Yeah, man. I mean, Maple is just, sneaking around here, trying to find what he can. May find Hacker. Flandre is there as well. Has got the smite as well on cooldown. Hacker across the wall, trying to find a Sleepy Trouble bubble. They don't know you have smite. Icon will find Maple, and Flandre actually steals it. That's Ocean Soul going over to LNG, but is it going to be enough? Icon has to go golden, so as well as Hacker. Now Flandre will sacrifice his life, but that will be Ocean Soul for LNG, and that may just bring them back into the game.
LNG, raise your flags. Gameplay of the day, or should I say play of the game. He manages to steal away the one thing that they tried so hard to deny. Actually, no, I don't think that would have been a play of the game. Yeah, the TP's going to turn it.
Icon tried to pull an X-Peke, but XX is here to ruin the fun.
Yeah, but they might do it. He's got no mana left. Oh, actually, yeah, he's got no mana left. He's doomed.
Yeah, I'd say he can get out. XX does tunnel forward, will off the Q as well. Can he get the knock-up? Smites down. Doesn't know he's there. Can he get the knock-up? Icon going a bit too slowly. Throws out the other Q. Has got the ultimate as well, so... But... Can it be enough? Icon will throw down the ultimate. Icon will die. And as much as an iconic legend he is, he will die.
I gotta say, that was a very interesting, turn event of the game, really. Like, he managed to, run as far as he could. He got knocked up, but throughout that airborne, he popped a protopole and gained a bit of distance. Like, that was something I was not expecting. And I gotta say, that was very proactive. You gotta admit, that was amazing gameplay from Icon. He teleported underneath turret with Baron and Crusted super minions sitting on top of him. He claimed one turret and then essentially just ran for it. Like, no mana available left, nothing else to hold. He was essentially just he was a seal running from a shark at that point.
Oh, God. But yeah, it does seem to be that could be a win condition for OMG. If they can get, LG into a team fight, Curse or Icon could sneak into, the base and just go for that base trade, especially with Curse being on that set, can pop the True Grit to get damage to tank up even more. And it's it. I'm actually looking forward to that win condition if they try to do it. They tried to do it with Icon, didn't exactly work out, but I'm looking forward to see if Curse can try.
It's amazing how they're still alive in this. 27 minutes, you've got a Dragon Soul up. LNG have claimed 2 Heralds, as well as I didn't even honestly know what else they've claimed at this point. They've done too much to actually keep track of. And all I can really say is they're really trying their hardest to stay alive in this. They've claimed every single Dragon and Herald. Yeah, but look at the state of the game objectives. 3 turrets to 6. That's all I'm going to say at this point.
Yeah. But Baron is going to be up in less than a minute, so we should be looking for both these teams to try and get priority over their side lanes and trying to get the vision down. And both these teams actually do have different ways of taking the Baron, especially with LNG. They do have that second smite with the Ren from Azura, and so OMG, they have to either potentially try and get the perfect steal with the smite from Hacker, or either start the Baron up themselves. That's going to be another thing to look out for.
Just talk about looking out for things. I feel as though that LNG need to be very careful. Lee Sin has your Guardian Angel available in his kit. They've also got 2 forms of Black Cleavers. Leona has a Gargoyle Stoneplate, so we know they're going to try and be proactive coming into this. Compared to Game 1, OMG have really made an astonishing recovery, and it's only getting more disastrous as the game plays out. You got Diana, who's really good to engage, then pop the Zoni's Hourglass. She has the Nash's Tooth, which is really going to hurt them.
And Curse did get Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but was able to get away. And now this game is on a knife edge, because very much the next team fight could potentially decide this game. OMG, they can just give up the Baron because they have mid lane pressure.
Oh, I feel like they've got more than just mid lane pressure. Like, they've got this map under their control. They have the team play advantage, Quirky.
Yeah, they do. And now they can just double back to Baron, clear out all the vision, threaten it. This is really good play here from OMG, using what they have to their advantage.
Oh, I like the fact that they're really forcing LNG into a corner. It's like a prisoner's dilemma. They need to decide whether they need to defend mid lane or try and prevent them from taking Baron. And at that point, they also need to worry about potentially getting aced, because either way, this could mean over within the next 5 minutes if OMG decide to play it out this way. And it looks like we might see our first fight.
We may call the forward squad being used. We'll knock up Cold. Curse taking out a ward for some reason. And Cold's just a primary target here. Curse will get in the knock up. Going back onto Cold. The chasm being used by Duan. Bullet time will zone out LNG right now. But now OMG have to back. Cold is so low. Curse at about 2/3 of its health. Flandre does get the knock up onto Icon. Icon does go golden. The showstopper doesn't actually connect with anybody. The Haymaker does a lot of damage though. And Cold will get the first team kill in this fight. And Zura using his mobility to his best of his advantage. Flandre will take down Icon in the back lane. The Haymaker as well. And it's just a team fight after team fight. Curse going to be the object of XXX's ultimate hit, but SMLZ will take it down, and OMG have won this team fight. That's an ace, and they could end the game right here.
Your new heavyweight champion, OMG, with Curse standing in the corner with a magnificent belt and a trophy on his foot. I don't know. I just decided I wanted to do something spontaneous because that was just amazing gameplay coming out from Curse. He took the damage and dished it back tenfold. He also teleported right in their baseline. You've got every single member on at least 15 seconds cooldown. This is going to be it. Like, they're going to fight for it, but it's too late.
Yeah, Duan trying to buy enough time as he can. Maple is up and ready to go. Duan will sacrifice his life. XX and Flandre going to be up very, very soon. Azura's up, but oh gee, they couldn't finish it. Duan bought the time for them.
Interesting. They decided to opt to take out Braum, as well as now they're going to back off, take the Elder Dragon, and try and clean this game, all the way underneath the floor, really. They, once you get the Elder Dragon, that's a free Pike ultimate, essentially. But it looks like they're going to be trying to contest it, and Hacker preventing him from doing so.
Yeah, it's just very interesting. Well, Elder Drake does go down. Curse, he's in the thick of it. He might go down. He will. Azure will claim that kill. But Elder Drake does go over to OMG. Curse maybe was thinking, once I get that Drake, I can just burst him down. But apparently that was not the case. So 4 members of OMG have got that Elder Drake. Baron's still up, by the way.
Yeah, it is available. Both teams will be opting towards it. We can definitely tell if blue team get it and they get ace, it doesn't matter. It's over. But if OMG get it, it is the game, set, and match point for this game. And the series, actually, is now they're starting it off. We're going to see a next team fight.
Yeah, but no Curse. He's going to be up in 18 seconds. Hacker, Icon actually goes in. Oh, the combination into the bullet time. Azura does go down. So that's one way of taking the Baron. SMLZ will claim Duran. And Hacker will take down Flandre. Now it's all up to Maple and XX to try and take this Baron down.
Clap.
Icon hunting them down.
Clap. No, wanted more claps.
Clap. No claps, but OMG, they're going to push into the base. Cold, he's going to keep the backs going. Curse is up. XX is going to be delayed. It's all up onto Maple. Onto that bottom lane. He can get out into the Baron, but I think that's going to be it. 33 minutes in, and OMG have found their first win of the LPL Spring Split.
Hallelujah, OMG. I can't believe this. They turned it around. It was a reverse sweep. They lost the first game and won the second too. You got to admit, that was amazing gameplay from them. Like, game 1, I think they were still sipping their coffee. But game 2 and 3, they really lightened up. It's almost as if they finally had their caffeine rush.
Yeah, it's like, that first game counted. I thought that was our warm-up game. And they just came back.
Absolutely.
And absolutely smashed it.
You gotta.
Oh boy! Hey, now it's not quirky. Hey, what's up, guys? This is what happens when your bedroom light turns off when you don't have a lamp. But with that, let's take a look at that damage right now. I mean, look at SMLZ. Actually, I thought he wouldn't do that much damage. I thought it'd be Cursed, but SMLZ really had a decent game. He was like, really in the backlines. He had the perfect bullet times for his team as well.
Yeah, like Diana popping in with the complete Lunari, like, exhibition match, like pulling in as many members as possible, popping the Zhonya's hourglass, and allowing Cold and SMLZ to just unload their entire combination into, like, everything that LNG, were sort of stuck in. Worked really well. Looking at these damage stats, I'm really impressed to see Miss Fortune did the most damage for game number 3, like at least 7,000 or almost 7,000 ahead of the nearest contender. But I also like looking at other stats, like, how much gold is accumulated by each individual, turret, how many turrets they managed, how much turrets damage they did. And like, all these others that really do begin to accumulate over time, like Set. Curse did amazing with his split pushing capability. He managed to actually hit his power spike. And at that point, the game was going to work in favor for OMG. And I'm absolutely ecstatic by that, really. Like, we could definitely see in this replay.
Oh, I think that was, the early game. The hacker got Maple for that first. Oh, Blood got traded out, yeah.
I'm really proud. I'm a real proud Diana person right now. Just Icon did amazing in game number 3. He did well in game 2 with, he did well in game 2 as Zoe. And in game number 3, let's just say I'm about ready to go out and celebrate.
Man, I guess. But also, an interesting fact that Dace, one of our beautiful mods, bring up, it's actually the first loss of an Ocean Soul team worldwide.
Well, I don't know how to feel about that, actually.
Yeah,
I feel like you need to go back to the drawing board and sort of reevaluate everything, because they prioritized dragons, which were great, but they didn't prioritize the other extras. Like, just looking at a situation like this, like, yeah, they did well to prioritize, catching out SMLZ, and like, they tried going after Set and taking him out altogether, but you had Icon, everybody else in their team. Like, I'm really looking at Zoe at this point. Like, she did well to deny Lee Sin on taking her out, and just like the help from Callista and Braum to sort of steal everything away.
Oh, here's the team fight. This was a team fight where we're like, you know what, Set may be a bit busted, because look at that damage. Oh, imagine if we followed that in with Icon, bringing everybody together, or even like bring everybody together for that.
I believe I found the perfect song for this. It's called "We're All in This Together."
Oh, God.
Through thick and thin, in this case, LNG came out thin on this one, and it wasn't exactly working well for them. Just these outplays, absolutely amazing. Like, you see LNG have the offensive position. They try as much as they can, but just OMG had everything ready to prevent them from being able to sort of like clean them up. Like I say, at this point, look at the health bars, actually. They're at minimal, and then just Curse with the true grit slam on that haymaker and really cleans up a nice damage bonus kill.
Yeah, and this was pretty much the team fight that sealed the deal for OMG. Just the absolute combination of everybody, Icon bringing everybody into the bullet time to get enough damage.
Just
oh boy,
seeing the Elder Dragon buff completely execute somebody, it's just like clap. Yeah. I wanted to see more claps coming out from them, because it's the animation coming out from it is superb. It is very aesthetically pleasing. I was just annoyed I didn't get to see more of it.
It was, but I guess it's back to the drawing board for LNG. I mean, what are we looking at to improve for them, at least?
Well, honestly, they need to look at their mid to late game combos, because they did well the early game. They need to work on their mid to late game, because we did see from LNG in that last game, they didn't prioritize turrets as much as what we saw from OMG. And they came together early, but they didn't exactly work well with their team compositions. Like, they didn't meet their power spikes as soon as what they did. They didn't make, the most of a bad situation, as well as, like, they didn't have, like, a task list of what their advantages were and what their disadvantages were. They just went straight into it, and they looked for opportunities where they could. They had the perfect mindset, but I don't think they were countering the fact that Set just proves way too much for them. As well as Diana, actually, once she got the Zhonya's hourglass, which, to me is really strong, because she pops the Conqueror really easily, brings them all in together, their ulti, and that's all she wrote with, like, Miss Fortune and Leona coming in and sort of unloading everything they have, and the rest of them are like, wait, where'd Diana go?
Yeah. But yeah, having to keep tabs on multiple tabs on like different champions and when their cooldowns are. That's something I could never do.
No,
but I guess
it's very mechanically challenging. I will definitely agree, Quirky.
But I guess that is going to be it now for us here for the first series. We're going to have a banger of a series up next. It's going to be the world champions, FunPlus Phoenix, versus the current number one team, or one of the number one teams in Jindong Gaming. Have FPX fix up their issues before going into the site, or will Jindong prove that they are the top dogs in this league? Don't go anywhere. We're going to have Counterfeit and Abriz bring you all the action. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
And I know they're just fragments of a world where your absence all I get to see. Take me back to the planet where you and I are still
Another one hits the water, another one calls my name. A daughter has lost her father to the killing game. A city burned down to ashes, memories lost in vain. It's only gonna make us stronger as we heal the pain. Can you hear the sirens? Can you see the enemy line? I feel it coming closer. We're braver than a lion. We're steady in our state of mind, keeping our composure. Battle cry. Can you feel it taking over? Can you feel it taking over? Battle cry. Can you feel it taking over? Can you feel it taking over? Another one breaks the silence, another one shuts the door. We're never gonna be the same as we have been before. A city burned down to ashes, memories lost in vain. It's only gonna make us stronger as we heal the pain. Can you hear the sirens? Can you see the enemy line? I feel it coming closer. We're braver than a lion. We're steady in our state of mind, keeping our composure. Battle cry. Can you feel it taking over? Can you feel it taking over? Battle cry. Can you feel it taking over? Can you feel it taking over?
All right, guys, welcome back to the unofficial English broadcast. My name is Canafit, joined by Ibrius. Thank you to Quirky and Reinhardt for our first series, and we're of course looking forward to RNG Top Esports later on. But now it's time for the World Champions FunPlus Phoenix, finally back with their full Worlds roster to step up to the plate. They're up against JDG, who haven't lost a single game so far, but crucially do not have their top laner Zoom, instead having 705 in the role.
Yeah, and speaking of FPX and top laners in general, it's not so much that they really have been lacking for Gimgoon's presence. Rather, they just wanted to try out Khan, of course, one of the more high-profile acquisitions of this most recent offseason. Where they got that all-star top laner from SK Telecom, who did have a very, very good showing at Worlds 2019, though not quite as good as FPX themselves.
So let's jump out to the bigger picture for a second before we get into the nitty-gritty of the details. Coming into this one, we've got 5 teams currently undefeated in the season. JD Gaming, eStar, Invictus, Top Esports, and Bilibili all have got 2-0 records so far. By the end of today, 2 of those 5 records could easily be broken. I mean, JDG, they've been looking pretty good, but their opponents haven't necessarily been the toughest.
Yeah, I believe the scientific term for that is strength of schedule, as it were, or rather lack thereof, because, yep, this is not the greatest of opponents. That being said, one of their cleanest 2-0s was over OMG, who did upset a middle-of-the-pack team in LNG in our series earlier today. So you can't really count out JDG too much. And even disregarding the LPL, this is a team that came third at Demacia Cup with a dominant performance over everyone they met, bar Royal Never Give Up, who of course went on to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, well, JDG, the summer season was definitely not so kind for them, finishing out in 10th place. Certainly looking back to the previous spring season was a whole heck of a lot better.
Yeah, honestly, looking back at JDG's spring 2019, that miracle run where G2 Caps had a dream, saying, "Look, we're going to meet JDG at the MSI," almost came true. And then in the spring final, of course, they got smashed by Invictus Gaming, and then in summer didn't even make it to playoffs. Had a bit of a roster shuffle, and now coming into 2020, revitalized for the most part.
So, as you mentioned, the top lane is going to be a major part of this. You mentioned Gimgoon coming back in. So for anyone who has gotten more used to seeing Khan play, could you just give us a little bit more of a picture of what we should expect to see differently from FPX now as they're trying to break that losing streak?
So Gimgoon is the premium weak side top laner. You can leave him on an island, you can leave him by himself, and the introduction of Khan to FPX was so that they had another lane to play through, because a lot of FPX's playstyles were very, very binary. It was either play through jungle and have Tian just be super aggressive in tandem with Crisp, or just funnel resources into the bot lane and get LWX to a position where he could carry. At the end of the day, though, introducing a third carry to your lineup is a bit clumsy at times, and I guess this is them just saying, look, we need to go back to our more utility-centric playstyle that did allow us to claim the Summoners Cup.
So on the other side of that top lane, we've got 705. There's briefly been a sub for IG. I believe this will be their first competitive game with JDG as a top laner. I think it's got to be an enormous amount of pressure on them to perform here against the world champions.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that one, whether or not it's because Zoom is just unable to play today, or it's, just trialing out something new. If there ever was a trial by fire for a rookie, however, it would be right up against the reigning world champions.
All right, let's get into the first game, as we've already got the bans coming in for FunPlus. Phoenix taking with Zoe, Elise, and Olaf hitting the jungle pretty hard. We'll have to see what JDG's last ban's going to be, though.
So Olaf is the go-to Chinese jungle ban. It has been for the past year. It remains so to this day. And that's just because the champion has good clear, good dueling, good ganks early on. And that is, this is the region known for having aggressive early game junglers. So taking away these champions that have a lot of influence in the early game is the way forward. Ban on Rek'Sai does promote Lee Sin into being the premium of all the early game junglers left on the table now. So I am intrigued to see if FPX will take that for themselves.
Yeah, we've seen from Kanavi and from Tien doing some pretty impressive stuff. Tien, I think has been having a little bit of a struggle, so I'd like to see as well to have the early priority given across to making sure they have a jungler they're comfortable on. It will be the Lee Sin locked in. We shall see what JDG have to answer.
Yeah, insta-locking that Aphelios here, because hey, you've taken out the center. It really does put a bit of a damper on FPX's bot lane potential, because if you pick an AD carry that can actually hold their own against this Aphelios, for example, the MF or the Varus, it does kind of promote Crisp to hold that AD carry's hand so they can establish some dominance in that lane, and that is just counterintuitive to FPX's playstyle. But that is why I'm a little bit apprehensive towards this MF pick for LWX.
Yeah, we've got the Ornn on the other side of things for their second pick as well. So it's a good investment in the engage and the item upgrade potential. We'll see what we get. If it will be a completed bottom lane, but we head to second ban phase, it will be Braum locked in, the obvious answer to the MF.
Yeah, Braum, of course, can block that bullet time, but as well as that, does give a little bit more kill pressure to JDG's bottom lane. Thinking about it as well, Braum has a winning matchup into every single melee support, and it's those melee engage supports that Crisp has tend to favored in the Nautilus, in the Leona, and that's why you see Yuumi ban. That's why you probably see another range support hit the deck as well, because if you pick a melee into Braum, and it's not Tahm Kench, you're probably going to have a pretty bad time of things.
All right, so we'll see what else goes through. The jungler pool has been hit pretty damn hard. The JDG, their last banner will be down in the support role, taking away the negation power of the Bard. I don't mind that at all.
No, yeah, I definitely do agree with it, and I think that it's a little bit cocky of FPX to A, give away the Ornn here if you want to pick MF, because of course just call her the Forge God when she's trying to bullet time, and B, give away the Braum when you've already given away Ornn, because usually you answer the Ornn with the shield to soak the big ram when it comes straight towards your team. So yeah, already JDG coming out miles ahead in this draft so far.
Yeah, really liking what we're seeing. We know from JDG, with the top laner substitute, they're going to need every advantage they can get coming out of this champ select. Let's see what they've got for us in pick number 4. Of course, Yagao has been a major part of the squad, but that jungle pick, of course, has been neglected up until this point. Kindred coming in.
Yeah, Kindred, of course, being a pocket pick of Kanavi alongside the Nidalee you mentioned in the pregame. There's a lot of flexibility around this pick, but her pathing very, very telegraphed. Essentially, look at your minimap, you see a mark, probably gonna find Kindred there in the foreseeable future. Thinking about the top lane in particular, as you just touched on though, the Ornn loses gracefully into pretty much everyone, while the Aatrox, yeah, he's pretty impressive pre-level 7, but level 7 onwards is when other top laners start to actually manhandling him in lane.
Last two picks coming in. Rakan, the support role, and of course, everybody's favorite, the Rumble last pick.
Everybody's favorite, or my favorite. Yeah, this is a lot of AoE wombo combo coming through from FPX. Mid lane Rumble, of course, not super in vogue anymore, but hey, mid lane Karma coming back into the meta as well. That is quintessential LPL. Usually you see it paired with the Olaf, but of course with that on the ban bench, the Kindred is not a bad thing to hold hands with it, and I think that if you look at the carry threat of JDG, they've said, look, we have a sub-top laner, let him play utility. We'll have Yagao just consistently fish for lane priority because our top laner is not going to get that early on, and then that will facilitate Kanavi to just get ahead on the Kindred if he starts to play around this mid to bot side of the map.
Okay, so talk me through the clash of styles here. So we know, as I said, JDG, they're going to be modifying things from their normal style with a different top laner in there. But FPX, back to what will hopefully be their world's form, their world style. How do these two styles, based on what we've seen, kind of meet together?
So I think it's definitely going to come down to the jungle and support synergy, as it always had done throughout FPX's not quite miracle, but kind of unexpected run through Worlds 2019 for anyone that didn't actively follow the LPL at the time. But that being said, I really do love seeing the Rumble mid. I do think, though, it is going to be the matchup of the junglers and the matchup of the supports. And my main concern for JDG is that Lumao on the Braum, while I mentioned that Braum has a fantastic lane phase, beautiful team fighting, his roaming, very, very underwhelming relative to a lot of the other meta supports.
Well, you mentioned before, if we talk about Lumao compared to Chris, the roaming style certainly seems like the Rakan is something that can get around the map. Do you think that's the right move from FPX to try and build up these map-wide successes rather than trying to win out through the lanes?
I mean, that's always been the name of the game for them. The main thing is that the Misfortune, while she can win against the Aphelios inside of Vacuum, I think the Braum's presence really does make that a little bit of a nightmare, as we are about to just head into game and see how that matchup will go.
All right, can FPX break their losing streak? Can JDG hold on to theirs? Should be tremendous. So you've got the early spread. We have got some JDG movement into jungle. LPX just avoids getting the CC chain set up there. Will be chased out of the jungle, but survives the experience.
Yeah, narrowly escapes getting tagged with that initial Braum Q, and that does put a little bit of a damper on the invade from the side of JDG. But right away, my attention is drawn towards the mid lane. Doin B, what is this build already? Conqueror Rumble is all right, okay. When it first came out, you're like, okay, you can almost instantly stack the true damage. Like, you just need one full rotation plus an auto attack here and there, and you're golden. My main concern, though, is the heal. Like, okay, I guess he's saying, all right, I'm going to get camped here in the mid lane. Let's go for the full utility build. But that means no teleport, insane gank from the Rumble, no answer on the counter roam with the Ignite all in. None of that stuff. Just, yeah, full utility Rumble. Why the hell not?
Yeah, when you mentioned before, for FPX, they've got the potential to pull off the one-bar combo. It certainly feels like that's going to be harder without the teleport to be able to bring those pieces together. As JDG's double invade into the jungle doesn't ultimately get them too much of anything. Canavi going to escape back into their own side of things for now. Note we have got Tian from FPX's side. Looks like we could end up seeing a swap of jungles as the red buff is already claimed by Kanavi's Kindred.
Yeah, vertical jungling, and as I mentioned, should be lane prio fairly heavily for Yagao in this early game. The only reason why Doinby has the advantage in this tether right now is because the Rumble just got a free lane for a bit. Conqueror Rumble, as we mentioned, not spectacular, of course. I mentioned that I like to try it when Conqueror did apply true damage previously. Now it's significantly worse. And actually, it's kind of hard to stack on Rumble into a ranged matchup. And the enemy jungle is ranged, the enemy mid lane is ranged. Maybe if you're hitting Ornn every now and again, but speaking of Rumble, he may be in trouble right now. Doinby.
There is a lockdown from Yagao, but Doinby, yes, scarping out. I think that ward just about catching Kanavi on the way in. So getting away with it lucky for now. Of course, with this vertical jungling coming in, we surely expect to see Kanavi picking up a good amount of those Kindred marks as long as they land on the right side of the jungle. We've got the potential for a bot lane dive, and it's going to be TP in. JDG not wasting any time. Lamau will soak up a lot of damage. Manages to get away just in time. There's a first blood for JDG. Lamau gets out clean as well. Very nice start for our unbeaten squad. But Doinby
Kanavi
inside. Kanavi is already very low. We do have the shield coming back in. Could Doinby be the second victim? And he will be! Kanavi picks up a kill as well. And Chris in trouble. Tien coming in from the side as support. Overstay perhaps for JDG as it's too hard to lock down Tien. Chris walks away from this one. Wow, what a start.
Yeah, did you want a high-octane gameplay? Because there is an incredibly early tower dive. I thought Lumao went a little bit early, and it was very, very telegraphed as to what he was doing. But hey, Rakan, not really a champion at level 2. Misfortune, when she's not actively poking you down with the... with that Q, pretty easy to execute a dive on, and yeah, that was just really, really well played. The TP committed from Yagao. I said that the Karma needed lane prio to get these roams off, but who the hell needs lane prio when you have TP from your tower straight to that bottom lane for the level 3 gank?
That's your instant priority, so that's kills for Kanavi and for Yagao as Tian is trying to get back in to the top jungle. We'll get chased away by Kanavi with Lumao in close support. Tian has to play this one out a little bit careful. We'll take a chunk of damage on the way out, but coming in from the side. The rest of the FPX, Chris does get chewed down. Doinby is going to be able to pour out the damage on the flamethrower. Takes out Kanavi. JDG may have made the misstep here, trying to escape with the unbreakable shield. Yagao is up on full health. Looks like the Mao's going to give themselves up. Not quite a tower dive in return.
Yeah, Lee Sin does have the edge into Kindred in these early skirmishes. Rumble does have the edge when he's over 50 heat, compared to the Karma as well. And of course, even though Braum was doing a lot of work there, Lumao with the onus on the roam, despite being relatively immobile compared to the Rakan. It's not a good scenario for JDG to find themselves in, and that lead that they built up for themselves just disappeared in the blink of an eye.
All of those extra goal coming out from the kill and the assist for Yagao, falling really far behind on CS because of that roam as well. So pretty much tying things up. Well, I say tying things up. FPX with the advantage now, but a lot of that gold on the Lee Sin on Tian right now at least.
So I had my reservations about Doinby's build, and now I'm like, yeah, because he rushed out the tier 2 boots. Because Sork Shoes, beautiful. That is a lot of damage, and hey, why would you go Merc Treads or Ninja Tabi when you're facing mixed damage portfolios? Just go for some straight damage back. But more importantly, the tier 2 boots means you have an easier access to roaming. Because, yeah, as long as you do manage to swing back some semblance of priority in that mid lane, you can reinforce your jungler when he goes to contest these kindred marks.
Speaking of Kanavi, up in the top lane, lurking, hoping to make a move into Gimgoon, but going to be disappointed for the time being. We've got some pretty good setup from 705, who has fallen behind in the CS stakes. Here comes the Forge Gold. Gimgoon scarpering, knowing what's coming. Won't get taken out yet.
Yeah, defensive use of that Aatrox ultimate does mean that he can just kind of swag walk away with the wings popped. That being said, though, good aggressive play, but because Kanavi telegraphed his presence top lane, it does open up an avenue towards this early Cloud Drake for the side of FPX. And hey, I'm a Rumble player. If I was an MF player, if I were an MF player, I'd be pretty damn happy with the fact that we just got a Cloud Drake, because hey, every little bit of cooldown reduction on our big Wombo combo ultimates does go a long way.
Yeah, just opening up that window just a little bit greater for FPX to make those big, massive plays. Down in the bottom lane, it's been pretty even. We've got another attempt, though, from JDG to try and catch out the relatively immobile Doinby. Has not got any summoners in the mid lane, but Kanavi decides not to pull the trigger, at least for now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a precarious situation to actually try to even execute on a 2v1 versus the Rumble. That being said, they also had no vision of Tian either, so just very respectful play coming through from JDG.
There's the equalizer. Oh, tower dive onto Yagao. Gets taken out. Tian soaks the shots, does not fall down. And Kanavi too far away to intervene.
That was incredibly close. And yeah, that was really, really well executed. Good damage coming through from the Rumble. Good damage coming through from the Lee Sin, who, by the way, had 3 kills up until this point of FPX's then 3. Like, he had all their kills leading up to that. And a completed jungle item. The biggest difference in this game right now, gonna be in those junglers that we did mention heading into this game.
Yeah, I'm loving seeing Tian and making use of this early strength and trying to pass it off the other teammates. Doinby, very happy right now, has supplemented those Sorcerer's Boots with a blasting one as well. We saw how devastating the equalizer even was at this stage, as Kanavi starting to get some of the map, which was so open to them before, shut off by this newfound FunPlus strength.
Right, so Blasting Wand Amp Tome probably going to be building towards the Leandries immediately for the Rumble. Could also go Morellonomicon, because Karma, while she is kind of half a champion when she isn't actively pushing the wave, she still has a significant amount of healing in her kit. But it's Doinby, so if he goes for Rylai's, I wouldn't be surprised, even if I would be very, very disappointed. So I guess only time will tell what this Rumble does end up building those pretty vanilla components into.
Right now, Yagao's much more conservative on that front, picking up some early magic resist as well. A nod to how much Doinby is going to be able to really cause a nightmare for them right now. We have got a bit of a movement, though, map-wise, from JDG. It looks like their bottom lane might be making the long walk up towards the Herald and potentially even the top lane to try and get ahead of FunPlus.
Yeah, this is the trademark 8-minute swap from your bot lane towards the top lane, just to secure the Herald, of course. The fact no Drake is on the board yet does also make that a little bit more appealing for both these teams to take.
705 flashes away and gets helped away a little bit further by the kick from Tian, which means that we've got very good position here for JDG to make the Herald theirs. We have got the surround from FunPlus, but they decide not to commit in for it. Nice pickup there, and with lots of plates still on the menu for JDG to make up the gold deficit.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I do agree with the fact that that is a nice scenario for JDG to be in, but FPX kind of just funneled themselves into that to begin with that fumbled gank top. And yeah, late rotation from your bot lane. No real avenue into the fight because Rakan not 6 yet either. Your engage is basically the Lee Sin kick in that scenario, and using it to help the onto safety. Not really the greatest of looks for our MVP of the World Finals jungler.
Yeah, I mean, for 705, gotta give a little bit of credit there as well. I have to think they've got to see the kick coming from a mile away to make sure that gank goes through. So I've got a lot of appreciation for them making this decision to flash there, and hope that was the way the cards fell. Ultimately, I think 705, while still behind that top lane, has started to build themselves up to that ludicrously tanky presence the Ornn is always threatening to be.
I mean, he's building like 3 items at once, but okay, why wouldn't you? Sure. Still gonna wait to ramp up on that, of course. Sunfire being the most cost-efficient Ornn upgrade in the game. My main concern is the fact that JDG, they have the Herald, sure, but the only ones that they really want to accelerate the gold on heavily are the Kindred and the Aphelios, because these are your carries come the later team fights. These are the ones that do outscale their counterparts pretty heavily. And then that's why I think that it's going to be very telegraphed that JDG will play towards the bottom half of the map right now. So I'm intrigued to see what FPX takes in terms of a countermeasure.
We've got Mountain Drake coming in momentarily. And yes, right now, FunPlus and JDG's bottom lanes have been pretty much even with each other. Kanavi, I think, is going to get spotted out. We've got the TP coming in, so it looks like a major commit from JDG down towards the bottom lane. We have got the collapse coming in. Both top laners without TP. This will be a 4v4 fight. FPX very much seem to be up for it. They're waiting for a second. We haven't got LWX here. Trying to go for the steal doesn't happen ultimately. FPX, they're there, but they're not fighting.
So the Rumble used his equalizer mid 1 minute ago to get what felt like a free reset into the Karma, but of course that teleport from Yagao did mean that it wasn't free after all. As well as that, LWX used the bullet time to clear out the wave bot lane. So yeah, these big teamfight ultimates got used to just get nicer recalls in exchange for a Mountain Drake, which is absolutely fine, as long as they don't give away 3 oceans as a result of this.
Yeah, I mean, I do like it from JDG, to take advantage of this timing opportunity. You mentioned before, Doinby going for the heal rather than the TP, so limiting those kind of options for FunPlus. 705, though, walks right into the control ward, almost walks right into TN as well. We've got Crisp just off to the side. This feels like it should maybe have been a top lane that was about to blow up in favor of FPX, but maybe not anymore.
I implore you, Counterfeit, tell me, why are all the top laners the ones with the 3 number names in China? 369, 957, 705. It's all good stuff. But speaking of top lane, top side gonna be the point of contention right now. Red buff may be contested.
There we go. So it may not be a top lane dive, but at least FPX got something out of the deal. The Lee Sin's legendary stealing power coming into good effect there. Kanavi will just have to make do with farming for the time being. The 80 carries left in the bottom lane to fend for themselves. Notable that we've got an almost complete cull for Loken there, even though they've fallen behind in CS. As FPX, I think they're about to try and make the dive. Loken sensing it coming, Scarpa's quick like.
I mean, this is the story of every 80 carry's life when your support goes for a bit of a roam every now and again. Pretty interesting that we've just seen the Herald pop mid, actually, because that should be 2 guaranteed. Well, that is 2 guaranteed plates. Going to go over to Kanavi, accelerate that Kindred just a little bit, but it does open up other avenues on the map for FPX to respond. You see a lot of pressure topside for Gimgoon, bot lane now shaking hands, kind of meeting in the middle as well, while JDG have to go for a reset. And yeah, that was basically the let's get down the Herald before turret plates dissipate in 5 seconds time.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I would have definitely preferred if we could have maybe seen JDG spending a little bit more time on that mid turret, but ultimately was not to be. Doinby arriving in time with TN in close support. So we have got a Kindred mark with time for it to be taken if JDG's Kanavi can find the way across to the far left-hand side of the map. But for now, we've got a top lane that's basically reset itself, almost equal on CS entirely. So all credit to 705 against Gimgoon, doing a lot better than I think we expected coming into this series.
Yeah, and speaking of 705, because this Rumble went for Morella Nomicon first, once this Ornn decides to complete one of the 3 items he's building at once, he will become nigh unkillable for a pretty good period of time, and just scale up into that big, beefy tank that can't be threatened at all by FPX's comp, unless they really do turn on the pressure right now. It felt like it's been fast-paced, high-action game so far, but it just needs to accelerate even more if they're gonna come out ahead come the mid to late game.
Well, it feels like for SPX, they did so well off of the back of tier, and you can see those 3 kills. But they've been those 3 kills for quite a while now, with FPX not being able to find anything conclusive as of yet, and also giving over that Mountain Drake. As you mentioned, Ocean now going to be a concern in a minute and a half away. JDG, they're already starting to build up some presence down there.
Yeah, looking at the map right now, all of the vision on the top side is dictated towards the side of FPX. To their credit, they have a lot going for them in the bottom half of the map as well, but that's mostly because Rakan completed his upgrade on his Relic Shield before the Braum, so Crisp does have that innate vision advantage over Lumao, plus Lee Sin wards a lot for a jungler, all of that. But speaking of top side, yeah, FPX had full control of it, but this Ornn doesn't take that much damage.
Yeah, apparently 705, not quite the unkillable beast they will be later on. So that's going to be a move in on the Rift Herald and a move in on the first tower as well for FPX. Their objective control returns. It looks like they might have to give up Ocean Drake, but it's 35 seconds away. They may not even have to do that.
Imagine if this Ornn had completed his Sunfire or his Thornmail instead of saying, look, I need the Catalyst on top of all that. But yeah, I think he was pretty doomed either way. Credit to Doinby for actually getting that roam off. I really like seeing Rumble just influence the side lanes every time his Equalizer is up. But right now, we're not looking at side lanes. We're looking right mid as that Herald is popped for the first tower. Second tower.
Yeah, well, it's 2 towers down for JDG, and the all-important mid tower just as the Ocean Drake is coming up. FPX may have found their way to get their feet back on the gas pedal once again to start accelerating this game. We have got 705 hoofing it down towards the Ocean Drake. Try and get this one started up. JDG, they're going to go for it here. The Forge God is ready. Gimgoon at the back of the fight. Will we see the commit in? Tier's going to join them. It's a very busy Dragon Pit. I don't know who's going to try and finish this one. It goes across ultimately to JDG. Tier goes down low as well. Kanavi trying to escape at the back. Nice triple knockup. But on the front, 705 is disrupting everything. Kanavi manages to drop down the Lambs Respite, stops 705 from falling down. There's the wombo combo. Knockup does come through. Now able to back off and make it a trade of a kill for a Drake.
Okay, that Equalizer was awful. It did just land onto Lumao, but you saw the perfect layering just raining down that cascade of bullet time over the Kindred ultimate. And the thing about the Kindred ultimate is that it promotes the team to just group in this circle of death, or rather not death. And that is just lining up the perfect Misfortune ultimate anytime the Braum shield is down for LWX.
Yes, it seems like a bit of a poison chalice. So take a look once again.
This Equalizer was so bad. This Equalizer was legit terrible. It hit Lumao for like half a second. Imagine if it came out through here. That would have been 4-man. Easy team fight win. Credit 705 for doing Ornn things, I guess. But yeah, so this bullet time was beautiful. This bullet time legit saved that. Plus, stopwatch when you've got the Braum shield up is super broken against MF, by the way, but he's used it now, so won't be seeing that one again. Yeah, it was cool. I like the way they played that out, to be honest, even if FPX did come out ahead massively. The Equalizer, quite bad, but you're seeing just how easy it is for FPX to come out ahead in these team fights, as long as they're hitting 1, 2, 3 of their 5 pretty devastating ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, I guess against any other team who weren't able to escape out of the Dragon Pit in such a way, that would have been a pretty devastating Equalizer, cutting it off the entrance, but we have got a game with a lot of dashes, a lot of way to get across the walls on both sides, as we've got a push coming in from FunPlus. They're bringing resources to bear on this top tier 2.
Yeah, top tier 2 not really that appealing of an objective to take right now, because hey, you're running with a melee mid jungle duo, and getting close to the Karma is an intimidating prospect in and of itself, especially when you have no vision of the rest of JDG. Top side, though, gonna be the point of contention, and it's not because of that tower, rather it's because the Baron is gonna come up in the next 35 seconds, and then we should really see the crazy team fights come through from both of these guys.
So if you're on the side of JDG, you've had a taste of what FunPlus can put out here, how devastating they can be. Even in a sort of half-botched team fight, they can still be really devastating. How do you work around and stop yourself getting back into that situation where it can all go so horribly wrong with just half of their effective firepower?
You play Protect the Loken, whether that's with the Karma shields, whether that's with the Braum shield, whether that's with the Kindred ult, whether that's with the Ornn ult. All of these great peel tools can help facilitate the hyper carry that is Aphelios later on. Unfortunately, for the foreseeable future, Aphelios basically half a champion right now because he had a nightmare of a lane phase. He hasn't transitioned fantastically, just currently sat on a single Essence Reaver plus what will eventually be an Infedge. And honestly, I don't see a way in which JDG wins a team fight in the next 5 minutes or so without FPX messing it up horribly.
So yeah, we'll see how well JDG can hold on. Right now, Loken just hanging out in the mid lane. We'll be getting, the support of JDG spread around. We have got a 4th Elemental Drake, another Ocean coming out. Of course, Oceans for the time being. JDG, I think a little lucky to steal away that last one, especially with TN there, even if the following team fight didn't necessarily go amazing.
Yeah, genuinely, and perhaps the most surprising thing is that we're seeing both of these teams kind of unfettered by the fact that last time we saw them play on stage, it was quite some time ago. Qiyana jungle was still like the highest priority pick in the entire league, that kind of thing. And even though it's been a while, you're seeing them come out the gate swinging with these aggressive TPs, rotations, all of that. And you're still seeing FPX default to the fact they have superior team fighting relative to pretty much anyone else in the world right now.
We get a good illustration there with the 4K advantage goal-wise. Gimgoon, Doinby, and LWX, the 3 richest players in the game right now. We can see Loken, you mentioned before, trying to be built up as a carry, and only the 4th amount of gold in the game, even if that's the highest on JDG.
Yeah, just not a great look for the side of JDG if they want to try to trade blows with an MF Rumble Lee Sin comp in the early to mid game. Like, this is premier level 11 team fighting, but anytime past like the 25-minute mark, JDG will start to just maintain a little bit of a lead for themselves and continue to grow that as long as they're not throwing too many fights. Pretty free Drake here as JDG are like, all right, let's get some deep vision top in case they try and sneak the Baron. But FPX have a very, very lit up map, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be very clean. FPX just takes the second Drake, tying us up. 1 Ocean Drake at +1 apiece. So we're still going to have plenty more Oceans knocking around for the time being. JDG, they're holding their ground for now. You mentioned the Infinity Edge for Loken, still a little way off, has been completed, but LWX's misfortune. Those ults are really going to hurt.
Yeah, genuinely gonna put a bit of a, just a huge do not come this way Stein in front of JDG if they want to make any sort of diversion towards this Baron pit, because as I mentioned, for the foreseeable future, these 5v5 skirmishes are actually pretty damn scary. It's a daunting prospect for JDG to take any sort of fight here, and that's why you see them immediately just disengage from any equal number fight.
Yeah, I think JDG trying to go after the Kindred stack, or at least force it off of the Gromp there. Ultimately, couldn't take it away as Kanavi will be pushed back. So some motivation for JDG to try and keep presence out on the map, to keep that Kindred rolling. As we have got some item upgrades coming in from the Ornn. Has got the Black Cleaver upgraded, as well as the Abyssal Mask. So JDG feeling a little bit richer than they might be otherwise. Doinby, though, I think he's about to face check into a whole world of trouble. Flashes away. Equalizer comes out. Tian comes in. Try and make the save. Doinby is taken to pieces. Tian gets across the wall as the TP comes through. There's a catch onto LWX. Flashes across the wall. Blown to pieces. Chris tries to come in for the save. We can only look on, and has FPX just given the Baron to JDG.
Yeah, and I said that FPX would come out ahead in a 5v5, but when you pick off these key members, how can they respond? There's no stopwatch for the Rumble. There's nothing the MF can do once she's locked down. And JDG, they come out ahead of that fight, and they may very well snowball that into a Baron take here as Kanavi actually leaves the Baron pit. I don't know if this was the best idea, but hey, why not?
Well, if FPX has gone behind the Baron pit and you've got the numbers advantage while still maintaining aggro on the Baron, there we go, it's been dropped now. But Kanavi chasing down Tian, who's trying to get away. Is the one being marked. Kanavi says, if you're going to steal my Grump, I'll just take you instead. 705 coming from the side, making sure there's no kind of shenanigans. The kit comes through. Tian will get taken down. There's the revenge. Kanavi also starting to scale up.
Yeah, Tian with the fancy feet there, but it did not pay dividends for him. You saw Kanavi with the cleanup, Kanavi with a couple of marks, and typically you want to see Kindred's hit the 4 mark around 20 minutes, because that means she can team fight with the increased range. Now just cresting that thanks to that cleanup, and the game should get 10 times easier for JDG to actually execute their team's win condition.
I love seeing the picks coming through here from JDG as well. And yeah, just using the Baron to force out even more play while FPX were at disadvantage.
Kind of unlucky that the misfortune flashed directly into the Call of the Forge God, but hey, who am I to judge? We've all done worse than that, let me tell you. Really obnoxious to get away from the Braum if you're tagged with the Q, the Karma if you're tagged with the W, or the Ornn just in general. So yeah, my heart goes out to LWX, but that was a beautiful team fight execution from the side of JDG off of one pick onto a very greedy Rumble.
Yeah, I suppose this is a big disadvantage, isn't it? When you've got an AD carry, while you've got TN who's been hopping around extremely mobile, LWX stunning themselves in place when throwing down that bullet time, making themselves just generally very vulnerable as a low mobility AD carry. I like that JDG, they're looking for these opportunities and they're instantly executing them as soon as they're presenting themselves.
I mean, my other issue with FPX right now is the fact we've seen time and time again Crisp pull off these like 5-man highlight reel worthy ultimates on the Rakan, just the quickness into the back line, into the front line, charm everybody up, knock everybody up, but it's after his carries are dead or having already commit their big ultimates that like to follow up on that.
No, you're right. I mean, we've seen some incredibly nice knockups. I mean, that fight down by the Dragon Pit so long ago now just had multiple really nice chains of CC going forward. But since then, without the correct setup for FPX, doesn't seem like they're beginning to pull together that wombo combo, which has worked so well for them before. Still, though, the Baron is up. We have got another Drake, so there's still more reasons for JDG to put themselves into a position to be womboed.
Speaking of Baron, though, the thing with Misfortune comps is that because a lot of her power is tied around her passive from changing targets that she's hitting, and her ultimate, which is of course good for AoE teamfight scenarios, she's actually not got that much single target DPS if she's just stuck to one target, and that means her objective take is severely hampered relative to a lot of the other meta AD carries. Except Senna, who is, of course, literally the worst at taking Baron in the game. But yeah, that does mean that FPX's Baron take actually not all that great. So if it comes down to who can rush the Baron faster, definitely the comp with the Kindred and the Aphelios.
So it's a trade of Ocean Drake for FPX in exchange for JDG getting Baron Vision. Seems like a pretty okay trade for FPX, given that they've been willing to work their way around the back of the Baron pit, given half the opportunity. Both teams stacking up with Gimgoon off to the side. This could get nasty as the mid tower has to be given up. The numbers advantages lie with JDG right now. Gimgoon is coming, but they are late to the party.
By the way, upgraded Rabadon's Death Crown on Yagao right now means that the Empowered Karma Shield is literally shielding for half of the Kindred and Aphelios' health. It's like a small amount of Braum's health, like literally like an 1/8 or something, but still, it's going to be pretty cool to see when that does start to roll around and actually influence these fights.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big weakness for the Aphelios, having that low health pool, but the complete opposite for 705 with the 2 completed and upgraded items now, as well as the Bramble Vest. That Ornn is starting to be able to completely ignore Gimgoon's damage. He's got the Black Cleaver, but also the Death Dance. Not enough as of yet to punch through 705's tough hide.
Yeah, 705 just going to ramp up more and more in terms of relevancy when it comes to getting those big tank items. Of course, just augmenting the rest of his team while he's at it as well. So yeah, this guy, it's not like Rumble and MF were like the late game hyper carries anyway. So it's going to become a more and more daunting prospect the longer this game goes on. However, FPX, they can look towards Ocean Soul to kind of match that sustain of the Karma plus the Ornn combo. And I really think that if that does go over to them, it will present an issue for JDG. Think about the fact that if JDG take a Baron for Ocean Drake trade, that Ocean Soul could very well just snowball FPX's wombo combo teamfight to complete like disaster for JDG. It's really difficult to fight them right now, even if you are arguably coming out ahead. And that's just going to become even more difficult as long as you do take these strict 5v5s.
Yeah, I mean, JDG, they gave up that last Ocean Drake in exchange for Vision, which is, I think, just about holding on. As, again, they're kind of trying to turn the game to be focused around this Baron pit. We can see there's still a cheeky ward, and now 2 and 3 coming in from FPX. So hard to maintain that Vision blackout for JDG, and now they haven't gotten any of it.
It's kind of sad, actually, because this Lee Sin, he was 3-0 before the 10-minute mark, and since then he's picked up 2 assists, and we haven't actually seen all that much come through from the first picked jungler of the side of FPX. And Tian, yeah, while he is insane, he made a couple of cool plays here and there. He made that one blunder top that's kind of set the pace for the rest of FPX's game so far. I do want to consider, do FPX adapt in their draft in the future game if they do not come out ahead here, which is a legit possibility, considering that JDG, despite the deficiency they found themselves in, have actually scaled up to a fairly formidable mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, I fully expected to see some form of intimidation coming out here, going up against the world champions from JDG, but so far they seem to have really stuck to their guns, and they've, they're even trying to really push against FPX. In this case, managing to buy the space to get that Baron Vision once again. So you mentioned for FPX, their Baron take, not maybe amazing, though we've got the Lee Sin steal, of course. For JDG, they may not have to worry about the Baron as they're going to get engaged onto. There's a Rakan into the backline. Lamau is going to soak up some of the damage of full onto the equalizer. Crisp manages to escape out as 705. Is not a tanky enough on to be able to survive. JDG, they have to run away, losing 2-0 and opening up the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
And that fight was split admirably. You saw Braum just get picked off by himself, Ornn get picked off by himself. Where were the carries? They were just getting AoE down. They're still alive now, but what can they do?
Kanavi is pouring out the damage. The shield does come in. Gets the hit onto the Aatrox. Landry Spike comes down. Everyone's low health. Kanavi will get that shield, though. Blown up by LWX. He's flashing in. Can we see Yagao clean up? No. It's a bloodbath, but ultimately, FPX come out ahead.
That was actually pretty close. Credit to JDG's carries there. They actually managed to make that look a lot more convincing than I had kind of expected heading into that fight. That being said, they did stop the Baron, so it's not necessarily a win-win. Rather, it is just, yeah, it's fine. This was just complete split. This was Crisp going crazy on the Rakan. Somewhat okay equalizer. Good bullet time just meant that there was like a no man's land for the carries to actually get involved in that fight. And then by the time the fight actually played out, the carries weren't actively damaging. You had the tanks just get shredded, that kind of thing. Baron and Red Buff together just knocked down Gimgoon on the tail end of this, and that was just sad, but hey, it happens. And a big 4-3-4 crit, which is literally like 25% of this Kindred's health, comes through to really ruin Kanavi's day.
Okay, so while FunPlus Phoenix, they stay ahead for the time being, they have got those 3 oceans and the cloud, so they're looking at pretty good right now as the game goes on. But I'm kind of wondering, how much these really, really high damage output players, Kanavi and Loken, will be able to do, just given a little bit more time as we're coming close to 35 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the weakness from FPX's comp is that they don't actually have that much lockdown / strict CC outside of the Rakan plus the Lee Sin ult. So the fact that they just have more, like, sustain to reinforce their insane amounts of damage. Speaking of insane amounts of damage, Gimgoon?
Loken is going to be focused on the backside. Gimgoon forced away for now. Kanavi is going to stay alive for a while. The Lazarus Spike catching Crisp just on the tail end. Coming as well as LWX, he gets blown up as well by the Kindred. Now Gimgoon thought they were the one aggressing into the backline. Instead, it's all been turned around. Gimgoon now taking the 3 versus 4. The 4 versus 1. It's going to be chased right into the mid lane. JDG win out the team fight huge, and now they're barreling down the mid lane.
See, I told you not to sleep on the fact that Karma's shield is literally half of the Aphelios' health bar at this point. Insane amounts of sustain. Like, it rivals the Ocean Soul, and JDG somehow come out ahead of that. Can they end the game? Maybe, actually, here. Unless you clear out the wave with a Rumble who doesn't have stopwatch yet.
It's going to be a whole 15 seconds before member number 4 comes up for FPX. Right into the middle, Chris is going to try and get those knockups through. Tian doing what they can, but what they can do is not very much. Doinby getting chased away as well. The equalizer! FPX needs to make it happen right now. Chris is going to get taken down. The damage dealers of JDG, they're still here. Bullet time! 7:05, taking a piece of Yagao is there with a massive shield. JDG, they can't quite finish the game. But can they escape out? Loken and Yagao, it's going to be a close thing, diverting off sideways. The speed from the shield. Gimgoon coming in from the back. It's a diversion across the red buff. FPX immediately just turned back to the mid lane. They don't want to chase any further.
They're going for the back door, actually. The carries are going for the back door here. They're trading the Baron for damage on this remaining Nexus tower. Doinby's here, but can he stop it? They've stopped the Baron, though.
Yeah, Doinby. Oh boy, that Nexus tower is so very low. As soon as it goes down, these backdoors are going to be so dangerous from JDG. JDG now have to run away once more. Those speed up from the shields. Gimgoon pops the ult just for the extra bit of movement speed. Trying to get the cut off here. The rest of JDG nowhere to be seen. Yagao soaking up. The equalizer comes down. And finally JDG get punished.
Yagao and Loken picked off of the map for the next 40, 50 odd seconds, and that will open up an avenue towards the Baron for FPX here. Super minions crashing down the mid lane. You can get a decent vision setup here and try to find your Kindred access into the pit for a steal, but I do wonder, because if Kanavi dies attempting to steal this, it will just mean that JDG have ceded control of the map for the past 2-3 couple of minutes after a fantastic push down the mid lane.
It's got to be disappointing if you're a JDG fan to see things go so well, and then for want of a game-winning push down to the Nexus, JDG giving up so much. The Baron across at 36 minutes. FPX get the chance to make their move in. No, though, for JDG, there's so many. If they had the Baron, there are so many easily accessible towers in both top and bottom still to be taken.
Yeah, there's a significant amount of standing gold, as it were, on the map. So there's a lot of options for however these teams want to play it out. Thinking about it, though, FPX, they're still coming out ahead in these team fights. But JDG, if they can find the crucial picks, Kanavi does a ton of damage, Loken does a ton of damage, and what I do want to highlight is that while FPX have the AoE Wombo combo, JDG have the luxury of being able to just nuke down any target that missteps here, unless it's crisply seeing everyone like he is trying to do now.
Equalizer onto 3. Instant Lounge for a spike, trying to turn it back. 7:05 charging in. Lounge will keep anything from falling down. LWX managed to get the kill. In the end, we have got Loken trying to escape out the backside of the fight. Does get the kill before finally falling down. Kanavi is up, though. That's a ton of damage. Dives in and gets murdered.
That was incredibly close from the jungler of JDG there. He tried to redeem the rest of the team, but the fight was already lost before he could get back in there. Good AoE team comp execution from the side of FPX. They knocked down key members and they shut down JDG here. Baron empowered minion push straight through the mid lane. Lumao, what can you do?
The timers are ticking down. The Baron buff is still here for FPX. JDG, they were so close to managing to hand FPX another loss, but first game, close is not good enough. FunPlus Phoenix takes one step towards breaking their losing streak.
And while I'm not so certain as to whether that Lee Sin was worth the first pick, the rest of the comp really did come up big. In particular, Gimgoon on this Aatrox, showing you why he is the best fit for FPX so far, because you leave him in isolation, he does his own thing. Granted, it is against a substitute top laner, but yeah, I'm pretty damn happy if I'm Gimgoon. A pretty average-looking early game for an Aatrox, followed by some of the best, strongest, cleanest team fighting and flanks that we've seen from a top laner in the LPL so far this season.
So, Ibris, break it down for me. How do we get to the point where JDG looked like, bar that maybe that last second decision to try and, to actually end the game there and then? If we had a different, end game sequence, if JDG had just decided to recall and say, okay, we've got enough, do you think they could have won the whole thing?
I'd say it really depends on what kinds of picks they were getting later on in the game. The Ocean Soul really did go a long way to kind of pushing FPX up into that 35-plus minute teamfight zone that JDG's comp should have arguably won out on. I'd also like to consider the fact that FPX had just slowly amassed a gold lead over time through CS discrepancies, through, well, it certainly wasn't turret plating, that's for sure. And the only blip on your map where it swings to red side is from that level 3 TP down bot into the 4-man coordinated dive, where JDG looked genuinely devastating in this early game before throwing it all away moments later towards Tian on his signature Lee Sin.
I mean, I was looking at the damage graph there, though. I mean, as you said, even though the goal was definitely in the favor of FunPlus Phoenix, the actual damage being done, felt like it wasn't necessarily massively different from each side, especially when you start bringing in the Kindred, able to bring in the Lamb's Respite and just, have a place of safety to, while not necessarily get kills, be able to still pour out an enormous amount of damage all the time.
I mean, part of that is just because Ornn's Brittle does a ton of damage in these later team fights if he gets to free cast, as well as that Kindred just is basically a marksman while Lee Sin's an ulti bot past 25 minutes. And yeah, the thing is that Karma, relative to Rumble, is like an entirely different champion simply because their roles are so different. The Rumble exists purely to do damage. He doesn't even have hard CC in his kit. He's so damage focused. While Karma is all about the utility. And that's where the real discrepancy in these two compositions really came through. Because if FPX weren't getting locked down at key moments, they would just steamroll through the fight with their superior damage.
Well, we're taking a look back across some of those key moments. In this case, we've already gone through that tower dive you mentioned before from JDG. We never really saw the like of it again, but these objective fights, we knew they were going to be horrible.
This equalizer tilted me beyond belief. Like, that was a FunPlus Phoenix winning the game off of that equalizer if that equalizer was not the way it was. Oh, man. This was nice, though. This was a good cleanup, and yeah, I genuinely was impressed with the way they executed this, but oh, man. And Doinby here, no stopwatch, just bit of a face check. Lee Sin kicks were questionable at best. It was all just chaos, and flashing into the all-note as well. Just, oh, man. That could not have gone worse for FPX in the early to mid-game. Their composition, though, pretty damn good when it comes to strict 5v5s, and the Ocean Drake, as we mentioned, just going to augment that further. Pretty damn convincing in the way they won out some of these fights.
I mean, yeah, I think when this fight went forward the way that it did here, it being so very close, I'm still so impressed by JEG. Underdogs in this game, underdogs coming into this series, even with an unbeaten record. I felt like they acquitted themselves extremely well. I'm fascinated to see how it works out in game number 2. I mean, from where you're sitting, what are the kind of concerns to take forward from game 1 to game 2?
Right, so I really like the early aggressive play. My main concern is the fact that this Kindred, the pocket pick of Kanavi, only had those like super important 4 marks for actually team fighting at that 25-minute mark. You almost always want that as early as possible. Well, you always want that as early as possible, but usually around 15 to 20 minutes so you can actually start to really contribute to these skirmishes that they were really heavily promoting. I think that if you're going to tunnel vision on a pick like the Kindred, because it is his pocket pick, it is his comfort pick, it is that X factor, you need to build a composition that does kind of support that more. Have something that will actually get you more lane priority mid, because the Karma clearly didn't work out, even though it theoretically should have. Be a bit more respectful for the fact that Crisp is insane on engage supports. And even if you counter pick him with Braum, he's still going to find you. So I think that if you're JDG, don't pick a teamfight comp against FPX, play the map, and abuse the fact that their team fighting is insane, but the rest of their gameplay is not quite as... It's still pretty good, honestly. Like, it's at the same level as the rest of the LPL, but it's not insurmountable when you come to playing the map against them.
All right, guys, we will need to take a quick break while the teams get set up for the second game, so don't go anywhere. We'll see if FunPlus can get their first series win, or if JDG's early promise can turn this series around. We'll catch you in a few minutes' time. chance for getting to the second game between FunPlus and JDG. Once again by Idris. That first game was absolutely crazy. And up until the very end, we had no idea who was going to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Just back and forth, which is kind of odd considering, as I mentioned midway through that game, you have peak level 11 team fighting from the side of FPX. Rumble, level 2 equalizer, MF, level 2 bullet time, Rakan with access to his ult. Just so many engage opportunities for these early to mid-game champs, and credit to JDG for dragging it out as long as they did, but also credit to FPX for overcoming a comp that for all intents and purposes should have smashed them past the 25-minute mark.
All right, we're into game number 2. Pick a ban. FPX still over on the blue side. They've again gone up to the jungle pretty hard with their bans. Olaf and Elise, as well as Zoe hitting the bench. It's looking like it's pretty much the same thing from JDG as well. I mean, with the last game being so close, I wonder if we might see a lot of the same stuff coming out.
Yeah, so with Rek'Sai banned out, again, as I mentioned, it's Lee Sin all the way down for Tian, probably. Yeah, but these, literally, you've banned out the 3 junglers that can duel him early. Kindred was the pocket pick into it from Kanavi last time, and it does have an okay matchup, as long as you actively avoid him for the early game, and then, you know, kind of pick your fights as you please. Giving away the 2 super highest priority picks is kind of odd again though, because Aphelios, of course, really solid bot laner, and if you pick something to beat him, you have to hold that champion's hand in the bottom lane. And Ornn, the premium weak side top laner, is just dumb to give away, because this is a team that is of course going to leave their top laner on weak side, because he's a substitute. This is his first series in, like, the LPL. They're not going to play around him. Stop giving him the best champion for his playstyle.
Passion's running hot here at the unofficial English broadcast, as it will be Aatrox getting picked up second by FunPlus Phoenix. Yeah, I mean, I do agree. You know, Gimgoon looked pretty good in the early going, but later on, 705 was able to come alive. Are we literally going to be seeing exactly the same game again?
I mean, I'd be happy to see the Rumble again. Maybe less thrilled about the Heal and Conqueror combo, but let's see how that pans out. Of course, we do have the option of taking the Braum here from JDG, as they did before. Countered out the MF pretty damn reliably. And of course, you can then just target out the range support pool that we have seen as an answer to that.
I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. But wait, no, this time it's going to be Kanavi getting prioritized that Kindred used before. So presumably the Braum is going to be hitting the bans from FPX as we get into ban phase 2.
Yeah, banning out the Braum could be interesting. The thing about both these AD carries that I really do like is that they're both, you know, not so great with Tahm Kench. So that means no Tahm Kench, which is always a victory for me personally. Just that champion is against my values. But anyway, Nautilus hitting the bench, Braum probably swiftly going to follow, Leona going to skyrocket in terms of priority, and she will have a really good matchup into Rakan, who is the other priority engage support for both of these heavy hitters in the bot lane.
Yeah, we know that both the supports just love to get fights started if and where they can. And so Karma has been banned. Will we see the Braum taken away as Silas is the choice from JDG? One more to go from FunPlus.
Right, my main concern with taking the Braum here is that you can counterpick it with some of the scarier range supports we saw hit the bench previously. If Leona is locked in, it does lose to Braum. It does win out against most other melees though, so it could be an intriguing series of events here. I do wonder if this Syndra blind pick will come through. Banning out LeBlanc does mean Syndra's a viable option. LeBlanc and Zoe are like the holy trinity alongside Syndra. So with both of those hitting the bench, it does mean Syndra has a pretty free lane against whoever she's picked against.
It's going to ultimately be the Leona, though, trying to hold off on Yagao's mid lane pick, our JDG, until the very last. So FPX, they need to complete their team lineup now. Will they go for that Braum, as you mentioned, or perhaps something else to negate, or maybe even try and match that engaged power in the bottom lane?
Yeah, thinking about it, you could have... Well, we saw a Nami hover, because, hey, there's some disengage, but, yeah, I'm not entirely sold on it. And, yeah, there is my... Well, I wouldn't say favorite support, but I'm pretty happy to see it. And you see LWX immediately swap to Cleanse, because, A, Leona, pretty damn scary, and B, good luck convincing your Blitzcrank to stay in lane with you past about 3 minutes into the game. Oh, yes, okay, that's my favorite champion again, so I'm pretty happy unless he takes Heal and Conqueror again. Unfortunately, judging by the summoners he's currently sat on, that may very well be the case.
Alright, so we know from FPX the big adjustment there is going from the Engage of the Rakan to the less reliable but perhaps more spectacular Blitzcrank as coming back in. We have got the Mordekaiser taking to the field. That's why JDG were trying to hold off on that pick for so long.
Actually, Mordekaiser has been Zoom's best pick so far this season when he was playing, of course. And I was going to say, JDG yet to lose a game on the Mordekaiser. And then I realized JDG yet to lose a game until 20 minutes ago. So, yeah.
Yeah, they were the only unbeaten team in the entire league, which is quite a thing to hold on to. But still, you know, if they can make it through this series, if they can turn things around here, while they may have lost their first game, the series is still very much up in contention.
Counterfeit. I realize now that the Mordekaiser lock-in means that it's on mid.
Yes, it does. How do you feel about that, Ibris, into that Rumble?
It's nice, actually. It's very good, and you can just hold your own there, deny some of that kill pressure that Rumble tends to exert on the squishier mid laners past level 3, level 4, and it does, you know, just kind of rival the wave clear as well. Ornn really does do well into pretty much every melee, especially if he can, you know, pump out those brittle stacks as soon as they're on. And I'm really intrigued to see how this 2v2 in particular starts to be influenced past the level 6 mark.
I think the big concern for me here, though, is with having Ornn in that mid lane, 705 was able to survive and thrive as the substitute top laner, with that Ornn eventually becoming relevant after struggling against Gimgoon early. Is the Mordekaiser going to be able to do the same thing?
So they're essentially very, very similar in that regard. Actually, I remember when Mordekaiser was first reworked, and I was like, oh, he's basically an AD Aatrox. That was my note, was that you leave him in isolation, he scales into a team fight or split push threat, depending on how you want to play it out. And yeah, I'd say this is trusting in their substitute top laner pretty significantly heading into this for JDG, as we are about to head into the Rift for Game 2 here, Counterfeit.
All right, one more chance for JDG to hold on to that unbeaten record. They may have lost the first game, but the series still very much up for grabs. JDG, massive underdogs against the reigning world champions. Let's see what happens now, as JDG were the ones to invade last time round. This time, Fun Plus, they're on their own with the Blitzcrank. JDG staying one step ahead of them for now. Will we see the blind hook? No, FPX, they haven't sensed that JDG are just nearby.
Level 1 Blitzcrank invade. There are pings on the bush where JDG were waiting.
Here we go. That's the hook. Lands onto 705. Gets away for now. Chris diving into the team. Tien trying to get this work done at level 1. Takes the ignite. Walks away. FPX's health bar starting to look a little bit unhealthy as Gimgoon has to flash away. LWX, where do you go? The blast cone brings you back into range. Flash forward. And it's first blood again for JDG. This time at 1 minute and 30.
How do you get routed up there by the MF? Flash upwards into the enemy jungle at level 1. Okay, yeah, sure, why not? So, thing with Blitzcrank and Rumble is that their single point abilities of both of them taking Q at level 1 are really, really insanely threatening in certain scenarios. So if you land that hook, beautiful. If you land the Q onto everyone, beautiful. The thing with Leona is that while her Q isn't necessarily as devastating as a hook into your entire team, it's up a lot more. Shield of Daybreak, stun, 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 stun. And JDG, while not necessarily as immediately impactful, definitely win out on the prolonged trades at level 1.
And 705 was the one who ended up getting that kill. The player which we had our worries about in the top lane up against Gimgoon has invested that into an early cloth armor. So be able to, you know, do a lot better in this laning phase than they would have been able to otherwise.
Cowardly Mordekaiser start here. Where is your Doran's ring? Where is everything else? But no, that's absolutely fine, honestly. Usually, I like to see people rush out the boots against Aatrox, just because, especially if you play Rumble, as I do, it makes trading against him a lot easier, because you can just run to the side of the chains once you have enough movement speed. You can just get out of those chains immediately from the Aatrox W. But the cloth armor just going to be super, super conservative, and that should allow 705 just to sustain A, in the 1v1, and B, if Tian does decide to visit the top lane in the near foreseeable future.
We saw Tian being, a big part of FunPlus Phoenix managing to get going early, though did drop off as the game went on. Kanavi has seemingly got a vertical jungling setup once again, so might be able to start building up those Kindred stacks. I think last time round for most of the game, only just managed to get up to 4 stacks. Really wasn't able to get going early. I think has grabbed a Scuttler, so at least has gotten started with that first stack.
Speaking of Kanavi, actually, he's very much facilitated by the rest of his team right now. They're drafting around him. They're playing around him.
And we've got the play onto Doinby in the mid lane with Kanavi helping out. Tian is there. Are they going to go for the kill? Flash on the tower. Kanavi only takes a single shot. Tian is there with Chris. Gets the hook onto Yagao. Counter engaged. Doinby is so low. That flame spit is not quite reaching. Double knockup comes through. And JDG pick up kill number 2. We've got LWX coming in from the side. And the Felios is too late to the fight. Yagao is low. Does manage to get the hit onto Tian, but I think gives up their life. Engage onto them. But unfortunately, LWX has got too much damage. Kanavi's trying to save it.
Loken?
Flash in for Loken. Can they get the last bit of damage? No! Denied by a thread.
The itemless flash forward from the Aphelios. It felt like he landed like 8 auto attacks in the span of 2 seconds, and they all did like 10 damage each. That was depressing, but kind of cool to watch regardless. And yeah, really, really good rotation from FPX there. They brought their resources mid slightly sooner than JDG, and even if the Leona got there faster than the Blitzcrank, there wasn't too much she could offer without diving under that tower. Really good play from FPX, and just to touch on my point that I was making leading into that play, JDG putting all their eggs in the Kanavi basket. Live and die by this Kindred. Yagao is the best LeBlanc in the LPL, by the way. Maybe surpassed only by Knight, or like inform rookie. So the fact that they're relegating their carry mid laner to a supportive role really shows they're trusting in that jungle lane. Yeah, there's how close Tian and Doinby's health bars were to dropping there.
Oh, I mean, when it gets that close, it's hard to think that it wasn't the right decision, even if ultimately it didn't pay off. Looking at the summoners across the board, I don't think we've even got, apart from the cleanse of LWX and Chris exhaust, all of the other non-smite summoners have been exhausted by that incredibly explosive fight. We are literally 5.5 minutes into this second game. It feels like we're about 15.
The troubling thing for me is that of all the places to gank, Kanavi chooses mid, where A, the Ornn was low on mana, and B, that is the only lane on FPX that still had a flash remaining after the level 1 shenanigans. That's a little bit of a shaky allocation of resources, and well, I mean, if you see a play, why wouldn't you make it? But at the same time, definitely could have used your brain just that little bit more leading into that.
No, you're right. It is a big missed opportunity there for Kanavi with all of those pressure on the shoulders to perform. We have got an early Infernal Drake there for JDG, though, that Kanavi is right next to. Tian is nearby, but it looks like JDG are trying to put down some pressure bottom lane to give Kanavi more room to work with.
Yeah, Kanavi actually going to have the onus on this first Drake, like you saw with him previously, as Lumao's just doing his thing, zoning out people. Leona does historically have a solid matchup into Blitz, as we do have the Ornn ult.
The Forge God comes out crisp, will just avoid, as the escape is good from FunPlus Phoenix, a turn from the Infernal Drake. Now we've got Doinby thinking about making their way down. Of course, they've again not got that TP, but this time Yagao doesn't either.
League of missed skill shots, but wait for Lumao to hit a highlight reel worthy Zenith Blade soon. Doinby still not running teleport on the Rumble, but he got a decent enough reset. This time around, not opting for the tier 2 boots rush, which does suggest that he's just going to play out the lane, maybe walk to the neutral objectives with his equalizer every now and again, but otherwise, definitely less of a super roam-centric playstyle, rather just playing the skirmishes around the immediate area in that middle lane.
Yeah, you go with that Unsealed Spellbook sitting on the Ignite for the time being, but won't need the TP as it's going to be building up. There we go, the Catalyst coming in. So it's starting to build up once again, the on pick getting tankier as we go, but we are in level 6 territory. Those big equalizers, the team fight power of FPX we saw from game 1, still very much a concern.
It's kind of cool, actually, because Ornn and like Taric and maybe 1 or 2 other meta tanks that you occasionally see are the only champions that build catalysts in the current meta, and then they rush it and then sit on it because it just gives you so much sustain. And the more you can just sit in that mid lane, the more pressure you're naturally exerting onto an opponent that doesn't have TP.
Yagao goes in hard against Tian, drops down the Ignite, but that will be the Infernal Drake across to FPX. Drake's aside, the gold has remained extremely even between the two, despite everything that's happened in the early opening minutes.
That was just weird, actually, because JDG had full control of the Drake area, and then we're like, oh, no, we're cool. We don't really want this anymore. And then just ceded control of that area completely. FPX swooped in with that window of opportunity, a decisive call. And by the time JDG were like, maybe we should reconsider having given them full control of this area back, Drake is gone. Tian's out of the pit. It's a little bit unlucky, if you ask me.
Well, I mean, this is something that came up in the previous game, wasn't it? That the JDG gave up Drakes in exchange for vision around Baron, which ultimately didn't turn into too much of anything. It does seem like that's maybe a bit of their decision-making process that needs to be looked at if we do get to see a game number 3, is just making sure you're at the objectives at the right time with such small windows afforded by FPX.
Definitely could very well see another Ocean Rift as well, which would lend a lot of credence towards this teamfight-centric comp of FPX. Rather than running the Rakan here for the insane engages, though, they've got the Blitz to just try and facilitate some picks. Pretty cool interaction later that you might see is the Blitz hooking the Kindred out of her own ult, which would be pretty interesting indeed. Lu Mao now lingering around the mid lane as he has tended to do so far this series. Need to see the CC chain come through from this mid support duo.
And even if they did, we've got Tian and we've also got the roaming Crisp, of course, dancing around the place looking for the play. But of course, both supports of the boots of mobility is Doinby. Do you remember this from the previous game? As they will find themselves the danger bush. As Tian be able to hop away. There's the combo, forcing out the flash. Nice job there from JDG, even without a Drake left to take.
Fairly beautiful solo flare, yeah, would have tagged with the stun had it been able to connect. Forcing the flash from Lee Sin means no more playmaking for you for the next 5 minutes. Well, still some playmaking, but let's be real, not as impressive. Speaking of playmaking, here's the 1v1 attempted from JDG's top laner Substitute.
Look at this 1v1, isn't even close. 7:05, that early Clothfest being turned into the Arm Guard. Gimgoon just did nothing to them.
All right, you remember how we said that Gimgoon was not the carry top laner of FPX? Well, you're seeing probably why. Gets mechanically outplayed 1v1. Speaking of mechanical outplays, Hook!
Re-engage coming back in from JDG. They want this fight. Equalizer comes down. There's a combo with the bullet time. Kanavi is down very low. Here comes the Lounge of Spite. There's a knock-up trying to get them out of the Lounge of Spite. Lamau will be taken down. It's a trade of kills, though, as Yagao is soaking up the damage in the front side. 7:05 can't get any closer with that mid lane tower still in place.
Lu Mao is fearless on this Leona, bloodthirstily Zenith blading in on every single opportunity, and it is so refreshing to see. Unafraid to make plays, unafraid to trade his life, unafraid to steamroll through every single summoner of the carries of FPX. And now JDG, despite being kind of behind composition-wise, have the onus on the foreseeable neutral objective fights. Rift Herald should be theirs if they want to go for it. Drake, next time it's up, should be a legitimate point of contention as well. JDG in a pretty damn fantastic position, and it's because Lu Mao is unafraid to pull the trigger. Also, their top laner is doing pretty well this game. Let's be real. 7:05, shout out to you. You're doing well.
I think 7:05 deserves an enormous amount of credit here. 3 kills, has got the proto belt completed already. We've seen they're destroying Gimgoon when it comes to the 1v1. A big contrast to before. And Loken down the bottom side. When you talk about before when we saw the Rift Herald taking 2 plates, Loken was able to stay down in the bottom lane and get 2 plates by themselves.
Yeah, you can't actually count out Aatrox, though, is my main reservation for the side of JDG, because FPX are still going to legitimately scale into these teamfight-centric split push if they want to. That kind of, they have a lot of flexibility in the depth of their composition, and that is, something that JDG definitely have to be conscious of should this game continue to spiral onwards.
So we've got another reason, as before in game number 1, JDG. There's another major objective coming up the mountain, Drake, that could push them into the situation as Crisp almost gets the across the wall hook. That could have been an almost guaranteed second Drake for FPX. As Yagao says, if you can't catch me, I'll just bring myself. Comes in with a double solar flare hit and LWX gets blown to pieces. JDG turn the play and get the kill.
That was beautiful highlight reel worthy engage from Lumao there. Exactly what we said JDG needed. Finding the MF yet again. Cleanseless on that marksman, meaning she was just lined up to be picked up and knocked back down. Once the Ornn and Leona on top of you, really difficult to shake that as, well, Mountain Drake shakes off the rest of JDG for a little bit. And, oh, it's not going to be the Ocean Drake this time around. Cloud Rift actually going to start to materialize, and we mentioned how influential the ults were on FPX's comp last time. This time around, Call of the Forge God, Lamb's Respite, even thinking about the Solar Flare as well, which is already on discussing low cooldown, you have a legitimate case for both these teams to want to secure a couple of those Drakes under their belt.
So JDG ahead by 1,500 gold. Sorry, 2,500 gold right now. Ahead with the 2 kills. We still don't have any towers officially put down as we've crossed the 40-minute mark. That Rift Herald still sitting there ready for the taking. JDG, though, they've done a very good job of managing to break through and pick up those tower plates even without it.
Yeah, honestly, genuinely thinking about it, it's a small victory when you play against an early to mid-game composition, and you don't really need the Herald as long as you're denying them avenues towards taking it. And part of that is A, because Yagao is almost always pushing in mid, and B, because 705 is actually pressuring out Gimgoon pretty damn hard.
So we've got the Herald up for the taking. We've got Cloud in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Still the first tower on the board. As we look down the bottom lane, we can see that Loken has got the, not a major advantage, but just a little bit more. And the tank has a CS and as well as those tower plates. So building up to be a big damage threat. Last time round, it took them a while, but at least accelerating things now as we're in minute 15.
Good communication that the Lee Sin is probably playing through bot side, so it does open up an avenue towards this Herald for the side of JDG. Speaking of the Herald and the push it will make, though, I do want to point out that JDG have the superior siege, largely because 4 melees on the side of FPX, while the Kindred does go a long way to compensating for the fact that otherwise it's just the Aphelios hitting towers for the side of JDG.
Yeah, that secondary AD carry working very nicely as the Herald is picked up. So where is it going to go? Certainly down the bottom side. FPX would love to be able to get that first tower gold. They're committing in big to try and make it happen. Tien, we can see, has already built their way up, but it doesn't look like the Heralds are going to even be needed. It's a race for the first tower gold. Who's going to get it? I think maybe by a hair FPX grabbed it, but the second tower is going to be threatened now as well.
FPX did grab it thanks to the demolish from Blitzcrank, that hotly contested, insane support champion. I really do miss him, by the way. I did miss him. He's meta now. He's cool. That's my go-to pick if I'm tilted from playing any sort of support. I'm like, all right, I don't want a team to depend on anymore. I'll just do it myself. And then you miss every hook, and it's like, all right, fine, whatever, go next. This is not the champion for me. But Crisp looking pretty damn comfortable on the pick. Speaking of comfortable right now, you do have 705 continuing to spiral, continuing to snowball, continuing to ramp up in terms of relevancy on that Mordekaiser in the 1v1. And once he decides to join these fights, anytime the MF lines up a perfect bullet time, she has to be really conscious of just getting death round and taking out the fight entirely.
Yeah, that death round is just going to be such a great equalizer, if you pardon the pun, for what FPX are going to be able to do in these team fights. I'm really excited to see what 705 can do, given the opportunity, this strong start for them. Yeah, we had so many questions coming through this series, whether this substitute top laner for Zoom could fill those shoes. At least in this game, they seem to be up to the task, but there's so much more that they need to be able to do than just win the lane.
And speaking of top laners, actually, I want to stress that Gimgoon's strength was never about his laning. He is the premium weak side player, best in the world, actually. His GP, beautiful. His tank play, we haven't really seen much because he hasn't got to play in a tank meta for some time. But I really do respect. LWX had to cancel that. Yeah, that was kind of scary. Not gonna lie.
Yes, I mean, I think JDG just kind of telegraphing there. If you start throwing out careless bullet times, you're going to get CC for days. You're going to get blown to pieces. You have to play out so carefully as Lamau will find more of FPX, perhaps they were hoping for. Crisp is fishing for that hook, as always, on the Blitzcrank. I don't know if right now if they want to even take it. Kennedy, Savoy's getting caught out in return as the Herald has opened up the mid for JDG. That's 2 towers now to 1.
And as I was mentioning prior towards that sequence of plays, just talk about the top laners here. Gimgoo never had any member of FPX visit the lane he was in. He's literally just on, let me pick up farm duty, occasionally group with you if you want to go for a team fight. He tried to run interference by himself on the Herald Take His Way, like just kind of delaying that by like 5-10 seconds. It's a sad situation to be in as a top laner, and when you die once, it's really difficult to not get snowballed on. So credit to him for not dying anymore, but it does present like a kind of a vacuum where FPX are actively hemorrhaging gold in whichever lane that Aatrox is sitting in.
Gimgoo does at least get some time alone with a top tower to be able to chunk it down a bit, as FPX have brought Crisp up. They've also got Tian in the area, but it looks like ultimately they're not going to go for the play here, even though 705 hasn't got a Zhonya's or anything similar completed to keep them alive if a tower dive does happen.
Yeah, there's a legit possibility of that. No stopwatch, of course, for the Mordekaiser, but he's still pretty bulky at this stage of the game. Able to also just kind of stop any gank in its tracks just by ulting the Blitzcrank or the Lee Sin or really anyone that he wants, because he can 1v1 anyone that he wants. This play would be kind of threatening if the Rumble had Equalizer, but you saw Doinby commit it bot lane to actually clear out the wave and then manually walk top, which is kind of sad, but at the same time, 705 may very well still be under pressure. 1v4.
There's a hook coming in, gets knocked away, drops down the... No, gets taken out before can really do anything. FPX managed to find the way through to equalize on towers, but while that's happening, JDG, they are making plays of their own. They've got 2 members down the bottom side, tier 1 for tier 2, but FunPlus, they've got a push of their own in the top.
Yeah, all the targets to... Oh, I do not think the Rumble was the one to take there if you're at like 150 health before entering the Death Realm, but hey, it was a bit of a panic desperation play, and he bought enough time for the rest of his team to really crack open this bot lane. And importantly to note is that with Baron up now, having a pushing bot lane is super, super crucial for just applying map-wide pressure and actually making the enemy team answer you in that bottom half of the map so the rest of your team can make a convincing case for that big neutral objective.
I'm curious to see where 705 goes next now that the bottom side has pretty much been taken care of entirely all the way up to the inhibitor. Vision right now for FunPlus is at least there in some form around the Baron, but Doinby is going to miss that ward in the back of the pit. They may not miss the Mao coming in now, drops on the solar flare. That's the instant flash away as the fights are starting to become more relevant around the Baron pit.
Still not entirely sold on this heel Rumble, by the way. Like, yeah, okay. Kind of cool into Kindred, I guess, but it's not like you were getting actively threatened all that much by Ornn unless you misplay. Speaking of Ornn, he's just being a bulky frontliner, ready and waiting to tank the hook alongside Lu Mao. Yeah, protect your carries. It's all good. Oh, that was... okay. All right. I think the hook would have missed anyway, but all right.
I thought JDG might actually go back in there because, as we can see, Chris is not the happiest on that Blitzcrank when they're the one being engaged on rather than the other way around. But 705 burns both summoners in what must have been a very quick decision to pull back from that fight and ultimately cost 705 their flash.
I mean, I'd be pretty happy there if I was Chris, to be honest, because, yep, that's a feel-good Blitzcrank hook. You're like, all right, maybe I missed the timing, that's unlucky, and then, yep, job done, as you mentioned. Anyway, talking about Crisp again, look at this aggressive vision line being pushed by FPX. They have good vision in their own jungle, they have good vision around that river as well, and that just denies JDG any sort of avenue to fish for a subsequent Leona pick. That being said, Doinby, a pretty attractive target if I'm honest, because hey, no Hourglass, no stopwatch, none of that disengaged kind of stuff besides the heal, which isn't up yet either. So if you catch the Rumble now, one very, very dead Yordle and a mech if you do want to set up your carries.
I mean, that's what worked so well for JDG before, was finding Doinby and putting them in the ground before they could do too much of anything about it. Right now, yeah, just building purely offensively. We'll see if that ends up changing later on. Of course, with the Cloud Drake up on the field, we have to watch out for these movements through the jungle. Going to be very, very quick for FPX to get onto the Baron if they do suspect some sort of shenanigans, which is exactly what's happening right now.
Something I love, by the way, even though I do miss the Forge Fire Cape, The Frozen Fist just having a lot of damage for the Ornn in terms of magic damage, combined with the Maud, does mean that the Aphelios and Kindred double carry threat do a lot of near true damage with their attacks. Looking at this fight though.
Gonna get caught out. That is a Solar Flare just for one, ulting away from the fight. JDG have burned a lot of resources. Yagao backing off for the time being. No, goes in, gets a knock up. There's the execute. Doinby gets pulled back in. 705 diving into the team. The bullet time keeps away JDG for the time being, but they've got the numbers advantage. They didn't get the Baron, but we've got a second Cloud Drake coming up mere moments away.
Oh man, we held the Aphelios ult there. No Luna Rush ready. Well, Luna Rush is Diana, sorry. Yeah, no Aphelios ult there to clean up that fight, even though FPX were fairly clumped, so just very respectful play, to be honest. No crazy re-engage from the side of JDG, but they take their fight when they take the next Drake in line as well, pushing it nearly to soul point if they do want to. And FPX, it's a little shaky from here on out for you.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Loken has been pretty stingy with those Moonlight Vigils, but with the Cloud Drake stacking up, it's kind of going to have a lot more access to them as they are starting to build up gold-wise. You can see ahead on CS has the gold bounty because of what they've been doing so far. It's honestly amazing that Loken hasn't even got an assist as of yet, though.
I mean, I'm also talking about JDG's mixed damage portfolio with the Ornn plus the Maud dishing out significant magic damage. But if you look at Doinby right now, he's got his Void Staff second item completed. He's dealing near true damage on Rumble. And if you're thinking, oh, maybe you should have gone for some more AP, that kind of thing, think about the fact that Rumble, actually, he just has insane, like, not scaling, but base damage, plus the fact that his abilities are all about Magic Pen, Magic Pen, Magic Pen. He's dealing a solid amount. If you can see Loken, who, by the way, doesn't have a cleanse on of his own, inside an Equalizer, though I don't know how you would do it because they actually don't have all that much CC besides a Blitz Hook, that is one very dead Aphelios if the Rumble does get on top of him. I'm still not entirely sold on this heal, by the way. Like, every time I look at it, it distracts me, and like midpoint, and my eyes wander towards the mid lane of FPX, and I'm like, heal Conqueror, and yeah, okay.
We'll absolutely have to have words with Doinby at some point. Yeah, you can express these emotions next time we're in town. But we've got the reset here from JDG. They're looking to clear out vision. They've done so well at picking off FPX when they can make sure that, you know, FunPlus have to walk in blind. That's what's happening right now, but they're coming in strength. Tian and Crisp as the Baron is started up. It's just a tease, though. This is the entry. There goes the Forge God. Gets the catch onto Crisp, who locks themselves in place. Will get pulled back into the arms of 705. Equalizer! There's the wombo combo from FPX. Is it enough? Crisp has been taken out. Tian on the backside. Lavish's Spike keeps the rest of JDG alive. Yagao and 705 keep up the front. Tian is chased off. LWX hasn't got anyone to help them, but they're toning out the damage. Lamau has to fall back. JDG, they got the kill. Now they just need to make the escape clear. Kanavi goes right into Tian, the 1v1, and they're going to... Are they going with it? They get the last shot in. Here comes Lamau. Here comes the CC, and down goes Tian.
Tian almost with the 1v1 outplay. Kanavi pulling it out, though. Really, really good play coming through from JDG there. Kind of clumsy to start that fight off because you used the Ornn ult, used the Leona ult to catch a Blitzcrank who had no hook, which is not really a champion. Like, sure, okay, why not? So much resource commitment, but it pays off. Credit to LWX for playing that beautifully. He got a very nice bullet time layered on the Equalizer. Plus, he was juggling his auto targets, which meant the MF passive was dealing significant damage, but it wasn't enough to clutch that out. Really good splitting of the fight from JDG. Like, this was a great fight for FPX. A, it was in a choke point with MF Rumble ults, and B, they'd used everything to lock down Blitzcrank. Even Mordekaiser ult, 3 ults for the Blitzcrank. But look at 705 doing work here, drawing the attention of 3 members of FPX, cleaning up 1 on top of that as well. I don't know what Lumao did there, but hey, why not? Let's try for it. That's me when I play support kind of plays, but it works out in the end. Let's be real. Good stuff coming through from JDG and a Baron as a result of that.
I can't believe that JDG got out of that without losing anyone. Those health bars are so incredibly low. I think it is rare for a team to make a mistake, like in that case, trying to chase down LWX for another kill, but still manage to get away with it without even taking a single death back as payment.
Speaking of getting away, Mordekaiser Ornn are really, really like lumbering juggernauts of champions. They're really slow and clumsy, but once they got on top of you, really, really difficult to peel them off. Because, yeah, Mordekaiser, just everything applies a slow when he gets his Rylai's plus Leandries. It's all really difficult to deal with once they're in your face, especially if LWX has no cleanse and flash. Fortunately for him, though, he has it now, and Doinby has a stopwatch on top of that, so the FPX carries not in quite as precarious a position as they were 5 minutes ago.
Tisu Lamau going for the play down there. Tian is already so very low, gets knocked up. Navi goes in for the last bit of damage, can't quite find it, but when you talk about trying to get away from JDG, we have got the Cloud Drake coming up for the Cloud Soul. If JDG get hold of it, going to be all the scarier as they lumber towards FPX at quite big speed. That 10% speed boost could make all the difference.
I mean, I love Lumao because, yeah, engaged supports that can just be X factors for their teams are super cool. That Solar Flare left a lot to be desired. He connected his E and then decided to Solar Flare on top of where he was standing and not the people he'd locked down. So it looked more than a little bit clumsy. But as you said, as a result of that pressure exerted, they were able to clean up the Cloud Soul. And whilst it's not as game-defining as, say, an Infernal Soul or a Ocean Soul as we saw in the previous game, it's still a hefty chunk of damage as you see Engage come through.
Forge God buying the space for JDG as they are going to pressure down this mid lane inhibitor. FPX are still there and still in strength, but that siege from JDG is good enough. They do get the catch. That's what they were looking for. There's a play for FunPlus. Kanavi blown up. Lamau is off the table. JDG, I don't know if they can get away here. Tian gets to make the kick back in. Will we see the ace? Yagao and 705 left standing for now. 705 trying to draw attention away. They're going to TP out of the fight. That's the only way out.
This feels bad, man. This happens so many times to me. Just Rumble has no hard CC, so you can TP in front of him if you want. Yeah, it's unlucky. But JDG pretty happy to walk away with the Soul plus mid inhib. All of that comeback was facilitated by a really, really cool hook coming through from Crisp. One could say it was Crisp, but
boo.
Yeah, FPX really did play that about as well as they could have. Really beautiful hook threaded through the minions, through the Mordekaiser as well, before Kanavi could even get the Lamb's Respite down, and then yeah, it was beautiful kick as well. All good stuff.
It's a strange irony here that the hooks for Crisp, in those situations you most expect to be afraid of them, across walls and things, just haven't really been happening for FunPlus. But when it's a front-to-back team fight where you'd normally, think there's got to be someone in the way of pretty much every hook, that's the time they get the crucial catch onto the damage dealer of JDG.
I mean, the way that fight was even instigated was weird to me because you should never be missing an Ornn ult or a Leona ult onto a flashless target. Even if it is a Lee Sin, it's really easy to A, either just wait for his safeguard, or B, pick a different target entirely. And I think that just is JDG maybe getting a little bit antsy for picks. They're saying, look, we have a lead, let's close before they have a chance to pull it back with a miracle team fight. FPX, though, they maybe want to just wait for Doinby plus LWX to tick over to level 16 before they go for anything too crazy here. But it looks like JDG continuing to apply the pressure, not going to allow them any sort of decision-making of their own in this fight.
Here's the Forge God. It comes through again, trying to buy space, but this doesn't look great for JDG. It looks like they may have to give up multiple members. As the Kindred falls down, that is an inhibitor tower, and Doinby gets blown up as well. The chase is on. Lamau just about escapes. LWX gets blown up. Gimgoon onto the Nexus tower. 1 versus 4. What in the world? JDG, they're not just going to get the inhibitor. They don't even need the inhibitor. They've got super minions in the base. They threw everything at trying to tie this series up. And just like that, 32.5 minutes in, trying to go for the last kill, of course, for style points while the minions do the job of finishing off the Nexus. JDG equalize the series and take our world champions to game number 3.
And this is a prime example of why you shouldn't force group against an Aphelios with Runan's Hurricane. Just AoEing down that entire fight. Even if it looked precarious for JDG heading into it, the dive was a little bit questionable. The stopwatches were beautiful from FPX. They prolonged everything. They almost found the miracle angle back in, but the Aphelios damage was disgusting there from the carries of JDG. Just lock up people, knock them down. Really, really, really cool to watch, but yeah, let's be real. Looking at the Aphelios kill contribution, he had almost nothing until that final fight. Literally, he ended like 5-1-2, 4 of which, actually 5 of those total came from that final fight. He was doing nothing until he did everything. And that's, well, I guess all you can expect from a late game hyper carry.
Well, yeah, when we noted he was on 0-0-0 for a large part of that, but biggest shout out ever to 705. Look at those damage numbers, outstripping everyone but LWX in the game. That Mordekaiser from the level 1 kill. I mean, I'm not, at this point, was that level 1 the thing that allowed 705 to really snowball the whole game?
I mean, the solo kill was beautiful as well. It came at a point where, as I mentioned, Aatrox does win out in a lot of these melee to melee matchups until level 7. That's where the sustain / pseudo poke that he provides actually starts to get hampered by a first recall's worth of items, and B, other top laners actually scaling into formidable forces. Let's just take a look at what happened to really set this game off in favor of JDG. Actually, no, I think FPX came out ahead of this, but they had rapidly blinking health bars. Like, actually, this was so close. And look, 8 auto attacks from Loken, all dealing like 10 damage each. Feels bad.
Well, you pointed out as well, when we got into very quick, very even fights like these previous ones have been, that we had all these sort of component parts trying to come together, the hooks trying to drag out of the Lambda Spite, but the triple knockup, I mean, we see what mass crowd control could do for FunPlus in the first game. When it goes off on the Ornn as well, it's just a thing of beauty.
I mean, as well as that, you mentioned previously, this was the fight where it looked like FPX should win because A, they got the choke point with the beautiful ultimates, plus the fact that everything was committed onto the Blitzcrank, but the strength of this Mordekaiser just 1v9ing in the backline. Like, Ornn Mordekaiser is an intimidating frontline to get through when they're not fed, and when they are fed, they're A, tanking everything, and B, shredding through your health bars at the same time. That was the miracle hook from Crisp that actually almost turned the game in FPX's favor. Credit to him for actually landing a couple of these onto like 2 of the 5 targets that he could actually hit. But yeah, it wasn't enough. At this point, just look at this Aphelios damage. Wait for it.
I couldn't believe the game was over right there. I thought the JDG might have gone a bit too far in trying to push forward, but yeah, the damage of Loken just absolutely ridiculous towards the end. But I guess, yeah, as you sort of touched on slightly there, as we're going into game number 3, the one that will decide if JDG hold on to that unbeaten record, and what a way to do so if they took down the world champions on their way there. It silences all criticism of them of having an easy ride through the season so far, if they can put this third game away.
But will FPX continue their unwinning record is the thing. Honestly, heading into game 3, my main takeaway is A, will we see first pick Lee Sin again? And B, will I see Conqueror Heel rumble in the mid lane again? Lingering sense of dread, if I'm honest. But hey, why not? Let's roll with it. End of the day, though, FPX, they do flourish on these teamfight-centric compositions. I don't like the Blitzcrank for Crisp. However beautiful his hooks were, it's not the engage-centric playmaker that he really does flourish on. He sets up for these big teamfight follow-ups from the rest of his team, and Blitzcrank doesn't do that. Blitzcrank finds picks. Blitzcrank runs disruption on the enemy, but Crisp was always the kind of guy to just set up for the rest of FPX. You need someone to build up that house of cards, especially if Gimgoon is unable to join these fights because A, he's behind, and B, he's like behind on Aatrox of all things.
You're right. It feels like much more of a pick, on over the other side of things where, for JDG, they had the potential to make those picks and stop those team fights from coming together, which works so well for FunPlus Phoenix. But guys, we need to go to a quick break because we've got game number 3 coming up, the decider between FunPlus Phoenix and JDG. I mean, I just can't believe we're at this point, but JDG have been playing amazingly. 705 on Substitute has had an incredible game. We'll find out what happens, and if we get to see the crisp of old in game number 3, we'll be back as soon as possible, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
to shake it, but it has its time. 'Cause I know where I am. Can't keep holding to what isn't there. And my words not enough. Can't keep holding to what isn't
Welcome back, everyone, to the unofficial English broadcast. We are into our third game. We've already got the bands down. Senna, Nautilus, and Elise from JD Gaming, who have switched across to the blue time side for the first time of this series, looking like much of the same from FPX, but this time the Ornn is given the respect of the ban.
Yeah, no more Lee Sin first pick. Could see Olaf, actually, the first time he's absent from that bench here. Thinking about it, though, I would like to see a carry mid laner for Yagao this time. Let's go. Let's LeBlanc for Yagao. I think the coffee has hit me, by the way, because I am like, yeah, either the coffee or seeing Rumble in 2 games, even if it was Heal Conqueror Rumble. It's like half Rumble, but hey, why not? Yeah, but again, we're seeing that MF being the go-to answer towards the Aphelios, something that can really keep him down in lane if given the opportunity.
So yes, Misfortune being locked in. So we've got the 2 dueling AD carries to start things off. 705 definitely felt like they proved themselves in the previous game, as they're going to be going up against presumably Aatrox once again. Mordekaiser, still an option.
I do wonder if players get bored playing the same champ every game throughout a 3-game series, and then I remember I play Rumble legit every game anyway, so yeah, maybe if you really do love your champion, or if you love winning. Anyway, so yeah, pretty good weak side top laner picked up for Gimgoon here, basically telegraphing that Tian probably won't give too much thought towards that top side. But also, if you do consider that usually the answer to that Aatrox in that Ornn from the first game just been taken out of the picture entirely, you could very well see the Mordekaiser again from JDG if FPX don't ban it out in the second phase, should JDG not pick it here.
So we've got again the Kindred, and we've again got the Karma coming in, presumably for Yagao, again as a more supportive role to the squad, as you noted, not necessarily using all of Yagao's strengths.
Let's go Kindred is apparently the name of the game here, because yeah, Kanavi, I like this pocket pick, but there is a point where you think, oh, he's tunnel visioning a bit much. Gragas, beautiful kind of pick to it. You can just ult her out of her ult. It's, you know, name of the game there. I'd like to see Leona as a bit of a good pick here, but also if you do consider that Leona does historically struggle if the Karma is flexed into the support role, so there's still a little bit of thinking that FPX need to do for themselves. Gragas would be a good ban because, Braum would be a good ban because it would stop the Gragas dead in its track, but the Yasuo taken away from the Gragas is also a good ult for the side of JDG.
Yeah, Fun Plus again, another respect ban coming through. 705 in a single game has earned that Mordekaiser ban away, so we'll have to see if they've got more ways of dealing with Gimgoon up on that top side. Or maybe Yep, we said still the possibility of seeing that Braum taken out. Do they go deeper into that top lane pool, try and put the pressure? No, it's going to be the support ban of the Thresh instead.
Okay, so the support ban of the Thresh does suggest to me that FPX are going to take Braum for themselves. And that is just because playing MF Gragas into the Braum is a bit of a nightmare. I sound really confident about this, by the way, so if they don't take it, I look kind of dumb, but hey, why not? Let's go all in on that. And actually the first Pantheon ban for quite some time that we've seen. Just some really good guaranteed follow-up for the Gragas ganks.
It will be the Leona coming into the Braum. It's still up and available. We saw how powerful that Leona was for the Mao before. But we see again these two supports. They love to engage. They love to fight and crowd control. Alistair certainly gives both options. But we have seen the Rakan also doing great engage for FPX so far.
Rakan into MF Leona is probably going to die. But okay, why not? He even hovered the Braum just to kind of taunt me there, but yeah, okay, fine. Let's go with Rakan. It's cool. You needed some hard engage to really set up for the Kindred. Like Kindred Karma has beautiful disengage, and okay, they are hedging their bets on their new top laner.
Well, Renekton is, we've had a little bit of a chance to dig into what 705 has played before. They tend to play picks like the Pantheon themselves, an aggressive damage dealing pick, so Renekton definitely in that wheelhouse. One more pick, though, to come in, and it's going to be Silas for the first time making it in this series.
Silas is not insane here, just because you could steal the Lamb's Respite, actually. That's pretty cool. I'd be pretty happy with that, but that's about all of the redeeming factors that he has. Karma doesn't apply too much pressure in that lane, but even so, Silas, not the most spectacular of roaming champs. Really difficult for him to find identity in a lot of team compositions nowadays. That's why you don't see him picked all that often. But again, you're seeing these big influential ultimates. And actually, I'm going to be intrigued to see if we can see the Silas chains into CC with the Abscond and Abduct into the Gragas combo for some of those pretty lethal 2v1, 2v2 mid lane ganks.
So based on what we've seen in this series so far, how are you feeling about, the chances of of JDG managing to break FPX here and force out a series win?
So I think there's a legitimate possibility just because you saw what the Aphelios could do in the hands of Loken in the previous game. Granted, it took him about 30 minutes to discover he could actually have some sort of agency on that champion. But if you do also, just give some consideration to the fact we have an aggressive top lane pick for your aggressive rookie up-and-coming substitute top laner, Kanavi on his comfort of the Kindred as well, with the Karma that did do a somewhat solid job of facilitating that champion in the first game as well. So yeah, I'd say that JDG, they have the pieces required to actually set up their carries for success, as long as they don't give too much by way of early agency over to the side of FPX.
Just to narrow in a little bit on what you're talking about with Loken there, before the end of the game, had a 0-1-2 record. Looked a lot better when it was all said and done. But guys, it's time for game number 3. JDG and FunPlus Phoenix. FunPlus, they've yet to get a series win. Each one has been 1-2 against them. For JDG, they've taken their first game loss of the season, but they could keep an intact record and take down the world champions while doing it.
And the world champions gonna be running their full world champion roster for the first time since entering the 2020 season. Khan not going to be on Rift today. It is Gimgoon who they hedge their bets on as we do head into the deciding match between these two powerhouses who look to secure their berth towards the spring playoffs.
All right, any enraging keystones for you there, Ibris?
Nothing too perplexing, honestly, but something pretty significant is that, of course, Predator Gragas, fairly standard, but it does mean that you are down a keystone for the first couple of minutes, and Tian pretty likely to just go base after farming up his topside jungle. Something I do want to consider, by the way, is that usually you see junglers place their yellow trinket level 1, then recall for a sweeper. Kanavi this time around saying, nah, it's cool, I'll hold on to my yellow one for a little bit longer, and that just suggests he's really respecting the fact that the Gragas could invade him towards the level 3, level 4, level 5 mark.
Well, notably, for the first time in this series, we're not seeing any level 1 shenanigans from either side. Certainly FPX, I think, a little off-put by how poorly it went in the previous game. They tried to get aggressive. So for the time being, the junglers, looks like they're going to be keeping to their own jungle, the lanes to their own lanes. We are seeing some pretty strong pushing from Yagao in the mid lane into Doinby, as we have got the votes coming in live from the Twitch chat.
I was like, where's Yagao? And yeah, he just wanted to get a little bit of deep supportive vision for himself. Okay, that's fine. If the Gragas wants to come through bot side and just go for a body slam, because they knew he started top side because of the way the bot lane postured. So that really does give an indicator that once that Gragas does recall after clearing out his top side, he will get his Predator boots and try to force a play through the bottom half of the map. So good defensive vision line currently being promoted by the side of JDG. Speaking of defensive and vision line, it doesn't get much more bulkier than Leona. And just talking about that support champion, a marked difference from the Blitzcrank game 1. But why are we talking about bot lane when top is the point of contention?
Yeah, Gimgoon are going to get flashed onto the tower dive. It's executed, but unfortunately, Kanavi taken out on the backside. 705 does get the assist, but that's going to be Gimgoon with the kill as well. Looks like it's going to be straight invested into a second Doran's Blade, trying to make sure they get that early power going.
In a vacuum, that isn't necessarily strictly worth it, but if you consider that A, they got assist gold, and presumably also a mark on the Kindred, it's actually pretty damn good. They also got first blood, so yeah, hey, why the hell not? Yeah, it doesn't look super cost efficient, but when you do factor in all these small little victories, JDG not looking too bad as a result of that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen before the dives with the help of the extra teammates. The Kindred, we saw, not the best equipped to get back out from underneath that tower. Certainly no Elise. We have got Kanavi, though, still hanging out in that top side. Has managed to invest in the challenging smite early on, so we'll be able to put out some pretty serious punch. On the other side, though, for FPX's jungler, they have got the boots, as we've got the TP for Doinby coming into mid lane. Predator Gragas is on the table.
Predator Gragas indeed going to be something that this team is going to have to respect. Because, yeah, now he's suddenly a gank jungler. Now he can suddenly find more creative paths. And you have the reliable CC chain of a Leona. Oop, that was a pretty cool steal from Tian. Yeah, okay, you could go for a gank. You could go for pressuring out the Kindred who got first blood in a 1v1. Who am I to judge?
Well, I mean, that was a marked Rift Scuffler there. So significant loss for Kanavi in the early skirmish, such as it is. The Infernal Drake is coming up shortly down in the bottom side. We can see FPX, they're putting down some pressure there, but vision for both teams around the Drake is pretty sparse, at least right now.
Yeah, just gonna be mainly red side focus, so FPX having the onus on any sort of rotation there, partially because Doinby has a lot of pressure mid, partially because the bot lane has a lot of pressure there. And something to note is that 5 minutes is probably actually in the next minute when the 5th wave does crash into that bottom lane. Not 5th, sorry, the next wave does crash into that bottom lane. That's usually where lanes tether back after being pushed in on these early levels, and that will be around the time where you'll start to see these junglers actually try to force either a lane gank or just exert some sort of pressure so you can see an early Drake start to materialize.
Well, FPX's bottom lane did push into JDG territory to get some vision down around the back of that Dragon Pit towards the south side of it. We have got Kanavi and Tian both down towards the bottom side, however, temporarily for Kanavi. So I'm curious to see if we're going to be seeing early attempts towards this Drake. Certainly FPX seem to be much better set up for it than JDG do.
But actually, speaking about JDG and their setup, even if they're seeding bot side, they actually have the onus top side because they have the TP advantage and they have a fairly substantial freeze about to materialize for 705. And this Renekton, really obnoxious to deal with, especially since Aatrox not ticked over to level 6 yet. And if you consider that I mentioned Aatrox falls off relative to other melee tops around that level 7 mark when he can't out-sustain the sheer amount of damage being pumped out of his counterpart.
So there's the Infernal Drake being traded across as JDG have a fair amount of presence, or at least did, working towards that top side. It's been respected by Gimgoon, who's recalling, while Kanavi is just chewing away at the FunPlus Phoenix jungle, trying to get those stacks rolling up. Doinby trying to create a little bit of pressure relief for Gimgyun, who had to recall. It's only actually one tower plate for JDG's top laner 705 as a result of pushing Gimgyun out entirely.
I do love Gimgyun there, because how many players would you count on to just seed like 4 waves just because he had a little bit of an inclination that he may be vulnerable? Yes, he gave away quite a lot. Yes, there was a freeze that's going to counter materialize as well, so this Aatrox is just going to fall further and further behind. But as long as he isn't actively hemorrhaging too much by way of gold, he's fine to just scale, wait it out. But 705, you've seen he's unafraid to apply the pressure, so maybe we will very well see the top lane explode in the near future.
Yeah, the early investment in the executioners and Ninja Tabi as well. It looks like a 705 who's gearing up for a fight. Down the bottom side, Loken is going to be able to start racking up those items as well. Managed to pick up a tower plate and is also ahead on CS, however, temporarily.
My main concern for JDG come the mid-game / late game, where the Kindred starts to really come online alongside the Aphelios, is the fact that Rakan and Karma are your only sources of magic damage, and they're both your supports. They are the ones that set up the rest of your team, and that just means FPX, if they have the luxury of building armor later on, like say Seekers on the Gragas, Silas, maybe just Stone Plate for Leona, plus whatever the Aatrox wants to itemize at that point, it's really difficult to try and stress any sort of mixed damage portfolio without just having all of your damage stagnated by an armor purchase.
Yes, at least for the side of FunPlus, they haven't had time to invest into the defensive stats as of yet, but I have to think that's coming as well. Let's take a look into the mid lane as well. The CS has remained pretty even between the two. Itemization as well. Something I did notice, though, when we were last glancing across Kanavi on that Kindred, is only 1 mark so far. And I think they've kept their actual hunt on TN's Gragas for, I think, pretty much the whole game without managing to cash it in.
I mean, there's the intimidation factor of saying, like, I dare you to come counter-gank me at any point. Really unfortunate that he did lose that Scuttle Crab that was leashed and then smited away by TN's Gragas earlier on. And as I mentioned in the first Champion Select, really easy to track Kindred / her pathing is so telegraphed at times because it's like, oh, is the mark on this side of the map? Good chance that the Kindred is also on that side of the map.
Yeah, being able to be kept track of very, very well as FunPlus Phoenix, they're providing some pressure down the bottom side, looking to not just equalize, but actually take the lead in tower plating. But what they're giving up is pressure around this Rift Herald, which will be picked up pretty cleanly pre-10 minutes by Kanavi, who has 705 in reserve, but ultimately wasn't even needed to make sure that major objective goes down.
Genuinely, that's about as free a Rift Herald take as you can probably ask for, while the Karma still has pressure in that middle lane. As a result of it, though, it's the entire bot side seeded in favor of FunPlus Phoenix, and that does mean that once the Drake does respawn, they should have the option just going for it. Speaking of options and going for them, this top lane was doomed 5 minutes ago. It's still pretty doomed now, apparently.
Doomed enough to throw a Rift Herald directly into. This is not just going to be a first tower, it's going to be a first tower in all of its plates as well. Gimgyun is there. We have got Chris coming in from the side. The tower will fall, so that's a chunk of change over across to 705 and Kanavi. The Leona wasn't able to intervene in the end, and while the Herald goes down, a very strong start. 2,000 gold ahead for JDG in this crucial Game 3.
And this is like full utility Renekton build, by the way, so giving him more gold to actually, kind of offset the fact that he's had to get the Executioners, the Ninja Tabi, the survive through the Aatrox's somewhat oppressive early game kind of build. Pretty unfortunate for the side of FPX, because you may find yourself just being overtaken completely by this JDG top side, regardless of how the bottom lane is currently playing out. Which, by the way, MF counters Aphelios. Leona counters Rakan. Less so now that he's got Merc Treads at least, but still, yeah. In a vacuum, that bot lane should be stomping. They're currently even on CS and behind in terms of general map pressure.
Remembering back to when we last saw that gold screen and there were 3 FPX members in the lead in the previous game, now it's the case for JDG. They've managed to get the top laner and the jungler and the AD carry all ahead as the second Drake is started up. It will be the Clouds. We know we're not going to be seeing any more than one.
Teleport.
Now, coming in, TP onto the backside. This could be a little bit awkward. The charge goes in. Crisp is being the focus, as unfortunately Loken gets chased away. Yagao put down. The Necton is in the backside. Loken's trying to stay alive, but it's not just going to be the Drake. It's going to be extra kills coming in. Kanavi's trying to get across that wall. Locked in place and huge for FPX. They grab the Drake. They grab the kills. 705 is next on the menu.
Clumsy execution from the side of JDG. They had the setup, they had the flank, but they split willingly, and that just allows them to get picked off one by one, and it's still continuing even now. Loken missed his ult, never had the chance to get a range to DPS. How do you not get a range to DPS as a Felios, by the way? Because he can auto attack from like 2 screens away. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate for the side of JDG. Their damage was never there because they could never get in position to actively deal DPS.
Hey, well, Loken goes for the redemption and finds it. At least gets their first kill. So officially, Loken has gotten more kills now than they got up until the very end of the previous game. It's cold solace, but let's take a look again at what went so very wrong for JDG.
Initially, the Aphelios are already gone, so he's not doing much. Then LWX finds the assassination as misfortune. Like, all right, cool, credit to you. He tanks up the Renekton's aggro as well. Renekton, of course, being the single biggest member of this JDG lineup right now. And yeah, just really weird but effective pathing from the AD carry of Fun Plus Phoenix. Like, LWX, I don't know how he found that angle into the fight, but it worked out. Like, okay, credit to you. That's pretty cool, I guess. Something I did want to touch on, though, leading into that fight was the fact that we do have significantly lacking damage if the Aphelios isn't pumping that out. Rakan found a decent engage, Karma found an okay shield, but if Renekton isn't there creating space for the Kindred / Aphelios to actually auto attack, there's nothing that JDG can do to stop FPX from just piling on them. Like Silas cooldown, Leona cooldown, Gragas cooldown. As soon as these gap closers are up, everybody's going to die from the side of JDG.
Yeah, it's so very precarious now for JDG. They are still ahead, but it's only by a tiny amount. Got Loken up on the top side, just trying to clear out. This is much more reminiscent of the previous game. Just trying to give them as much time as possible, our JDG, to scale up. FunPlus, though, they're lurking in the bushes. Loken, you don't want to get any closer. Lamau is there as well, with Dongbi off to the side. Kanavi, this could be disastrous, but fortunately, it's Lamau who's up at the front, who's able to dash away and not get taken out.
Zenith Blade narrowly missing there. Crisp, he's a skill shot god when he needs to be, but that time around, gonna go wide. JDG still having the lead in terms of gold against the FPX composition that should have bullied them out early, but that previous fight really did set the pace, and it is kind of worrying if those kinds of fights do continue to persist. Something I do want to touch on that I was going to mention leading into that neutral objective is that FPX love playing around Rift Herald. The fact JDG got that first Herald for themselves should have thrown FPX for a loop, but instead, they're just depending on their superior team fighting yet again, and it's worked out for them so far this game.
And Gimgoon is going to be a real part of those team fights now. Gone from a disastrous laning phase to looking real good with 3 of those kills from before on the Aatrox. Very, very close to completing the Black Cleaver and becoming a relevant force in this Game 3.
Yeah, Black Cleaver not so much the big spike for the Aatrox as half of it. When you get the Death Stance as well, that's when you can actively start to bully back on the Renekton. You're like, all right, you've got Executioner's cooling, cool. I've still got significant amounts of healing regardless of the Shred. This is more of what we saw in Game 1 where JDG had their undoing, where they just seed neutral objectives for vision that they didn't necessarily need.
Yeah, that Rift Herald not being contested at all. Just trying to make sure that 705 finishes off that bottom tower, which is basically going to get knocked over by a slight breeze. So tower advantage for now. FPX somehow haven't picked up any towers of their own, but Rift Herald is a very swift and sure way to make sure that stat changes post-haste.
Yeah, this was, in a word, inefficient for the side of JDG. They're getting a little bit frazzled. They're saying, look, we got completely smashed in early game team fight. Let's try and avoid FPX as much as possible, and then just try and play the map, get a bit of gold where we can, get a bit of vision where we can, not lose too much, like lose gracefully for the next 10 minutes, and then turn the pressure back on again once Aphelios and Kindred are in comfortable positions.
We'll be keeping an eye out for the turnaround at 26 minutes then. Right now, though, we have got a Mountain Drake spawning in. If FPX get hold of this, this will be Drake number 3. Power pushing towards the Mountain Soul. Could happen really early in this game.
Definitely could. I think the earliest we've seen it in competitive was like literally just before that 25-minute mark. No, yeah, it would have been just before that 22-minute mark even. So, yep, nope, this is legit going to look a bit precarious if they do give this away. Crisp has a flank if he wants to. Avenue into the fight, ready and waiting with the Leona.
Yagao pushing them away. JDG coming in. Gimgoon on the flank. Lamau trying to buy some space as we do see the dash away from 705. I don't think JDG actually wanted to take this fight, at least not under these circumstances, backing away. The Renekton is nowhere to be seen. Split across, and we saw what happened when JDG got split before.
Yeah, the Renekton recalling on Vision as well, or just being caught out here could very well be doomed. JDG, is it going to follow up?
The crowd control sweep comes in, and yep, 705 cut off from the rest of the squad and cut to pieces.
Kind of unfortunate there for the rookie top laner. He tried to get a decent flank off, and then when they called, all right, no, we need to get out, just do what you can to get out. Wasn't aware that FPX had full, complete dominion of their own jungle vision game, and that really does seal the fate of the new top laner and give a lot more pressure on the map for this next Herald drop. The mid lane turret's going to be broken open. That's more vision pressure for the side of FPX. When Baron spawns...
Yeah, and if you're not willing to give up that mid tower, you're going to have to pay for it as the Lancer Spike comes down. Trying to turn around from JDG here. Nice cast, though, as Gimgoon comes charging forward. The Gragas barrel gets the job done, and JDG, short of 705, wiped off the map. The Herald is ready for another push in. It's only 19 minutes. And the inhibitor is laid bare.
Yeah, no, you don't want to take inhibit 19 minutes. After 20 minutes, it's worth it. But at 19, you're just giving more super minions to be farmed up because you can't really guarantee an end off of that inhib take, and it just generates more gold for the opponent. Yeah, this was a cool fight. Stolen quickness was pretty beautiful. Getting into the backline, Leona had no solar flare, but she still landed what she needed to. And then, yeah, this cask to split 3 people, but also group up 2 of them because they got knocked up into a wall, into the body slam, into the AP Gragas dunk, really does cement why TN, despite questionable Lee Sin performances in games 1 and 2, was the MVP of the World Finals and is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, Tian now is really stepping up as a major damage source, as well as providing all the utility in displacing JDG, who we've seen when they get split apart as a squad, they really struggle. We are, of course, 20 minutes in and coming up with the Baron. We've got to keep our eye out for Drake number 4 as well for FPX in a few minutes' time, as Gimgoon will get a little chased around the place, but there's not too much to gain here for JDG.
Like, this Aatrox got frozen on massively after being dove for first blood, and now suddenly he's 5-1 and 2. I feel like I've blinked and something has happened just instantly. Credit to Gimgoon, actually, and I said that he needed that 2-item spike of the Cleaver Death's Dance. Well, he's 90% of the way there. Just got to combine those components into that second item, and then you can legitimately see this guy start to 1v9 team fights. I have no idea how he pulled that off, but he really, really did. Speaking of top laners, JDG's may be in trouble.
Yeah, 705 being tower dove here by Doinby. Look how much little damage is being taken there. The stun under the tower. We have got the follow-up coming in, though, as Doinby locks themselves in place. Logan says, don't mind if I do, but Yagao up in the top side gets taken to pieces. At least Logan gets something as the flash into the base. There is, of course, the route out with the Kindred coming in from the side, though. Doinby may struggle to get away, but what they're doing is buying time for FPX to move in on the Baron. Doinby, it's so hard to deal with. Look at that heal coming through. Finally going to fall down. The Kindred gets the kill, but the Baron is down to less than a quarter health, and JDG, they're not even close.
No Moralonomicon completed quite yet for your Gao. So 705 is the only source of healing reduction, and it doesn't pay off. FPX, they take the Baron. Yes, it took some time because, as we mentioned before, MF, not the greatest single target DPS because a lot of her power tied to her passive and ultimate, neither of which are particularly good for slaying neutral objectives. But end of the day, about as free a Baron as you can get. Yagao just overextends in the split push, gets collapsed on, gets killed, and yeah, Doingby's solo kill on the other side of the map while he ran the rest of JDG around in a circle really does cement that this roster, even if they've looked disjointed at times, have some of the best macro in the entire league.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're trying to sneak out Barons, you could do a lot worse than a 007 misfortune. As FPX are pushing in, we've got that spawn of the Mountain Drake. This is massive for FPX to put the nail in the coffin of JDG's huge hopes here of managing to keep their winning streak going this season. Pushing in, the Baron buff is there. The tier 2 tower, even with just 3 minions, LWX, you mentioned, doesn't have the best tower damage, but with the Baron up minions, there's still enough time to get the job done and then turn back to the objective.
Yeah, LWX still pretty damn threatening, and the Mountain Salt on top of that, gonna make knocking down the Misfortune a bit more intimidating of a prospect. 1v1 against the Aatrox was already a nightmare since he got so big, and now with the Mountain Soul, just to add that little bit extra shield, it becomes borderline impossible for either of the JDG solo laners. Team fighting as well, pretty scary. Side laning, pretty scary. This game, pretty scary if you're a JDG fan, or especially if you're a JDG player right now.
I mean, yeah, they've got to be holding their breath as the whole JDG team. They were ahead for such a long time, but now everything seems to be stacked against them. FPX up by nearly 5,000 gold. They've got the Baron. They've got the massive Mountain Shield. The only thing really left to be bad news for JDG is that Elder Dragon later on. But right now, FPX have got the tools they need. They're going to commit into the top side while also pushing down the mid.
Yeah, going to commit for this last remaining tier 2 structure of JDG here. And I said that you didn't want to take an inhib pre-20 minutes. Now, it's looking pretty damn appealing if they do want to rotate for it, which will be the case as they escort the minions down the mid lane with that Baron buff. Top lane being pushed as well, as we mentioned. And JDG, they're a bit frazzled. You have a Gragas with Flash, Predator, and Ult ready and waiting to pick you off if you dare misstep.
Notable by the absence is Yagao recalling, coming back in, trying to provide a split push presence as the mid inhibitor falls. FPX looking to turn that into 2 inhibitors in just as many moments, making the move in. And JDG, they don't want this fight. They know how far behind they are. But looks like Doingby's decided there's going to be a fight on the backside. Doingby does get caught up, but that's going to be elimination. 705 and Kanavi have both been taken to pieces. These 2 inhibitors to provide super minions, but it may not be needed. JDG's hopes evaporate in front of their eyes as FPX, they're smashing down the Nexus Towers 1 and 2 in quick succession. JDG, you gotta go for it, because right now your winning streak is broken and the world champions with their final roster have returned.
It looked shaky in the early game for Thun plus Phoenix, but they pull it out at the end. Come clean, swinging out the gate with that excellent teamfight execution. And the way they played that out was not necessarily the most spectacular in the first 10, 15 minutes where you really expect this team to be showing up. But they showcase a depth in their playstyle, a depth in their win conditions, where now they don't necessarily have to steamroll the early game to start steamrolling these team fights.
I mean, nothing really exemplifies that better for me than, how Gimgoon started and ended the game. It was so rough for them to start off with, but by the end of it, they just looked triumphant.
Yeah, absolutely. That Aatrox, just, you blink and suddenly he's massive kill threat. And, you never really want to be in a position where your utility mid laner, who literally exists just to queue the wave pre-level 9, is the highest source of damage on your team. Loken banking for that 40-minute Aphelios highlight reel teamfight god phase that he didn't really have a chance to get to this game. Yeah, the Kindred never really got on the board in terms of marks either. It was all just not a great time for the damage. Like, literally, I look at JDG's comp and I say, all right, everyone except Karma, it's your job to deal damage. None of them dealt damage. So, yeah, JDG not having the greatest time of things across the board.
I mean, that's got to be such a disappointment because of how well it all started. But yeah, those team fights where, just all fell to pieces and just, it felt like there was a slide for JDG that never really stopped getting worse and worse as the game went on until, we got to the end point where we suddenly look around and we realize that the world champions are in such a commanding position that it's hard to even conceive of a win. As let's take a look back at some of these early plays. This tower dive, a decent start for JDG.
That was sick, actually, because A, you get the Kindred mark, and B, you got the first blood and the assist. Like, it's beautiful, the fact that turned out the way it did. That also set up for a big freeze top lane that JDG could have played through if they wanted to, but instead, they take these crazy skirmishes, they send the Rakan in by himself, they split the fight, and that was where LWX got that sick flank on Misfortune just to zone Loken completely out and soak the Renekton pressure. I still have no idea how that worked out, but the fact it did was just insane. Doinby had better Rakan ults this game than Lumao, unfortunately. So, yeah. Nice execute. Like, literally, this was the highlight reel Rakan ult. Second one of the game. We saw the one previously mid. And this was better than anything that the support of JDG throughout that game.
Yes, that's a very disheartening thing to realize. But, I mean, yeah, we were dealing with this quality of players. Then I honestly think the fact that JDG managed to get to this point where it was a real question whether they'd be able to take down the world champions at this point in the season when playing with a substitute top laner. I just want to go back to the beginning of the game and experience that over again and think, this could be real, even with the result being as it was.
I mean, the thing about, Game 2 was beautiful. Game 3, that start where they got that single kill onto Gimgoon and snowballed it into a big CS discrepancy, thanks to A, setting up for a dive that granted never came because Gimgoon played it pretty well, and B, just the freezes and everything that came alongside that. The fact they did nothing with this big Renekton except teleport him in for a losing Dragonflight anyway. It's a throw. Genuinely, you had a lead in a certain lane, tried to transition it to the rest of the team. That was unsuccessful, and then suddenly, because of the nature of Renekton, where he either wins early or doesn't win at all, there was no chance for this rookie top laner to get back into the game, and that is just sad, honestly. Credit to him for actually showing up, and Zoom's shoes are by no means easy to fill either, but at the same time, I do have my reservations about JDG and their record heading into the rest of the split.
All right, guys, we've got another series to get to. It's worth remembering for any of you guys who are enjoying the English language broadcast, the official English language broadcast will be returning on the March 15th. So very excited for that. But we've got RNG versus Top Esports coming up next with AC and Sin. So please do stick around for that. That should be a fantastic series as well. I've been Canafit, joined by Ibris, and we'll see you guys just a little bit later on the unofficial English broadcast.
There's no time for redemption. Those flags you wave, will they hold up? Don't cry for your vengeance. judgment. Here's your reckoning. So go and bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Into history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in no war, I'm in no race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm out of no wonders every day, trying to keep my head above the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit on red, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm saying you got to go. But it's something you got to know. Stay alive. It's just something you got to know. Now lately we popping out the age, and I kinda regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit on red, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay
Another one hits the water, another one calls my name. A daughter has lost her father to the killing game. A city burned down to ashes, memories lost in vain. It's only gonna make us stronger as we heal the pain. Can you hear the sirens? Can you see the enemy line? I feel it coming closer. We're braver than a lion. We're steady in our state of mind, keeping our composure.
RNG 已经搬完了，分别是搬了蜘蛛、塞纳和奥拉夫。来，反手这边是兰博、潘森，以及现在还有哇，这场奥恩和万豪，感觉都要放。这把可能说我搬个厄斐琉斯，然后奥恩和万豪我全放出来，这样再大胆一点。
Top esports are on the red side and the bans are off. A lot of focus on the jungle from RNG side.
Definitely going to be a heavy jungle-focused series here. But first pick set available. Ornn is still on the table, as is Aphelios. So you expect those to be the first two lock-ins. Really, once again, we saw it last game from RNG. From FPX rather, leaving up Aphelios quite heavily. Seems to have lost a lot of priority in China.
Yeah, absolutely. Set, though, getting locked in for RNG here on the first rotation. They have a couple of options here, as you already have the Ornn and the Sejuani locked in. Ooh, the historical jungle matchup of Trundle versus Sejuani.
Yeah, Trundle's been coming back a lot because Olaf has been one of the best junglers. Trundle's one of the few people that can counter him by just lowering his movement speed massively, killing him in that level 4, level 5 threshold. Now you've got the Now you've got the Trundle coming in as a counter to the Sejuani as well. I'm really excited to see more of him because he just provides so much in terms of tankiness and denial of tankiness against these two big frontliners.
Right, so it turns out that we were muted throughout most of our intro. So I don't know if we want to reintroduce ourselves, but hey, how you guys doing? My name is Nelson Silva. Joining me is Stuart Sin. But for those of you that didn't catch the lower third, but hey, we're here. Champion Select Live. Misfortune is the last lock-in for Top Esports.
Okay, so very team fight heavy focus from Top Esports here. Knight can fall back to his more like classic Victor picks. He can even look towards like the Corki if he needs to. There's a lot of sort of control mages that do really fit his style that he can go for, but they're leaving it up. I think we'll see him get that last pick in the mid lane so they can still choose to flex around the Ornn.
Mayhaps. Ooh, we do see the Irelia ban. Historically, Irelia always done good with Sejuani in her jungle, so RNG just want to cut that away from Top Esports. Now,
yeah, generally you can pair this Sejuani with like a Triforce user and it can go incredibly well. So Irelia definitely one of those that does very well with the Sejuani. But however, Kiana, still that Knight has played, Knight is good on and pairs well with Sejuani.
Yeah, it's still a melee, still procs of permafrost stacks. Let's see if that could be an option for Top Esports, or if RNG decide to ban it out. I have my restrictions on it, but it's still a possibility. One last ban left on the board, 5 seconds for RNG, as we do head into the second rotation of picks. Thresh taken out.
So this should just be a lock in here. There's plenty available. You can go for Leona, Nautilus, still both blind pickable. Especially with the Morgana and the Braum already gone. The support focused stands in the second phase from Top Sports do really telegraph that they are going to lock in one of the two. But it's probably just going to be a trade of Leona for the Nautilus back and forth.
Or, I mean, still a couple of options that are available. You could have
I'd like to see
Alistar.
I'd like to see a change from Ming here, but I just
a little
don't
change of
expect to see
pace. A little Tarek going on. I mean, it's locked in. Oh!
This is actually really big because the really sort of slow start on engages, because you have to rely on an Ornn, means that the Tarek generally has time to be able to proc. So this is where I look at it and think the Kiana would actually be huge in this game because it's that instant burst before you can really have a Tarek ultimate come through. You don't have to rely on the slow startup of the Ornn. You can just burst them instantly. And I really like this Sylas pick because whatever is locked in mid here, it has to have a big ultimate to pair with the rest of the team. So Sylas is going to be able to steal the Ornn ult, the Sejuani ult, and will have a big team fighting ult to steal, whether it's Azir or otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. And neither of these sides have any way to stop the Ornn ult, so most likely Xiao, who will be looking at the Call of the Forge, got to steal into his own hands and to prompt the bigger team fight for RNG. Azir is locked in. That's probably not going to be a huge ultimate for Xiao to look for, but it could still be an opportunity for some smooth plays.
But a key point here is look at the really short range from everyone on RNG. Azir gets to keep them at arm's length throughout the team fight and hold them at that distance safe, and he can DPS and allow Misfortune to be able to DPS at the same time. This is actually really smart, and it puts a lot of pressure on Lang Shi to find a really nice flank to really get some pressure in this team fight. Otherwise, Top Sports actually have the ability to kite back quite effectively and re-engage on the follow-up with the Leona and the Ornn.
I'm more concerned about the laning phase here of the Set into the Ornn, just because Set is that much more annoying than the Ornn. Yes, Ornn does deal a nice chunk of percentage damage.
Okay, so let me
Tell
go
me
over
about
this.
it.
Let me go over this lane matchup for you. Ornn wins because Ornn wins every single matchup in the game.
Okay.
This is not a joke. Ornn is incredibly strong right now, and this is before the nerfs have even come through as well. Ornn versus Set is Set working his hardest to outplay, and Ornn uses the most basic of combos and outtrades him. That happens consistently. It really requires a lot of hard work from a Set to go even with Ornn.
We'll have to wait and see as we head into our final overview of the roster before we head into the Summoner's Rift for the first game of this best of 3 series between RNG on the blue side and Top Esports on the red side. Are you baiting me into saying Top Sports?
Yeah, wait, it's Dan Gaming. What do you mean?
What are you, how far back are we going here?
We could go even further back.
Royal
How much
Club.
you want?
I don't know. What?
Yeah, we got Royal Club versus Dan Gaming.
Oh man, good old times though. I am concerned or not concerned, but I am curious to see what this Trundle can actually do against the Sejuani, because most lanes are very accessible for the Sejuani to gank, but it's going to take a lot of effort from the Trundle to actually stop the Sejuani. Or not a lot of effort, but what's wrong with this guy?
See, the Trundle is going to be rather effective here in terms of what the Trundle provides is just a denial to most of Sejuani's early game. But he's also incredibly strong into the Ornn, who lacks the mobility. Ornn can get rid of the pillar with his E, but that's about all he can do, and then you've stopped his only mobility, his only escape in the laning phase.
Yeah, and you also you're also popping your follow up engage. Because you want to have the Searing Charge to go up against your own pillar to knock up the backline of RNG.
Yeah, so you can definitely utilize it actually as a... It's funny, I've seen some people use it to directly counter and knock up the Trundle who's using his own pillar in a melee range. But all the same, it's generally going to be very effective as Xiao Dao just uses it as a ganking tool to slow down the Ornn and set up ganks so much easier. So the matchup is Ornn favored in the top lane in a vacuum. If Xiao Bao is allowed to impact that lane, it becomes so much more Lang Shi favored.
So 1.40 or 1 minute and 40 seconds in, you see Xiao Longbao starting on the red buff, opposite Karsa also starting on the red buff of his own. And they're just going to do full clears, or actually Xiao Longbao is going to do a full clear in the bot lane while Karsa is going buff to buff.
See, this is the big question mark I had about Top Sports, though, when I'm looking at this, is the bot lane, Photic and Yuyanja. I've heard a lot of positive things said about them, but in the Demacia Cup, in the couple games we've seen them so far, I've not really been that impressed by them. And they were brought in because Loken had been a disappointment in the last season. We see what Loken's doing now, so they've really got a lot to prove.
They do, and they've had some some trials by fire. We don't know how well they've been practicing throughout their scrimmages and throughout the whole Corona outbreak, but we can assume that Top Esports, being 2-0 on their current standings on the spring LPL, could be looking at a 3-0. RNG have only had one game, however.
RNG, of course, losing their phase as well, definitely not a great start for them.
No.
So they're looking to now bounce back, but big engage.
Oh, shield coming in from Ming, saving his life. You do see Karsa right around the corner, might be looking for the dive, but the lack of a minion wave is going to prevent Karsa from attempting said dive.
Yeah, really good start, though, blowing the summoners of the support. But unfortunately, Photic blowing both of his own, trying to set that one up. Going very aggressive, and they are winning out this bot lane, but it's a minor advantage when you know the scaling of the Taric Aphelios is always going to be there.
Absolutely. Now, Lang X did see, or in this case, RNG did spot Karsa in the bot lane, so this is going to allow Lang X to promote some favorable trade, or not so favorable.
Yeah, one of the fun Ornn, is that what Ornn does is, in the late game, his trades do literally 80% max health with a full combo. That's some nice ratios right there. It's been changed now, so it's down to about 65%, I believe, in the full combo. But it's just such an oppressive tool. Yeah.
Photic and Yu Youngjia are at the smokers area, go in with the Zenith Blade. They might be in trouble. First blood comes through. Yu Youngjia collects the first blood gold.
A really nice pickup there on the in the bot lane to get that first blood through. We see that the pressure already provided topside by Xiao Bao, who's been hovering around here consistently. It's making it really difficult for 369 to play out this lane as he would wish. And the wave has been positioned really awkwardly, so if he wants to step up, he could just get ganked at any time. And now Karsa's up. Hopefully they can look to give him some leverage so he can turn this back in his favor.
Right, but the thing is, Xiao Bao is also near the top lane, and in a 2v2, I would be inclined to favor RNG here.
I definitely would, but it's a case of if he can get the jump onto Lang Shi before Xiao Bao shows up. It's just getting the wave in a good position for 369. You don't need to get the kill here. And that's really something, it's a fallacy for a lot of junglers, but look at it like, I will only gank if I get a kill. What you need to be looking at more is, how do I gank to set my lanes up to succeed? And that can be just garnering pressure, blowing a flash so they have to play more defensively in lanes, they can't play forward. That kind of thing is so much more important than getting the kills, because it sets you up for the next 5-10 minutes rather than just giving you an injection of gold immediately.
Absolutely. Lang X absolutely abusing the wave push or the lack of a resource bar. My feed did freeze temporarily, so I'm not sure exactly what is going on between the RNG versus Top Esports matchup. As it's slower returning, we do see Xiaohu in the mid lane just wave clearing against Knight, kind of struggling as is.
Yeah, this is a matchup that is Azir favored. Of course, Xiaohu has a lot of disengage because he can steal a lot of good ultimates that will aid him with that and has a lot of healing in his kit. But for now, Knight gets to keep him at arm's length. This lethal tempo going to really help with trades as well. Or big engage.
I got nothing on me. Sorry. My feed is dying. But I do see the engage on the side here. As
Ooh, really nice engage.
Yeah.
The Xiaohu lands that E, gets the abscond and abduct onto Knight, finishes him off, and that is going to be a kill right back. And that's what we talked about. He has a lot of engage pressure, and he used that Azir ultimate very effectively against him to sweep him into his team. And that's a nice pickup where it's going to really turn that lane back in Xiaohu's favor, who was losing up until that point.
Yeah, absolutely. So he managed to pick back up on the CS department. He has 1 kill overnight right now, which puts him in a fairly decent position now with the Hextech Revolver as well.
Yeah, definitely so, especially looking for that proto belt for the early engage, getting these extra stats, this extra burst combo. Going to help him as you're going to see the replay here. Just a really nice sweep to set him up and flashes over that second Azir wall to be able to finish him off.
Now we do see Xiao Longbao and the bot lane pillars in. Top Esports seem to be in a world of trouble as they're locked in. A teleport comes through from Xiaohu just to finish the job on Yunyanja. As he gets the kill, it's Xiao Longbao flashes in for the last chunk.
And this is what we talked about with the Trundle. He has so much more of an effective early game than the Sejuani. He's impacting these lanes so effectively. And it's setting him up for a lot of success. It's setting his team up for a lot of success. And this is the Xiao Longbao that we wanted to see when we heard about this prodigy jungler coming from Young Miracles, who they put a lot of effort into picking up, even willing to drop Karsa, one of the most proven junglers in the LPL, to pick him up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Despite the fact that Karsa seemed to be a little bit stuck under the Uzi shadow, now on the Top Esports roster, Karsa does seem to be, well, not in this game in particular, but he has been proven to shine a little bit more without being stuck towards the bot lane pathing.
Yeah, it's definitely been helping him having a lot more freedom to be able to roam as he pleases. But the unfortunate part for him is the fact that we've seen a lot of weakness in this Top Esports roster in terms of their organization skills, how they've not really meshed with this jungler yet. We don't really see Knight and Karsa the way we were seeing Tian and Doenby last season, who were a menace as a mid-jungle duo, even though some people would argue, myself included, that both of these players are mechanically better than those counterparts on FPX.
Well, they still have a whole season to prove themselves, and you said it yourself. These are fairly new rosters. Karsa's still integrating in the team, and he's
but all the same.
Yeah, okay.
This is after about 6 weeks of scrimming in the background. We can't pretend that the last 6 weeks just didn't happen for these teams. They were in their gaming houses. They were scrimming against each other. We know this.
Cool.
The practice has been coming through. We expect better.
Betty eating the brunt of the damage from that bullet time, but so far so good. Dealing with it in the finest of manners.
Yeah, unfortunately, having a couple feed issues on our end, so struggling to see what's going on.
Seems to be
but all the same. The engage on the bot side does facilitate them to be able to move towards this bot lane tower, try and get a couple shards.
Yeah. And now without the dragon on the board, Xiao Longbao has the freedom to go straight for the Shelly, the first one of this game, 9 minutes in. And you do see Karsa right around the corner, around the mid lane, looking for a potential gank on Xiaohu.
I really like this positioning from Xiaohu. He's ready to collapse into Xiao Longbao at any given time. They know they have priority top lane.
Oh, Xiaohu! He manages to dash away from the Glacial Prison, who takes the Rift Herald. It is Xiao Longbao who managed to get the smite, and Karsa now no ult to his name. Yu Youngjia as well in trouble in the front line. Lang X is going to come in a little bit too late as he gets stopped by the Azir wall.
Yeah, really nice positioning from Xiaohu there. Kind of sensed it coming. He had the ability, as you were saying, to kite up towards Xiao Longbao, who we saw was on the Herald. They had priority top lane at the time, so they know that Lang Shi is going to arrive there first. Just meant that it was so safe for them to make that play. But they get Herald, they can collapse into it, and they actually escape in a 4v3 with an advantage.
Right, now the question is, where will Xiao Longbao utilize that Rift's Herald that he has in his pocket? That was a fight around Herald without any casualties, so Top Esports did try to interact, but a little bit too late on the call.
I actually been looking at evening out this bot lane a bit more because that gank definitely helped Betty and Ming get in a more comfortable spot. If you now blow open this tower in the bot side, this can really explode. But right now, it's difficult to siege mid. You want to siege mid because getting rid of the mid lane tower is always the biggest advantage. Being able to shove the mid wave deep to get river control, generally what you're looking to do. It's just you have to really wait for that second herald to do it. You want to just try and use this first herald as a big injection of gold rather than to break towers.
No, absolutely. Now, the biggest injection of gold I would say would have to go to Xiaohu, because even despite the fact that he has a nice co-participation, he's still struggling on the direct matchup against Knight.
But all the same, he's going to be fine on that fairly low econ because his items are cheap. He's already got that proto belt completed. He can go for like a Zonya's. We could even see him go for tanky build we've actually been seeing with like Iceborne Gauntlet and Spirit Visage. But all the same, his build is flexible. His actually fairly low economy by comparison to the Azir. So I just look at this Aphelios, who needs a while to come online and is going to be your key damage source in fights. Everybody else is really just looking to buy space for him. That is where you want to put your injection of gold, considering the pressure that MF's had in the bot lane so far.
I like how we're just ignoring Langex's true damage potential from the top side of the map. And how
he does damage, but yeah, he's not your DPS threat in a fight, is he?
No, because his damage output comes from a single shard of burst that he gains from pulling 369 into the backline and just blowing a hole into the backline of Top Sports.
His entire burst combo requires him to go below half HP as well, so it requires him tanking up multiple people. And in the end, what he's looking to do in those fights is utilize those abilities, not to just kill somebody. If he can, great. If he can go 1-for-1, that's fine. To buy space for his damage dealers in Betty and Xiaohu.
True. We got ganked by Teemo here on the screen. Tragically enough, Teemo's not in play, but he is on our screen right now. What I was curious about is what is Langex going to go for here as his first item? He has a Phage, but he also has a Ruby Crystal, which probably hints at a Black Cleaver first item on Langex.
I mean, it could definitely be Black Cleaver because we see a lot of the tank stats on the other side are going to be in the Ornn and the Sejuani. Generally, it's important to go for the Black Cleaver build if and only if you have physical damage dealers that you want to amp up on your team. So we're looking at the Aphelios, who he's going to be amping damage for. We're looking at the Trundle, who he's going to be amping a lot of damage for as well, because you get that steal on top of then percentage shred is really going to make these tanks just completely gold inefficient. That's really what the point of these two, both the Black Cleaver and the Trundle Ultimate are.
Yeah,
making
and we're talking about
gold inefficient.
And we're talking about tanks that get really, really big, really, really fast. In the Leona, in a Sejuani, and in an Ornn. Hey, Herald's in the mid lane.
Big play, yeah. Big play. They can drop it mid now because they can actually break this tower by doing it. They've got 4 people here. They got a good rotation off, and they got some really good timing. And that's why they have been allowed to do this. But the tower's just barely going to survive on a sliver. But that is enough because one wave now collapsing into that tower is going to get them first tower blood. Xiaohu might even be able to pick it up here while they're trying to contest Dragon. So really nice play from RNG, getting so much more out of the Herald than they should have been able to.
Yeah, but Top Esports have already gained control over the bottom half of the Summoner's Drift. They have full wards around. Yeah, they're absolutely going to concede that. It's just an Ocean Dragon regardless. I am curious to see what kind of dragon we're going to have as our Dragon Soul.
It is Mountain.
Ooh, Mountain Dragon. This is going to be tough for RNG because we've already discussed how tanky the tanks from Top Esports are.
No, this is where you go for the big brain strat, and you give Top Esports every Mountain Drake,
just so you can get more efficiency out the Black Cleaver.
Just so you can steal it with Trundle. That's all.
Okay, sure.
That's how you get tanky. You just steal stats. It's fine.
It's true. It's free stats. I mean, Yellow Man can go full crit and still get a ton of armor magic resist off the subjugate. Sure.
Sorry for these issues, guys. We're trying to get it sorted, but
it's not
we just
issues.
Want to give you the best feed possible.
There are no issues. We just want us to see this.
Yeah, you just wanted to see AC's face, of course.
We look
That's
good.
That's what we all came to see. You're just staring at your own picture, and then like, damn, I'm fine.
Stop doxing me, thank you.
I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
We are back into the game, though. 4-1 on the scoreboard. RNG are leading the charge with a little bit over 1,000 gold lead. It's not that considerable, but it is a 15-minute game so far. RNG are setting up a nice snowball. We've already talked about the carry potential of the Aphelios. As we do see Xiao who's stealing the Glacial Prison. Might be looking for a fight. At 369 flashes over the wall. Langex pulls him in. Call the Forge God is still available. Is going to get knocked up. Lang gets the kill on 369. The showstopper has been utilized. Everybody gets knocked back with the Emperor's Divide. Top Esports want to fight back now, but the Zenith Blade just misses. Xiaohu gets caught by the Solar Flare. RNG are going to try and collapse on Top Esports, but they call it off. It's enough.
This is the thing, though. Both teams were set up to have some really extended fights this game because both teams are looking to play front to back. You look at the Azir plus the Sejuani and the Ornn. They want to play through the front line to get on top of the back line. It's the same when you look at Grundle and the Set. They are looking to play through destroying the front line, shredding the front line to get on top of the back line. These is going to be some massive fights.
Ming takes a huge chunk of damage, is forced to use a blast going out. A teleport comes in for RNG, but a teleport in the back line of RNG comes in from Top Esports. It's 369. Call the Forge God is not available. This could be a flop fight for Top Esports if RNG managed to get a good showstopper off. As you see Xiaohu in the back, Langex already took down 369. The feed is frozen once again for me, and I can't see what is going on.
It ends up being a pick up of a double kill for Betty. Really well played there by Top Esports, who are going to finish off Knight here on the backside as well. And then suddenly, RNG have blown the game wide open, 4-1 in that fight. They do, I believe, lose the Herald, but they get so much for it. And now RNG, they get to the point where the Aphelios has this gold injection that we were talking about, but rather than getting it from the Herald, he picked it up from the fight at the next Herald. So really effective utilization of their item spikes. Now, instead of going for the Essence Reaver, he did go for the Infinity Edge first this game. Normally, you see the two key item spikes being Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge into Runans. He's going for a different item spike setup to line up more with his mid laner and his top laner here of where they spike by going for Infinity Edge directly into the Runan target.
Okay, that's fair enough. Because we're going to start seeing Betty have a lot more impact in these team fights as we do get to see a replay. Ming gets caught off, but the teleports immediately start falling in favor of RNG.
Yeah, really nice collapse here because the Herald is most likely going to get given over at this point. You don't have much control over it with Xiaolongbao being forced low, but Betty comes in. He's got his chakrams stacked up, and he absolutely shreds Knight in this fight. He forces him out. Photic dies as well. It's just really effective play there by Betty. When you sort out your gun order correctly, you can get these chakrams in key fights to be so effective in terms of DPS. And if you get these if you get these weapon combinations correct all the time, then you're always going to have a combo that's good in team fights. You just need to adjust the the gun order rather, by using all the ammo on one, and rather than using your second weapon, you use all the ammo on the next weapon just to line them up in the correct order.
Well, Top Esports still managed to rack themselves a Shelly, so they're going to pop it in the top lane. 18 minutes in, that's going to be the first tower on the top lane being taken down by Top Esports, and it is their first tower. But can they get a little bit more than that? As Xiaohu, he doesn't have a Shelly, but he's still pushing bot lane by himself.
Yeah, is at risk a little bit, though, does a nice dodge on the Searing Charge, but he did see that the Azir was missing, was picking that one out, and is willing to back off and concede this one, knowing that his team sorts out the pressure in the bottom side and gets to rotate to mid very effectively here, actually, towards this dragon.
Well, it's RNG who are going to take the Ernst on this dragon, Mountain Giant in their pocket to accompany the Infernal that they initially collected. All the other dragons are going to be mountain dragons as well, so this is going to prompt a lot of tankiness or a lot of free stats here for the likes of the Trundle and the Taric, as a Call of the Forge God was used just to wave clear.
This is the thing when we'll be talking about here. When we talk about the Trundle, Black Cleaver, again, we already mentioned item inefficiency in terms of what you're looking to give to your opponent. What the Mountain Dragon does for you is gives you even more item efficiency. So you see already a Seeker's Arm Guard picked up for Xiaohu. Yeah. That's going to be so much more effective with the extra percentage bonus armor and MR.
I believe it's 8%, give or take.
I believe that's correct, yeah. So that would be, you get a fair amount of armor from that Zhonya's. I believe it's about 5. And if you get 8% on top of it, it's another 4 armor on top of it. It's just giving you that extra bit of efficiency consistently that's worth about maybe an extra 100 gold.
Yeah, and even Lang X is already profiting from the Mountain Dragon with the Dead Man's Plate. Curious to see what his next big item is going to be, because I'm fairly confident that he's just going to stack defensive stats from here on out.
He could easily go for like a Spirit Visage, maybe something along those lines. But I'd like to see a Steric's Gauge from him at this point.
Engage comes in. That's a lot of resources used on Ming. Not even a chance to use his ultimate as he gets taken down. 3 ultimates used from top esports, but they get Ming down.
Yeah, they're pushing up the mid wave without really having the pressure in vision towards that bottom river, towards those... You see the pink ward setup here from top spots, and it just means it's so much more difficult for RNG to push up without plays like that occurring. And I really respect the punish coming through.
Right, but the thing is, top esports have a very defensive vision line, which is curious considering that they want to start pushing in on the towers that they haven't acquired yet. They're just looking
what they've
for
got. And you look at these 4 pink wards,
exactly
perfectly placed on the bottom side. They can't position towards Baron just yet, but they're acknowledging that they've got the bot town. That's where the pressure has been put. That's where they are sending their split pushes, and it means it's so much more difficult for RNG to send someone down there. It's difficult for them to push mid because they just get collapsed on so consistently.
You kind of cut off on me there, buddy.
Ooh.
I went ooh because Langex just managed to get himself a Scuttle Crab on the bot side of the river, which kind of offsets the control that they had. Yu Yunjia is getting caught off, and he immediately pops the Gargoyle Stone Plate. You have over the wall Karsa trying to stun everybody. Langex in the middle of the fight doesn't get enough or doesn't get the right angle for the showstopper, so they're just going to fall off. RNG pull a lot of flashes from top sports, but they're in a prime position to go for Baron.
But they lose a lot of their ultimates as well. And even though Karsa is forced low, the threat of a re-engage coming in with the Orno available, with the MFO just coming available at this Baron could be big.
Lang X still available to throw someone out with a showstopper or bring someone into the Baron pit if they want an easy pick, but he's completely out of the fight right now. RNG's Yaolong Bao still tanking the Baron, not letting it reset. RNG are looking for the fight. There it is, a showstopper right on top of the whole of top esports. The Call of the Forge God comes through. RNG take a chunk of damage from the bullet time, but the double kill befalls Betty. Now they want more. RNG are looking for a lockdown. They lose Ming in the process, but 369 in the front line still looking fine. Betty prime position to start chunking out the major tanks. Get the shutdown on Lang X. Knock up on Betty, force a flash, use the cleanse, but gets taken out, and the fight turns around. Xiaohu's the last man standing, but Top Esports are looking for the ace, get the knock up on the mid laner of RNG, and there it is.
A Knight and 369 do so much work in that fight to turn it around. The key members having used all their cooldowns already. We talked about the potential of a fight swinging the wrong way when RNG had already used all their ultimates, and that's exactly what happened. It's going to open, and with the DPS threat of an Azir plus an MF, with now the 369 to tank it and Yuyanja to tank it, it's so easy for them to secure this one. And Top Esports, after looking dire for a few moments there, have turned this one around.
How? RNG kicked off the fight with an easy, clean 2 kills. But the fact that 369 was still alive, he did so much work on this fight. Look at this. The showstopper right on top of Yu Yunjia.
Yeah, really nice start, but they stay too long. The Tarak ultimate isn't available, and you see they get split here. The health bars are really low, and they're trapped off by Knight. But Xiaohu and Xiaolong Bao try and find the flank, which just enables Knight to engage on their backline. They split the front line and backline. And what we talked about was both of these compositions want to play front to back. RNG, they tried to bypass the front line too heavily, and it left their backline exposed.
It absolutely did. And I mean, Langex could have survived that one, but maybe it was a mistiming? Question mark?
It was trying to collapse onto Knight, who was in the red buff pit, that caused that issue there. Like, he was just able to freely dash over the wall and get on top of Betty, which shouldn't have been allowed. And it's opened up Top Esports to have full control of the game.
Right, now we do have a Glacial Prison. Tried to follow with the Soul Flare, but no deal. XLB in the front line does get a huge target with his subjugate, but look at the work that Langex is putting in the back line. In comes a Tarrakal, keeps everyone in RNG safe as they're clearing the floor with Top Esports' cadavers.
A really nice turnaround there. That's the kind of fight that RNG wants. They are still, even at this phase of the game, after losing Baron, the stronger team. They just needed to execute the fight in the correct way. They turn it around. They utilize their item spikes coming through as well. And they get potentially an inhib, potentially more off the back of this 15-second respawn time, as they should just look to reset off of the...
They get the inhibitor. They're going to pull back right now, safely and surely. Langex, what a huge showstopper. Obviously, we're going to get a replay off of that, but they're going to make a beeline straight for the Dragon as well.
Really nice plays there, but look at the warding coverage from Top Esports. They have so much pressure around the map in terms of vision, but they haven't been able to stop these team fights from happening. Langshi is just engaging onto them so consistently, and he's not being denied whatsoever. He finds another amazing showstopper here. We're going to watch this one open up. Nice stun, but they're engaging onto the wrong flank there. You see that Xiaohu and Tarik are both on the bottom side. They didn't need to do that. And really nice ultimate there from Betty to lock them all in place. Azir Wall not enough to disengage. The Azir Tower not enough to disengage. It's just going to be picked up pretty cleanly. But the way that fight was played by Top Sports was ineffective, because Kasa goes for the full engage onto the most tanky member of RNG. He throws his ultimate out onto the wrong flank because the front line and the back line was split.
Yeah.
Yet again, that's an opportunity for Top Esports to make the play. They don't go for it this time, and that's why it falls apart.
A couple of things to note as well. The fact that Xiao Longbao, as soon as he sees a Glacial Prison, he immediately goes in for the ult on Karsa, rendering one tank completely, or I wouldn't say useless, but tanky.
I would.
Okay, fine. That's fair enough.
Yeah, when you've got a Sejuani who isn't tanky enough to land her stuns, that's a Sejuani that is completely useless. She doesn't provide anything to the game at that point. And what was especially effective is he ults her after she's used Aftershock, so he gets even more tank stats.
Yes.
It's absurd.
Absolutely. And then he had the fact that Knight's Emperor's Divide came a little bit too late. It would have been the perfect tool to disengage off that unfavorable fight, but he was under so much CC lockdown that he could never get a chance to go for the Emperor's Divide and throw RNG off.
See, I didn't want to go for the LS move here, but I am a little tilted looking at 369's item build here. This is
Locket of the Iron Solari. I mean,
Locket the Iron Solari with no health stacking, so it loses a lot of its value. He goes for the Iceborne Gauntlet,
there's a
which
Call
loses
of the
a
Forge
ton of its
coming
value.
in. That's 4 knockups from the Call of the Forge. Got stolen by Xiaohu. Langx in the sideline looking for a potential pickup for the showstopper. Does he want to fall into the enemy base? I would.
It's just so clean for them now. It's just so hard for Top Esports to play into this comp now that they've got all the items back. Because even though the Ornn items have come through, like we said, they're suboptimal. You look at the Frozen Fist, you're getting more mana than you are armor for that. You look at the upgraded Luden's Echo. A Knight would have wanted an upgraded Death Cap later on, but he needs the gold right now, so they can't afford to wait. And of course, Photic has got the upgrade that he wants in the Infinity Edge, but it's just way behind the curve because he really needs that Bloodthirster to be more effective in these fights.
I wanted to rip your little eyes off your sockets and point them at the fact that Xiaohu bought himself into a Magi Soul Stealer.
I'm loving it, honestly. 10-stack Magi's. Let's go. He thinks he's not going to die in any fight left in the game. And for the amount of healing he now has as Silas, the amount of tank stats that he's getting from the Mountain Drakes as well, I can see it. I'm feeling it. I vibe with this.
We're all vibing with this. I mean, we talked about the versatility of Silas's potential builds. I guess this is one of them.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of adversity. He's looking for the Lich Bane next as well, which is going to make him even more absurdly strong. Betty in a really good position for this fight. He's got the ability to DPS both flanks.
But can he do it? XLB goes in, gets a huge chunk of health from the Gargoyle Stoneblade. They get the stun, they get down Karsa. XLB showstopper into the backline. Young Ja gets dragged into the abyss, but he remains alive. Tuzani is popped, and who gets popped? It's XLB alongside Xiaohu. RNG run out of fuel in their tank and they're starting to pull back. Double kill comes in for Photic as Top Esports manage to secure their side of the map.
And that's Top Esports playing the fight the way we laid out right at the start of the game. They didn't rush the fight. They played it to kite back, and they kited so far away that Betty wasn't able to DPS in that fight. If Top Esports went engage, then Betty had the free ability to DPS both flanks, like we were saying. But they kite back into the choke point, They wait for RNG to overextend. They find the re-engage. And yet again, off of a poorly played team fight by RNG, they're going to lose Baron.
Well, that's a bold statement because RNG are still fighting. It's 3 members of Top Esports inside the Baron pit. They could probably still steal it, but they won't steal it. It's Spottic that just secures it, but at what cost? As RNG wipe the floor once again. Triple kill for Betty.
And you see what Betty can do when he's in the fight. So it just shows even more how well Top Esports played the previous fight. But now, losing 3 Barons, they've still got 2 available, but they lose all this pressure. Longshi looking for a flank.
Well, he goes in, he gets Karsa on the headbutt meeting as the RNG starts stacking in the mid lane. They want to reopen this inhibitor.
The face breaker, the headbutt beating.
The meeting of
Is
the
that
heads.
really what you went for?
I forget the name of the thing. Leave me alone. As we do see RNG trying to close the game, they're ignoring the major tanks. Karsa is in the front line alongside Yu Yeonja.
Here we go.
As the showstopper brings him back, Karsa goes down. Yu Yeonja running towards the wrong side. The Nexus is exposed, and RNG take home game number 1.
And a really well-played game overall by RNG. A couple key teamfight mistakes that did cost them both Barons. So they win that game whilst losing both Barons, but they have control throughout. Even when they lost the Baron, they quickly made it up, make it up both times.
Exactly.
And they're able to utilize map pressure very effectively. All the same, there are mistakes being made here that you can capitalize on if you have a slightly better comp there from Top Sports, because the issue was the Sejuani wasn't really paired with anything. Sejuani without a key buddy to dive with her that she's setting up with stuns along the lines of the Aurelia, along the lines of even Silas or Diana, which we saw hovered, is really what she needs to get going in fights. She was locked out by the Trundle. By picking Sejuani so early, they were exposed to it, and it didn't really provide enough to the game. So Karsa having a real rough one, getting shown up by Zhao Lingbao, but look at those damage stats from Betty.
Oh, man. Betty, top damage dealer, 27k. But I wanted to roll back on your point about Sejuani. She did have buddies. They were just ineffective. Because of the
when you're
Trundle
talking about the
shutting
melee dive buddies for her, you're really talking about Ornn and Leona.
Leona's a perfect dive buddy.
Stun dive, but going to help your DPS threat when you need what you need with a Sejuani is somebody who's ready to get on top of the backline
Right.
and burst the hell out of somebody. We're talking about the Aurelia. We're talking about champions along those lines. Even the Jax. I was expecting what they were going to do was actually flex the Ornn to mid lane and look for something like a Camille, like a Jax top lane for 369. They didn't go for it, trusting Knight to be the hard carry instead, which isn't really the wrong idea when we've seen him be so strong in the past. All the same, it didn't work out for them because the comp just lacked that consistent dive buddy for the Sejuani. She was ineffective. And if we're looking at MVP voting for that game, I'd personally go for Zhao Lingbao. I felt like his early game setup for all of his lanes, the way he snowballed advantages was so effective, and he played the map so smart.
It's true, but then again, you had Betty who suffered throughout most of the early game, but somehow managed to pull back into the mid game. He didn't die once throughout the duration of those initial 10-15 minutes, and when he had to pop off, he absolutely popped off for RNG.
But put his 3 lanes that he had losing on the map. Like, his bot lane was losing fairly hard. His mid lane was losing to the Azir. His top lane does naturally lose. He set all 3 of his lanes into a winning scenario and carried them through. I've got to give such massive respect to Zhao Lingbao and how he set up this game for massive success for RNG.
Yeah, absolutely. Fair enough. It's a fair assumption here for, but do we get to see the MVP here?
I'm not sure we do. In fact, we do. We will see that one shortly. But I'm hoping it goes to Zhao Lingbao. I feel like they're just going to give it to Betty because, you know, high damage numbers. Let's give it to the AD
numbers,
carry.
big numbers on the KDA. Yeah, it's the easiest one. But the
front to back
showstopper.
team fights with an Aphelios. It's almost like Aphelios is pretty strong right now.
Hey, he's been nerfed, okay? Leave him alone.
Yeah, he's fine. They took 1 shot off of his turrets. That's really going to change everything.
And then the fights around the Baron. This is where this is actually really impressive because the first fight wasn't this sloppy. Top Esports actually worked pretty damn well on the first Baron play, but they just lost that team fight where Langex had a huge showstopper in the mid lane.
So we talked about Zhao Lingbao versus Karsa, Karsa versus Zoltine. Another way to look at this is Karsa versus Betty, the old Flash Wolves buddies going up against each other. And you got to say, Betty definitely showed him up in that one if we're looking purely as a results-based analysis.
I mean, you want to talk about Betty not being the MVP, but you just posed him as like being the better part of him against
literally
Karsa. Hey,
everyone performed
just
better than Karsa on RNG though, so it's hard to really use that as a metric.
I mean,
Karsa had a really rough game. He didn't provide anything to any of his lanes. He got shoved out of the really. That comes down to draft because the Trundle completely outvalues and outmatches him, and he has nothing to provide besides just ulting people.
What can we see next coming into the second game here?
Not an early pick Sejuani, hopefully, because Xiaolongbao has shown you don't do that into me. I will hit you with the Trundle, and I will not stop.
And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's game number 1. RNG, impressive victory over Top Esports. We're going to take a short break before we head into game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you.
Where do we go from here? Have we gotten lost? I'm starting to think we're out of touch. When did it disappear? Settled in with the dust. Forget what it was that made us us. Walking backwards, losing focus. Slip so slow we didn't notice. Never read the warning signs. But it doesn't matter where we're headed. Made our plans, we're gonna get it. 'Cause I got your hand in mine. So where do we go? Know that I'm not alone. Yeah, we'll be fine. Taking it one step at a time. Walking backwards, losing focus. Slip so slow we didn't notice. Never read the warning signs. But it doesn't matter where we're headed. Made our plans, we're gonna get it. Cause I got your hand in mine. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Highs and lows, all that I know is that I'm gonna follow you wherever you go. Wherever you go, my dear, need you the most. And I wanna know, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? 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 Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 of RNG versus Top Esports, who decided to remain on the red side on the second champion select. As always, I'm AC. Joining me is Sin to bring you all the action in and out of the Summoner's Rift. So far, no changes to the draft apart from Misfortune.
Yeah, really not many changes whatsoever. The Misfortune, the Misfortune, the only real change up because it is that big team fighting threat. You can see maybe they're looking to
right, but they first picked it last time. Top Esports like, yeah, Foddick, you're not going to play this again.
Yeah, maybe they're looking to go for something other than that and go for the Aphelios themselves, as we're seeing, because they didn't pick up the Aphelios in the first rotation last time.
RNG still decide to go for the first pick set here. Is going to get answered by the Ornn on 369 side. Now RNG have a couple of options here. Do they want to blind Trundle in the expectation that it might be a Sejuani coming through for Top Esports, or do they want to match the Aphelios in a bot lane already?
Nah, you go for the classic Xiaolong Bao pick. You go for the Rek'Sai. You go for the aggressive early game jungler, and you just destroy whatever cast is going to bring out anyway. The challenge has been issued. We'll see what Carter does in response, because what I would like to see is an aggressive mid laner paired with an Elise in response to this Rek'Sai.
Except Elise is already banned from RNG. They're 3 steps ahead of you, my dude. And
Don't do this to me. Don't blind pick the Braum. No!
It's blind pick. You need to blind pick. You have the Trundle, or not the Trundle, but you have the Call to Forge God that you need to stop on the other side.
Okay. I was literally talking about this during the break, and I said, I swear to God, if somebody blind picks Braum, I really want to see Karma, Zyra, Bard into it. And this is a game where you've got the front line of Sejuani and the Ornn rather, that can't be countered as effectively as they were last game by the Trundle. This is the game where you can go for a Bard, a Karma, or a Zyra to pair with this Aphelios, and you will destroy the bot lane.
Let's put that into maybe box, because we are talking about Yu Yunjia, and he does play engage playmaking tanks, so I would fully expect to see that come through for Top Esports again, but I wouldn't put it out of the picture, you know? They have the first pick, they probably want to leave the mid lane for the counter again. RNG are still cutting off options to pair up with the Sejuani. How odd would it be to throw Rek'Sai in the mid lane and have Trundle in the jungle again?
Don't even suggest that. No. I know you're into your dark technologies, playing stuff like Olaf jungle. I'm not gonna let you have this one. Well, Olaf jungle or Urgot jungle rather.
Urgot jungle, yeah.
Urgot jungle.
We're talking about it. It's great. It was a niche.
Every champion is Olaf now. I've called Ornn and Urgot both Olaf so far.
Last pick here or last ban rather for RNG.
Actually, would have preferred if they didn't ban two junglers there and just did go for a blind pick Olaf. But the Victor ban is something that's in Knight's wheelhouse, is something that he really would like to play, so I can understand picking that one away. Again, they're going to have to blind pick mid, so Knight does get the counter pick regardless. It tells me that they might look to just play a control mage along the lines of like your Rises, that kind of thing that Xiaohu's played a lot of in the past.
Ooh, okay,
it's Yuumi!
We don't have a Bard.
Just as effectively, it's a mage support into the Braum.
Okay.
This you do. This is how you beat Braum.
Is Yuumi that effective against the Braum, though, especially with the composition that RNG are setting up?
You can literally curve your Q around his
true.
shield and not give a damn that this Braum is in the game. You get to disengage so effectively on the set as well. You're going to be healing people up. I really want to see what this last pick is for Knight, though. That is going to be the crux of this composition, because they've only got one of their key carries in right now. Everybody else is a facilitator.
All right,
holding
money
the
on
last
Orianna.
pick for... Your money on Orianna for Xiaohu or for
Xiaohu?
Knight? Right, I could see it being the Orianna here. I think Orianna would be fine. I'm looking at Rise.
Or none of the above. And we have
Zoe
Zoe
fits into that same style, yeah. The kind of more control mage-oriented style. Zoe is a bit more of a twist on a control mage, where she has a lot more pick potential, a lot more facilitative. But I do want to see what she can provide to that mid lane role to help set up the Rek'Sai.
And one of the criticisms that we had for Top Esports last game was the fact that they didn't have any dive buddies for Karsa on the Sejuani. They've been hovering Kiana, they're hovering Diana, and it's going to be Diana for the mid lane of I think mid lane of Top Esports, unless they throw in Diana for 369.
No. It's clearly going to be Diana jungle, Sejuani mid into the...
Nice.
The Diana is going to be mid lane here. What she does very effectively is she can CS from a range without really being a risk from the Zoe. But when Zoe makes even the slightest positioning error, she punishes hard. And she is that dive buddy that we were talking about that facilitates Karsa so well, because she's an attack speed melee champion. You got to keep that in mind. If you're pairing with Sejuani, what you want is somebody who can attack very, very quickly to proc your passive as quickly as possible in fights, or on ganks to burst someone very fast. And Diana, who has the burst of attack speed in a kit, who likes to build that Nash's Tooth, she's perfect to facilitate these moments where Sejuani's just looking to one-shot somebody alongside the Diana.
Absolutely. Now, the biggest change here that most people seem to oversee is the fact that Diana has been changed a few patches back, where her old ultimate with a dash has been inserted in her E, and her old E has been inserted in her ultimate with an added twist of a huge chunk of bonus damage. Now, this does bring a little bit more versatility to the Diana, and then in the sense that she can actually follow up to these dives pre-level 6.
So the difference between this game and the last, and I want to bring this up very clearly, AC, is top sports composition, top esports composition, Dan Gaming's composition.
Yeah, versus a Royal Club, you sure?
Yeah, he has to play. It had to play around the front to back. You had to shred the front line with the lethal tempo, then move on to the back line afterwards. It was very hard to bypass that because of the lack of dive you had. Now with the Diana plus the Sejuani, the dive is far more facilitated. You have the ability to bypass this front line altogether to get on top of the He backline targets, and it makes it so much easier to play this composition a way that isn't front to back and allow your tanks to then be so much more effective.
And let's see how effective these tanks can be on the second game between RNG and Top Esports. Back-to-back again, RNG on the blue side, Top Esports on the red side. Chat, cast your votes on who do you feel is going to take home the second game. RNG leading the charge 1-0, but the favoritism seems to be falling for Top Esports here with the Diana mid.
Yeah, it seems like Top Esports won this draft in terms of it went much better than the last one. They didn't make the same mistakes as the Trundle, and it falls into what you were saying. You said that you suspected they weren't going to make the same mistakes again and that they were going to change up the draft. I expected them to be a bit more stubborn. I respect the changes they've made that have only really adapted the composition they've already had, not changed their playstyle all too much, just tried to optimize what they were already doing. That's definitely what we wanted to see from them. But now it's put a lot more pressure on Xiao Longbao to pair with Xiaohu in this early game to be able to set up some picks, roam together, and try and snowball ahead. This Kai'Sa, which we haven't really talked much about, doesn't snowball anywhere near as hard as she used to because her items and her upgrades to her abilities are so much further away than they used to be.
Absolutely. Now we have determined that Xiao Longbao has a better early game, but will that translate into a snowball for the rest of the RNG squad? Because we just mentioned Kai'Sa doesn't snowball as hard. My biggest question mark here would have to befall on the mid lane.
So yeah, of course, if you're looking at mid though, who wins that 2v2? And it's Knight and Kai'Sa that do win, unless Xiaohu finds a really crucial bubble to start off the engage. If you start it off even, then Knight and Kai'Sa will just consistently win that one out. If we look at the bot lane 3v3 as well, that one's slightly favored towards RNG, but it's so much easier for Top Sports to disengage it than it is for Xiao Longbao to actually find the picks himself.
Now, I wanted to draw your attention over to Fodic's Keystone or selected Keystone as he goes in for the Conqueror on the... Wait a second. I don't think Kai'Sa has vision over this blue buff. As XLV is going to go in, flashes for Kai'Sa, who forces to flash himself out. Ming on the hunt as well. Xiaohu over the wall, tries to get some more damage in, but that's a lot of summoners this early on.
Yeah, a lot of summoners burn, but they lose the blue buff. And they trade jungle even flashes. Kai'Sa, a little bit more cheeky on this one. Styles on Xiao Longbao, they're able to get out alive as well. So really good start for him all the same. Even though he's down in CS, he's not allowing Xiao Longbao to garner any advantages.
Oof. Like excellent chunk of damage with the Haymaker. Sleepy Trouble Bubble goes in, puts a Diana to sleep, knocks her up. That's a lot of damage. First blood comes through, and it's Xiaohu who picks it up.
And that is the setup for ganks we were talking about. If Zoe lands a good bubble, it's so much easier for Xiao Longbao to clean up these kills before anybody can respond. Knight had a little bit of his early struggles. I expected that jungle move from Kai'Sa being able to escape would have facilitated Knight getting back into it, getting control of the lane again. Instead, it just gave Xiaohu the ability to collapse on him, who was pushed up quite far in the lane, get the kill. And now Xiaohu has a big lead for himself. He can look to start roaming before the Diana can, which is a crucial break point in this this 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually expected Knight to flash a little bit earlier than that, but he waited for the Sleepy Trouble to go through. He didn't trust the fact that XLB would make a gank in that position, which was kind of awkward. And he forced the teleport as well out of Knight.
Yeah, really early teleport force, so he can't make to look to make a play towards the bot side. Yeah, because that double TP could have been utilized to snowball Photic and Yuyanja, who we've already said are winning this bot lane quite effectively.
As expected, really. I mean,
yeah, this is the Yuumi into Braum matchup. Braum is a champion that does next to nothing. Honestly, it's a rather unfortunate situation.
Oh, you're just being mean now. I mean, I still believe in the powerhouse that Braum is. He's
the biggest trap in League of Legends drafting right now is going. They've got Ornn. Let's pick Braum.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, either that or Yasuo. It's not
honestly
really a trap. It's
Yasuo Gragas isn't a trap, but like the counterplay is a problem because Yeah, you can stop Ornn's ultimate. That doesn't stop Ornn's largest effectiveness in the fact that he never loses lane and he has constant pressure in team fights as well with his massive burst combo. Yeah, you've denied his engage tool, which has been nerfed dramatically over the patches, but you still ignore what makes him so strong as a champion, his scaling ability, the fact that he's so strong in the laning phase as well. And then you look at what Top Sports has done, the Top Esports has done. They've got a winning bot lane. They've got a top lane that goes even at worst. And then mid lane is a losing matchup. They've got the ability to scale this game. The Diana is the only real outlier.
Let's see if they can actually do it, because right now Diana's sinking a little bit in this mid lane, staying behind in CS by a lot. We're talking about 15 CS at the 6-minute mark. As Xiao Longbao does split Karsa in the bot lane, granting RNG a little bit of information. Reminder, XLB did manage to get both scuttles in the early game, putting him at a nice advantage over Karsa.
A really nice advantage as well is the Sejuani, like we're alluding to already, does outscale. Rex becomes a bit of just a really low CC bot unless he's able to snowball, in which point he can try and pressure the AD carry, but he hasn't snowballed anywhere near enough for that yet.
Smite. Okay, a little bit late on the smite, but he still managed to get the dragon off of Top Esports' hands. XLB gets taken down by Karsa, but Xiao, who is untouched, and so is Betty in this team fight as Knight gets chunked down by Betty. Betty seems to be in a very bad position, but a double kill comes through for Betty, who is still alive. How was Betty still alive after that onslaught? Xiao, who now gets cleansed in the face, gets slowed down by Photic. The last prowling projectile slows Xiao down just a little bit, but there's not enough range to take, yes there is, to take down Xiao.
Uses that Gravitum Q, uses the last of his mana to finish him off, but now they're going to run away from the next challenger in Longxi.
Longxi in the mid lane rolls down from the top side of the map just to make sure that Top Esports' bot lane doesn't collect any free plates for themselves. Good move for RNG.
This fight took so long that Xiao Longbao is back on the map and clearing vision around Dragon again. But this fight, the smite at least goes to RNG, but Xiao Longbao kind of in a difficult situation. He doesn't have his ult yet, so he can't ult to safety, which means that Knight does pick up a couple kills. Betty plays this one really nicely, kiting back, getting more damage than he should have done. He lived for so long. But Photic, with the Yuumi on top of him, able to clean up 2-0-2 now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yumi's going to be a huge problem here.
Yeah.
For RNG
it's the movement speed she gives as well. So Photic is allowed to be peeled for consistently. And this is one of the issues you have when you have a dive composition. Generally, you leave your backline exposed. But you've got an Aphelios, who's one of the hardest ADCs to engage on because of all his tools to stop you, and a Yuumi, who has massive disengage and healing of her own to stop you from diving. They're really going for it, but it's going to be a difficult play.
I mean, if they manage to get Photic down and chunk him down fast enough, they manage to get the kill, and now Yumi's a sitting duck under her own tower as a double kill befalls RNG. This freeze frames.
I missed that one, unfortunately. The Yuumi was... No, what I missed, rather, was that Yuumi was level 5 on that play. She didn't have the ultimate yet. She couldn't disengage, and it left Photic completely exposed. Another kill for Betty. He's now up on CS as that wave collapses into the tower. And this is a really big turnaround for RNG. Once again, Xiao Longbao showing the hell up in this early game, and I'm loving watching this young guy play. He is so talented for a young rookie talent, and I'm very excited to see how he will grow as a player, because I've not seen a rookie jungler really play at this level in a long time.
Well, Xiao Longbao is a promised jungler. You sold him as such, and so far, so good for the jungler of RNG. What I am looking at is Betty. We talked about how slow Kai'Sa scales in the current meta, but with 3 kills under her belt, it doesn't seem like it's an issue.
Yeah, with the fact that she's not sitting far behind, she does have the ability to go for the Muramana. If you are starting to slip behind, you worry that you need the item spike as soon as possible, you're forced to go Storm Razor, which is a bit suboptimal. By going for the Muramana, you enable your Q to be super powerful in the late game, but also you get your Q upgrade that little bit earlier, and it can be very important.
And now Betty is let himself be pushed under the tower alongside Ming. They're just trying to catch up a little bit on CS as well. Curiously enough, they are ahead of Photic, who I actually wanted to ask you to explain to me why Photic's choice of Conqueror here on the Aphelios.
It is an interesting choice. It speaks to long, extended fights a lot more, which is not really what top esports are looking for. This they were looking for last game. So I would have preferred the press the attack this game. I would have preferred maybe fleet footwork, but all the same, it's very much kiting backwards.
Oh, Langex does get a huge haymaker. The face breaker locks everyone down, but could it be enough? Xiao Longbao gets the kill on Photic, and that's a primary damage dealer from Top Esports down for the count.
That's a 2-for-1, and the unfortunately Herald going over to Karsa there, so it's still a big win for Top Esports. But RNG, they find a way to strike back. They don't just let plays slip away. Every single time they make a mistake, they're right back into it. They're making proactive plays, and I really respect this bounce back attitude that's coming from them.
But then again, we say that was favorable for Top Esports, but they couldn't manage to get anything other than just the 2 kills that they got from that fight.
Well, they got the Herald, though.
They did. Will they find a positioning to utilize it properly, though?
I think they will. I think they're going to drop it towards this bottom side to give Aphelios more of an advantage. If you give Aphelios the item advantage, we know that Kaisa...
Oh, Knight flashes up and still gets knocked up. In goes Karsa as well. It's a 2v2, where Xiao Longbao seems to have the upper hand as the Moonlight Vigil comes through. Xiao Hu does get a nice chunk of damage down on Karsa, but Yubi comes in for the rescue and gives Karsa enough HP to force a disengage out of RNG.
And they get the TP and flash out of 369 on that play, though. The dragon is up. Now it is going to be the Cloud Dragon, but forcing everybody back from Top Esports, forcing them low, gives RNG the control over this area to now play around this dragon effectively. With Langshi's teleport now having come up as well, it's even easier to play around it because he can shove that top lane, force somebody to respond, and then TP down there.
Forget the teleport. I mean, Langshi playing sets, being face-to-face with a tower, it's easy pickings for the sets. Everybody knows how easily he can push a tower down.
He is going for Black Cleaver again this game. This time I actually disagree with it. I think the Triforce is the better option this time around because like we said last game, it's important to go for it if you are buffing the 80 damage of the rest of your team. With an Aphelios, that's so much more important. Jesus. But with Betty, who does mixed damage, and Zhao, who in the mid lane, who's entirely AP, I actually feel it's much more important that you're looking for the Triforce to get on top of the Aphelios, burst the Diana, rather than shred the armor of the Ornn and the Sejuani.
I guess, but then again, you're also helping XLB stack a little bit because you would assume that Xiao Longbao is going for the Black Cleaver on the Rek'Sai as well.
Yeah, and stacking Black Cleavers isn't worth it. They have a unique passive essentially.
They do, but they do stack the passive a lot faster. That's what
they do in fact stack it faster. Yeah, but all the same, it's a waste because it's wasting the efficiency of that shred. You know the Rek'Sai is going to be in the front line anyway, fighting against these members, proccing the Black Cleaver. Your Triforce would then be so much more effective at shredding them to pieces because we know how much damage this set can do. Instead,
Call the Forge God coming in. Langshi might be looking for the Showstopper on 369, but in goes Knight as well. Showstopper goes in, but down goes Langshi as Karsa comes into Ruin today.
And that's going to be the Rift Herald drop top lane now because they've got 3 members up there. They're going to be able to trade that for the Dragon. And maybe a couple mid lane shards will fall as well. But this could be the first tower going to Top Sports.
It will absolutely be the first tower falling for Top Esports here in the top lane. RNG.
God, I can't stop saying Top Sports. It's just it rolls off the tongue so
I know you'll get there. Don't worry.
So much of a better name, and it tilts me that they changed the name from Top Sports to Top Esports.
Also pretty good, and nobody's complaining about Royal Never Give Up.
I mean, Royal Never Give Up's fine. I mean, RNG as a username's always fine. I can say that myself as a Hearthstone player.
Okay, fair enough. Regardless, RNG now, they're sitting with a tower down in the top lane, but they're dead even in terms of gold. They managed to get the second dragon. Moonlight Vigil comes in, tags down Ming, but they're not going to get any more than that.
A really aggressive use of the ultimate there from Photic, not even hesitating for a moment to use that one. Thought he could try and lock down a kill instead. Ming arrives, just going to disengage that one. And now Photic, he has his ult down for a little bit. There's no real key fights to be had on the map, so he is going to get away with this one most likely. However, RNG, they still are holding on. We said they do indeed get outscaled. They have a lot of pressure to snowball, but they are looking towards Betty, towards Xiaohu to do that.
The thing is, they would get outscaled if the AD carries were similar in terms of scaling, and obviously Aphelios would pop off a little bit earlier than what Kaisa would.
Well,
but
Let me tell you something about Aphelios here, AC.
Tell me something about Aphelios.
So Aphelios doesn't level up his levels as he levels. He doesn't level up his abilities as he levels. They do empower themselves as he levels, but instead what he gets is free stats. So you get 40 AD, 35% attack speed, and 15% armor pen.
I actually don't know what the numbers is when you level them up.
Yeah, 40 overall at the end of it. If he's level 18, he'll get 40 AD, 35% attack speed, and 15% armor pen.
That's quite a lot of stats.
That's basically 3 free Ornn items Aphelios gets for existing in the game. On top of that, he's going to get an Ornn item. So
eventually,
yeah, he's going to get his Infinity Edge upgraded pretty much as soon as he gets it. Once he gets to that point, so he's going to have 4 free Ornn items. It doesn't matter how good Kai'Sa is as a scaler in the game. Yeah. If you're getting 6,000 gold in effective free stats.
The thing is, I mean, you're not going to get the Infinity Edge anytime soon because he does have the Essence Reaver, which is a pretty decent item on the Aphelios. But with that dagger, he does point at being at looking at the potential Rune's Hurricane before going for the Infinity Edge.
It does definitely look like that. Or the same, where would the Ornn items actually get upgraded before then?
Ouchies. Okay, Xiaohu's starting to hurt.
Xiaohu hits pretty hard, especially when you see a Sejuani with 0 magic resistance.
Also, the update on Xiaohu's build did not go for the Luden's Echo, opts to go instead for the Hextech GLP.
So with the ability to kite back these key members, it's going to definitely help. They're giving over the second Rift Herald, which is actually pretty crucial because this could be used to blow open towers. And we saw the first 2 dragons were given over by Top Esports. Got it right that time.
In the meantime,
but the fact that they are scaling means that the next 4 dragons that they could get would enable them to be so much stronger, stacking that buff and getting into the game at a state where they can actually fight. If they bought into those early game fights around those dragons, they were almost certain to lose. Now that they've scaled, they can fight around dragons so much more effectively, and they can win out.
Have to wait and see, because RNG right now have a pretty decent setup of vision in that bottom half of the Summoner's Rift.
To criticize 369 here again, he went Frozen Fist first. You don't need the mana from Frozen Fist. Frozen Fist upgraded actually gives you more mana than it does armor. It's not very efficient because Ornn, unless you're managing your mana inefficiently, doesn't need that extra mana source. Instead, he should just be rushing the Sunfire Cape upgrade. Especially with the changes that were made to Sunfire Cape, it makes it absurdly strong just to rush that item, and that it gets Ornn upgraded. Instead, he got his first Ornn upgrade, but yeah, half of it's in mana. What the hell does that matter?
Are the changes live on 10.4? Actually, don't know.
I believe the Sunfire changes are live, but the support item changes are not.
Okay, fair enough. Herald being used in the mid lane, however, Ming is there, but there's no minion wave. So Top Esports just want to get this extra pressure and get a reaction out of RNG in the mid lane. Such a reaction will not occur, though. They're just going to let the tower fall. Ming is there, but nobody
Ming is just watching it fall. Yeah, they don't really want to step up to that because they know that they're getting outnumbered. They're getting spread too thin because they have to try and contest this dragon as well. They really want to threaten Soul Point by taking this one. And if they can't, this could be the start of the run back from Top Esports.
Well, Xiaolongbao is right around the corner. Dragon's still at 50% HP. Xiaolongbao could go in through the tunnel, but they're going to
looking for a
let this dragon
showstopper.
fall in favor for Top Esports. Showstopper goes in, force the flash out of Photic. In comes the Call of Forge God, knocks up only Ming. But look at the call. Look at the open chapter here from Yu Youngjia.
Oh, Betty's still free hitting.
RNG. What is going on? Top Esports are getting clumped together and taken down one by one.
Oh my God!
As Betty is still alive. Triple kill for Xiaolongbao and a double for Betty.
The bounce house comes through. Betty and Xiaolongbao three hit throughout. Triple kill for Xiaolongbao. Betty cleans up. That Guinsoo's got fully stacked so early in the fight, and it meant that Top Esports were shredded to pieces. We're going to watch this one again. Really nice ultimate there from Lungshi directly onto Fosik, forcing his flash, forcing him so far back in the fight. And then Xiaolongbao immediately is able to get on top of him and destroy him. Immediately afterwards, house is here. Look at this.
They all got clumped together in a very awkward position because Yu Youngjia was never on top of Photic. As soon as Photic popped both of his summoners, Kitty Cat nowhere to be seen. He was just a sitting duck for Xiaolongbao to pick him up.
Yeah, ends up just sitting on top of the front line trying to heal them up. But the key CC there of Longxi and Xiaolongbao just to keep Betty safe. Just long enough. Just the tiniest bit long enough. Betty lives so cleanly because he was just millimeters away from being hit by every single stun in that fight. Stays alive, shreds through the back line, shreds through the front line, all
and
at
I don't
once.
want to beat the dead horse, but when it doesn't matter how much skilling you have, when you have a Kaisa who's already looking at the third item, and you have Photic who hasn't completed a second item yet.
Okay, blame the players, not the pick. Aphelios is broken. Don't doubt that for even a second.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying Kaisa's looking pretty damn solid. 197 CS versus 171, plus all the damage that Betty's been outputting.
I think in the preseason, Betty's probably been the most underrated player so far. Because a lot of people came in like, yeah, Betty's going to be all right. We're really waiting on Uzi. Betty has looked so incredibly clean. He's been very, very good, especially out of the laning phase. In his lane, he's not been the strongest, but his team fighting is absurd. And that's exactly what fits RNG.
Knight gets caught off yet again. Dies for the 5th time this game. Not having the best game of his life as the last chapter is being opened up by Yu Yunjia. Photic takes a huge chunk of damage from the Prey Seeker of Betty as they look towards the tier 2 tower in the top lane. RNG are ramping up the tempo of this game super, super hard.
And I'm loving what Xiaolongbao does. It really seems like he is leading the charge here. He's got, he's directing the members around him. His movements have been so clean. Honestly, like this is the kind of jungler I adore watching. He's like a combination of a very smart jungler who understands his pathing, understands his goal, while still being very mechanically strong. And that is literally the perfect storm for a jungler. This is better than Tian looked last year.
Ooh. Okay, fair enough. I mean, Xiaolongbao hasn't had a lot of chances to prove himself.
He's going lethality. Let's go.
He is. Oh no way! Is that gonna be the Sanguine Blade?
Oh no way in hell.
Yes.
Please don't do this to me. I trusted you, Xiaolongbao. You can't do this to me.
Give me the Sanguine Blade Rek'Sai. Do it.
Okay, but what he can give me, however, is the Duskblade of Drakthar, because him ulting takes him out of vision.
Or the Umbral. Darn it, forget the name of the thing.
The Umbral Glaive to help him clear vision. Yeah.
Exactly. That's another viable option that doesn't look so roly-troly.
Yeah, the Umbral Glaive. Umbral Glaive's a very cheap option, but it doesn't give you any CDR. He's at 30%. I don't believe he's got any CDR in his runes, so he's at 30%. Could get the Duskblade or the Youmuu's for that final 10%. Edge of Night is an option as well if he's not looking to get picked off by like a rogue Sejuani ultimate.
No, Sanguine Blade doesn't give you cooldown reduction. The Umbral Glaive does. So it's
Umbral
great
Glaive. Ooh.
It does. Yeah, the anti-vision item. It does give you 10%.
It gives you 50. There's no cooldown reduction in the build, but it's a cheap item and that builds out of a Serrated Duck and 2 long swords. It gives you the CDR once it's completed, but to go for the CDR as soon as possible, I would like to see that core felt. If he does go for the Umbral Glaive, I would be very impressed because it's showing that he's a vision-centric jungler as well. Oh my god, he's the perfect storm. I love him.
Oh, wait a second. Karsa's in the front line. Xiaohu's right around the corner looking for the perfect Sleepy Trouble bubble as Top Esports is starting to advance towards RNG side of the map. They want to secure the second Mountain Dragon for themselves and deny it from RNG. But RNG, they have the cooldowns. They can actually pull a fight here, and a pretty solid one like that.
And this is the thing, if you allow Top Esports to start up an objective, you have a Zoe who's just looking to land max range abilities to shred people to pieces and poke them out. It's so much easier to turn off of the fights as well with a set. It makes this game so much easier to play.
But RNG are taking down Dragon so fast. Karsa jumps in, but he's not going to be able to jump out. Xiaolongbao takes the kill, but look at the back line. Lang Z goes in with the showstopper, locks everybody in position, and forces Top Esports to scatter out as RNG, Clear House, and only 369 and his pet kitty cat are left alive to tell the tale.
And unfortunately, Photic gets just shredded to pieces yet again. Karsa throws his life away in an attempt of getting the dragon. This is going to be Baron now for RNG, who looks so clean in these team fights. 2 games in a row, they've drafted themselves into a position where Xiaolongbao had so much work to do, where Betty had so much work to do, and yet both games, both times they have done it to perfection. They concede the early game where they need to. They pressure the early game where they need to. They concede the mid game where they need to. And their late game team fighting is pristine.
Look at this. I mean, Karsa, I get what he tried to do, but his reaction was just a little bit off there. The Call of the Forge God comes through, only locks down Ming.
Yeah, and then Photic immediately getting jumped on by Betty, Xiaolongbao, and of course Langshi in the top lane as well. It just all adds together. And it just means it's impossible to do anything if you have that much dive on top of you. We talked about the dive combo of Karsa plus Knight. That really doesn't matter when Set, Rek'Sai, and Kai'Sa are all in melee range of you as an Aphelios.
You have such a huge front-loaded, or a huge damage-loaded front line that it's impossible to actually hop into the back line without actually taking a chunk of damage. Xiaolongbao now 1v1 against Karsa, and goes the Aftershock. Oh no, Xiaolongbao gets togged down, locked in by the Gravitum Cannon, still being harassed by Karsa, but the Baron buff, he's going to
oh my god, he still gets out.
Squad. He still gets out. He's okay.
And they get the bot lane tower and the mid lane tower while he buys time.
Everybody on top esports try to focus down Xiaolongbao, but they lose so much in the process and gain nothing off of it.
And he's just going to go back to base, pick up a pink ward and be fine again. You can see with the pickaxe in his build, it is actually most likely he's building towards the Edge of Night, which is going to be that extra safety spell shield.
Yeah, that would make sense.
As you said, to stop him getting hit by a rogue Sejuani ultimate to kill him at the start of a fight, it means he can position so much more aggressively without being collapsed on anywhere near as easily.
And now RNG looking to siege the mid lane while Langshi towards the bot side of the map, just stacking the wave, forcing top esports to react while the tower itself is already at 50% HP. So RNG are doing an incredible job at splitting the numbers of top esports super thin. Tower goes down, Langshi in the front line looking for Karsa, not in range.
But they don't need to fight here. Look at the top wave. They've got a huge wave stacking up there. They stall this one out. They play towards top and bottom. When that huge, like 4 waves on top of each other stacked up in the top lane hit the tower, they can collapse on it. Instead, because Ming gets chunked low, they might be zoned off of this one.
Well, they're just waiting for the wave to collapse.
Yeah, they're going to reset.
Push back. Yeah, exactly. It's going to reset because the top wave did not make it enough, or didn't make enough size to actually be considerable.
They were 1 wave, so about another 30 seconds away if they just played that one slowly from just being able to shove the wave in mid and rotate up. Look at how big this wave is on the top side. That's 2 cannon minions on top of each other that they could have had fired into the turret with Baron empowerment, and that would have been an easy inhibitor tower taken. Instead, because Ming was forced low, because they played it a little bit impatiently, they have to back off and reset, looking to get tempo to play around the Mountain Soul as well that's spawning in a minute's time.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why did 369 take the wave and not leave it for Knight? Because he's just super under the weather right now.
Because everybody's massively underfarmed on top esports, so they're all just playing solo queue and picking up farm wherever they can get it.
Darn. You expect them to leave something for Knight because they absolutely need Knight in the fight to actually try something for the backline of RNG. But in the meantime, what we do see is Xiaolongbao completing the Edge of the Night that we were talking about.
Yeah, there it is. It's going to make him that much safer, especially when he's got extra health from that, the massive amount of bonus health he's getting from the Black Cleaver. And now he's going to be getting a 4th Mountain Dragon as well in about 20 seconds' time, unless a miracle occurs for top esports, so they get a good steal. That would mean he is actually incredibly tanky without having to build that many tank items.
It could be an occurrence. The thing is, Karsa's already 1 level below Xiaolongbao. Unless he can actually catch up to the enemy jungler, it's going to be a tough steal to go for.
Yeah, the steal seems a lost cause. Like you said, it needs a miracle to happen. They need to find that. Yeah, they have to concede it. They have to concede the soul. I mean, you're going to get that shield out of combat. You're going to get all these bonus stats.
Everybody's in Malphite now.
3 members pushing towards the top side. They're actually playing really risky here. They can deny this wave to tower, but now they're likely to lose their inhib because they're slow on the response.
They're going to leave Photic. No, they're not going to leave Photic in the top lane. It looked like he was going to be left in the top lane to take home the tower, but he's going to push the wave into the tower, maybe get themselves a couple of coins in their pocket from the wave, crashing into the tower, and eventually taking home the turret for top esports. But it's it seems like a little bit of an effort in vain because they need to respond to these inhibitors being harassed by RNG.
The issue that I'm looking at right now for RNG is Photic's actually in a really poor spot for his weapon combinations. He needs to get rid of all of this Severum ammo. Well, not all the Severum ammo, all the Infernum ammo, rather, without using much of the Severum, get the Severum low to switch into Chakrams. It's a really difficult situation for him where he is actually quite far away from being strong enough in a team fight to even contest an objective. A lot of setup is required.
I mean, he's trying to get the setup from these jungle camps because he doesn't have access.
Get that Infinity Edge upgrade, so he has got a bunch of free stats now. Top esports at their strongest point so far. The items in terms of the extra gold they're getting, and the extra gold that Aphelios gets for existing because he's a season 10 champion means that it is going to be a little bit easier for top esports to play right now because all of the items coming together, even with the CS deficits, even with the deficits because of tower gold, etc., the strength in items is roughly even. It's down to compositional strength to win out.
Now, talking about compositional strengths, we're not even considering the fact that Lang Z is a part of this composition because he's been split pushing from the get-go of the second game between RNG and Top Esports. He's been doing a tremendous job in the side lane. He's super tanky as it stands right now.
It's amazing to me that RNG have found a way to let Aphelios and
speaking of Lang Z, he teleports into the back line, tries to get into proper position. The showstopper! What a huge haymaker as well. Scatters a team fight of Top Esports. Forces the flash out of night through the wall. But the double kill comes through for Betty. Now it's just a matter of cleaning up the rest as Karsa and Yu Young Jar, the two remaining members of Top Esports, alive. And the ace comes through for RNG on an explosive team fight.
And once again, the showstopper proves vital. It lives up to its name. It's going to be ending our show tonight with a 2-0 for RNG, our first 2-0 of the day. And RNG proving themselves to be back after losing the only series so far in the split, 1-1, taking down the undefeated Top Sports.
Well, they ain't undefeated no more as they just lost 2 games in a row. Not a great comeback for Top Esports, but a huge comeback for RNG after losing their only set against Billy Gaming, who, in my opinion, they're gonna go far this year. You know?
Yeah, Billy do look interesting. We got Fofo performing really well, I believe.
They look good. They look good.
All the same, RNG seem to they've gone away. They've practiced a lot with this roster. They've practiced a lot with Betty. Unfortunately, Uzi unavailable at this current time. They've practiced a lot with Zhao Bao. And in a situation where all these pieces are coming together so well, we saw Lang Shi looking so great. Every single member doing their part. And, I mean, I can't stress this enough. Zhao Bao, rookie of the split already. This is... Well, I can say this. We're about 2 months into the split. It may only be their second series so far. We're 2 months in. Yeah. This is enough time to say that Zhao Bao's rookie of the split.
He's been looking fairly good, and his champion pool is wide. His versatility is amazing. He knows where to play towards. Putting Karsa in his pocket, man. Karsa didn't do anything this set. Granted, he only played Sejuani, and Sejuani's not really a showstopper in the earlier stages of the game, as Top Esports needed him to be. So Zhao Bao just preyed on that.
They put Knight on blast. They really threatened Photic at all phases of the game, and they made it really difficult for Top to play the game they wanted. So it ends up being a 2-0 for RNG, looking really clean after this break. They've, like we said, they've gone away, they've labbed, they look a lot stronger at this roster. And I'm excited to see where they can go because right now they look like a top team again.
They do. They do look like a top team, but again, it's just we're just returning to the LPL. A lot of games. This goal graph, I mean, it's basically what happened throughout the game. Curiously enough, Xiaohu actually made it to the top of the damage leaderboard.
Yeah, Xiaohu ends up using a lot of his poke damage there very effectively. He just went GLP directly into death cap to maximize his damage as early as possible. He was like all the bonus damage it gives when you get a death cap actually means that you're not so afraid of frontliners. You can still shred through them very effectively. So didn't even have to build any magic penetration, just bursts everyone to pieces. And I loved watching him.
Yeah, absolutely. So even though he wasn't like the shining star of RNG in this particular game, can't disregard the fact that the whole of the RNG squad are working so well together. Even Long Z playing what we would consider to be a losing matchup, doing pretty damn well in these massive 5v5 team fights.
Yeah, and top esports at the end of the day, we have to say that they performed amicably. They were up against a very strong opponent and they still looked strong. They still found a couple of fights in their favor, but a lot of their issues seem to be in their draft and their inability to play towards their win conditions. It caused them to play fights the wrong way, and I'm wondering if perhaps this is a more coach-oriented issue where they aren't understanding how they're meant to be playing the composition that's been drafted for them, where they're being just given a Sejuani and go, just do Sejuani things, and it's not really working out for them. But I'm hoping that this team can bounce back because they have so much talent in those top three members. I've yet to really have much of an opinion over Yuyanja and Photic, but all the same, it's a massive, impressive performance from RNG.
I mean, Yu Yanjiao, much like Xiaolong Bao, he shows versatility in his pool. We've seen him play Engage Champions. We've seen him play mages throughout the set. But Photic, that's where most of my question mark pings are headed towards.
Yeah, this composition was very effective at diving him, so I'm not sure this game is the best one to judge him on. But the Aphelios really didn't seem to be within his wheelhouse as much. And I'll be interested to see what he looks to pick up in the coming, because
what is his wheelhouse, to be fair? We've seen him play Misfortune. We've seen him play Aphelios.
I think he's more sort of adept, from what I've seen at least, in the more controlling AD carries. The Senna's definitely a good fit for him. I'd like to see him more towards the Varus and the Ashe when those two are coming back, because we're assuming the meta is going to change to a point where Varus and Ashe are going to be stronger. We've already seen Lethality Varus as the hard counter pick to Senna.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
I'll be interested to see if he does look more in that route. It seems to be more towards what I'd expect he'd be good at. But overall, just thinking about how top sports need to change to improve. And a lot of it, unfortunately, did come down to a couple of outlier picks in the draft, leaving people stranded in poor matchups.
Yeah.
Like that, this mid lane matchup was really rough for Knight. The Diana did fit what the composition needed.
It did.
But it set your mid lane so far behind that it left Xiaohu running rampant.
Your red side, you're picking a champion for the red side, and yet you decide to pick Diana into the zone. You knew what the matchup was going to look like. You knew what you were expecting, and you
I really just wanted the
don't play
Kiana,
around
honestly.
this attempt at a counter pick. The Kiana, that would have been an option for sure.
Like, even Kiana into Zoe, you have kill pressure in that matchup. It's very difficult for Zoe to play around you because you have that much mobility. We've seen him play it before. I really wanted to see it in both games this series. Unfortunately, neither of them came through. We saw, what was it in game one, the Azir, which again was a suboptimal pick. So they just really seem to know they're putting Knight. But my boy Xiaolong Bao gets the MVP he deserved. He deserved 2 on the day. Betty stole one from him cruelly. But look at that, 9-2 and 9. Once again, winning out really effectively with his lanes. He had a losing bot lane. He had a top lane that should go even to losing. And his mid lane was winning pretty hard, but he snowballed that mid lane to all hell. He didn't let that matchup sit. And I got to give massive credit to him on the day. I'm very, very excited to see more of him.
No, absolutely. And the biggest part about Xiaolong Bao was his decision making, where he should have been, what his calls were overall, when to go for dragon, when to contest Shellys. Just let the Shellys drop. We can have the dragons. We'll get the dragon soul eventually. And just the team fights, the way they were constructed, and the way Xiaolong Bao decided to retarget Photic every single time he was caught without summoners.
Yeah, Photic really put on blast, like we said, had a rough time.
And the carries, man, Photic and Knight.
Yeah, Photic and Knight both had a rough time. Yeah, it was very effective targeting out. And when you play so heavily around, right, we've got a big front line and these are our carries, and you aren't able to peel effectively for them, this is what happens, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to make it RNG back on track, back on the winning track. Actually, we haven't had much action in the LPL for the spring split, but we're slowly but surely going to make it towards the potential Demacia Cup, the upcoming Demacia Cup. We're having 3 sets per day, every single day on the LPL action. So we're going to try to get back on schedule as fast as, or the LPL is going to be trying to get back on schedule as fast as they can. RNG, second game under their belt. And a win. A solid win at that.
Definitely great to see them get that solid win, and I want to see them go forward with this. I'm not sure who their next game is against. Again, OMG, who we saw win earlier today.
Yeah.
It traditionally would be a fairly easy matchup, but OMG looking a bit stronger. They've got SMLZ, they've bolstered the roster a bit, and Icon looking very strong today. I'm wondering how much of a challenge OMG will pose to them.
So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, RNG 2-0 against Top Esports, who have a rough start to, or a rough return to the LPL, but that's going to make it all the way. That's going to make it all for today. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for your preference. From myself, Sin, and all the production crew behind the doors, which is basically Opal. We thank you for your preference. We wish you a good night, morning, or evening. Good games, and we'll see you tomorrow.